Chapter 1, Neighbor's Wife Leroy. Luo Tian, thanks for lending me your bathroom.
The bathroom door opened, and a white pair of feet stepped out onto the floor, surrounded by a cloud of steam. Leroy smiled and said that she was wearing only a towel, with her long, slender legs exposed to the air.
At this moment, facing this gratitude, Luo Tian ignored it.
His head was throbbing, as if there was an electric drill in his head, churning his brain tissue to a pulp.
Ah! You bunch of animals. Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes.
What he saw was not the green tea girl Su Ling, who he had licked for 2.5 years, but who betrayed him in the end and stabbed him in the back. Nor were they a group of fierce-looking neighbors armed with axes who wanted to chop him up for soup.
Are you Leroy?
Luo Tian gasped, stood up from the sofa, and the painful experience in the end of the world made him subconsciously wary of everyone.
What's going on? Isn't Leroy the wife of Yulin who lives next door?
He clearly remembered that Leroy was sold by her husband for the price of 3 bags of instant noodles in the 3rd month of the Ice Age.
That night, there were 5 of them.
Leroy, humiliated, jumped from the 23rd floor when the other party rushed up. But now she was standing in front of him.
Am I dead too? Is this heaven?
Luo Tian looked around the room and found that the layout of the room was exactly the same as it had been before the end of the world. The furniture that he had burned for warmth was all in good condition. The temperature in the house was comfortable and pleasant, not freezing cold at -70 degrees Celsius. Looking at the calendar on the wall, it was May 1st, 2055.
I've been reborn.
Luo Tian was shocked. First, he couldn't believe it, then a look of surprise burst into his eyes.
Great.
This time, I won't be a saint and have any mercy on those people. I will make them die in 100 times more excruciating pain than I have ever felt. He clenched his teeth and vowed in his heart.
With a second chance, Luo Tian decided not to be kind to anyone.
Before he died in his previous life, the ugly faces of the green tea girl Su Ling and the evil neighbors were still clearly visible in his mind.
Why?
Luo Tian fell to the ground, a cold dagger piercing his chest. In the last moments of his life, Luo Tian saw his goddess Su Ling greedily snatching the supplies that belonged to him, and shouted, "I killed the people." This woman, whom he had not touched for 2.5 years, tricked Luo Tian into opening the door and killed him.
Okay, you've done the most, you go first. Don't waste any of his body parts, they're all meat.
It must be nice to have a pot of meat soup on such a cold day.
The bearded neighbors, armed with axes, rushed in, their faces wearing a chilling, bestial smile, having long since abandoned the humanity of the civilized world in the apocalypse. They raised their axes at him. Are you okay?
At this time, Leroy, who was standing next to him, was shocked by his appearance and asked with concern, covering her chest.
Luo Tian's red eyes were truly terrifying. Who? He let out a long breath.
Luo Tian quickly adjusted his expression and smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a nightmare. Now he had plenty of time to prepare for revenge, as well as to stockpile enough supplies and build an unbreakable doomsday safe house. Before the end of the world, he must be careful not to show any signs of weakness. Leroy, who was in front of him, had not directly participated in the killing of him. But Luo Tian knew that she had a lot of food in her house, and that information was leaked when Leroy was asked by her husband to borrow food from her house. Although Leroy was later betrayed by her husband and died. However, she promised to keep her mouth shut, but in the end she still leaked the news.
You have to bear the consequences too. Luo Tian looked at the neighbor's wife in front of him and couldn't help but smile coldly.
Before, when he faced this mature beauty, he would blush and feel embarrassed just by looking at her. But now, he had only 5 words in his heart: go shopping in the supermarket.
That's good, I'll leave first. Leroy said and walked towards the door. Ah!
Suddenly, she slipped and fell to the side. The pain she had imagined did not happen, and she was caught.
Thank you.
Leroy had not finished speaking. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she felt a chill run down her spine.
Ah!
Leroy shouted in panic, quickly breaking free from Luo Tian's embrace, picking up the bath towel on the ground and putting it back on.
You shameless guy. You actually took advantage of the situation.
Leroy scolded with a red face and clenched her teeth. She blamed the other person for her fall. She had been a neighbor of Luo Tian for several years and thought she knew him well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten all foamy when the water stopped running in the shower and thought of going to Luo Tian's house to use the bathroom. Li Ro thought that even if she was drunk and unconscious, Luo Tian would not do anything to her. But what she didn't know was that the current Luo Tian is no longer the same person he was, but a vengeful man who has returned from a cruel apocalypse. His heart is as cold as the knife he used to kill fish at the supermarket for 10 years. "Madam, you don't have to thank me, it was just a small favor," Luo Tian said lightly. Li Ro was taken aback by the coldness in his voice. She wondered if the person she was talking to was someone else. "I don't care, I want a report." "Madam, you don't want this to be known, do you?" Before the other person could finish speaking, Luo Tian took out his cell phone and opened the photo album in front of her. In the picture, the bath towel had fallen to the ground and Li Ro was closing her eyes. If others saw this, they would definitely think that she and Luo Tian had some secret. In the end, Li Ro fled in a panic. She didn't even have time to take the clothes she had left in the bathroom. Swish! The black silk on the washing machine disappeared in an instant. He had just realized this spatial ability. "It seems that I also have the benefits of being a reborn person. A portable space where you can freely store supplies." Luo Tian's thoughts moved, and his consciousness was immersed in an endless white space. The space was endless, so vast that it was unimaginable. He had a feeling that if he wanted to, he could even fit the Earth into it. But that's a bit of a pipe dream. Because after experimenting, Luo Tian discovered that there were limits to the objects that could be stored in the space. That is, he can only store objects that he can touch with his hands. Moreover, the objects stored must be separate, such as the coffee table and TV in the living room. He couldn't just throw a building that was rooted in the ground into the space. But this is a great start. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. In this city, there is a super large warehouse belonging to Walmart. If the supplies stored there could be transported into the space, it would be enough for him to use for at least 10 lifetimes. And because it is near the sea, there is also a dock here. There are countless containers waiting to be exported abroad, including countless food and daily necessities. It can be said to be a huge treasure trove. Before the end of the world, I must find a chance to collect all of it into the space. However, I'm a little hungry. Luo Tian licked his lips. He had endured the end of the world for nearly a year, eating only dry bread and cold biscuits. Now, he just wants to eat a hot meal. Chapter 2: The Enjoyment of a State Banquet-Level Hotel. When he went out, the sun was shining brightly. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the shops and stalls along the road exuded all kinds of tempting aromas, as people stopped to buy food and goods. In a month's time, all of this will be gone, Luo Tian thought to himself. A month later, the sun's sunspots erupted, and the sun's abnormal changes almost extinguished it. The extreme cold of the end of the world arrived, with a super low temperature of -70 degrees Celsius. There was no sign of any living things outside, and all that could be seen were cold corpses. He hailed a taxi and headed for the city center. He had booked the city's largest state banquet-level hotel, which was luxurious enough to receive foreign guests. Ordinary people can't get in because the hotel has a minimum spending requirement of 100,000 yuan. In the past, Luo Tian would never have been willing to eat in such a place. But because he has lived a full life, money is not important to him at all. His goal is to enjoy things that he has never enjoyed before. Anyway, there won't be any place to enjoy it in a month. Bang! He closed the car door and walked to the side of the road. The five-star hotel was right across the street. However, at this moment, he looked at the provincial lottery center in front of him and seemed to remember something. I remember that in my previous life, I saw a video of a lottery winner, and it seemed that someone won 1,000,000 yuan here. Luo Tian's eyebrows raised slightly, and he thought to himself. The date of the lottery win seemed to be today. Although he could afford to eat at a five-star hotel, it didn't mean that his wallet was full. At present, apart from the high-end housing worth 3 to 4 million that his parents left him, his balance is only about 300,000 yuan. He used to have more than 500,000 yuan, but because he had been spending a lot of money on Su Ling, he had to spend a lot of money on her and her girlfriends, and he also gave her a lot of designer handbags and high-end cosmetics. What a waste! Luo Tian couldn't help but feel heartbroken. That's 200,000. If you save it, you can buy so much food and so many life-saving supplies for the end of the world. Even if you set it on fire, you can still warm your hands. It's really stupid to lick a green tea. The most annoying thing is that I haven't touched my hands after licking them for so long. If I were a small anchor, I would have probably parachuted in. I don't have much money right now, and I need at least a few million to start stocking up on supplies. The money needed to build a safe house with a top domestic security company is astronomical, at least tens of millions.
After a moment's thought, Luo Tian walked into the lottery center.
$1 million is not too little. I'll use it first, and I'll think about the rest after dinner.
After a while, Luo Tian walked out leisurely.
His card had an extra $1,000,000 in it. Although he didn't know which scratch card was the first prize, he remembered the date of the winning video and the winner's clothes. Just now, the lucky winner was holding 2 scratch cards, hesitating whether to buy the card that could change his life.
But he was intercepted by Luo Tian, who suddenly appeared.
Oh. An ambulance with flashing lights and a sudden stop outside the lottery center.
What's wrong with this patient?
It seems that he fainted after buying a lottery ticket.
Did he win the lottery? It seems that the jackpot was stolen.
The doctors on the stretcher discussed it, and soon a young man who had fainted was carried out and put into the ambulance.
You go in peace. I'll spend the $1 million. Luo Tian looked away and walked towards the 5-star hotel across the street.
The money will only be of maximum value in his hands, otherwise it will become worthless paper in a month.
Hello, sir. How many are you?
As soon as he arrived at the door, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam and black silk greeted him.
I have a reservation. My name is Luo. Luo Tian said lightly. Oh, it's Mr. Luo. This way, please.
The beautiful woman in a cheongsam bowed respectfully. In a quiet and luxurious private room,
Lu Tian sat in a comfortable chair, watching the waitress in a black silk cheongsam as she placed the dishes on the table one by one.
Sir, this is the 3-flower feast, spring garden, ginseng, and royal soup you ordered.
It's no wonder this is a 5-star hotel.
Every dish is exquisite, with a full shape, and can be called a work of art.
The portions are a bit small. Eating these alone would definitely not be enough, but fortunately I ordered other dishes. Luo Tian thought to himself.
I was more resourceful and ordered a lot more food. This is the sea cucumber with abalone sauce, the king crab, the codfish roll, the 9-turning large intestine. The waitress smiled and bent over, and Luo Tian fully realized what a beautiful sight this was.
It was worth the 100,000 yuan. After all the dishes were served, Luo Tian began to wolf down the food.
Needless to say, the price is right, and it tastes different.
It's delicious.
After nearly a year of the Ice Age, Luo Tian was so moved by the delicious food that he almost burst into tears. The way he devoured the food made the 2 waitresses beside him stare at him in shock.
He eats so savagely, is he a hungry ghost reincarnated?
They had some thoughts in their minds, but they had forgotten them by now.
But Luo Tian didn't care what they thought.
After the Ice Age, people would fight to the death for a packet of instant noodles.
By then, all talk of civilization and dignity will be bullshit.
Luo Tian ate for an hour, then touched his round belly with satisfaction and left with the smiling waitress. After enjoying the food, he was now ready to go to a large supermarket to buy the first wave of supplies to store in the space. This is also to better familiarize himself with his spatial abilities, plus to conduct a test of his ability to store supplies. After all, he wants to empty the Walmart warehouse and the entire dock before the end of the world.
It would be bad if something went wrong.
He has experienced the cruelty of the end of the world and cannot tolerate any accidents.
Chapter 3: Crazy Stockpiling.
There is a large amount of supplies at the nearby dock that will be sent to Pretty Country at the end of the month.
This is the news that Luo Tian just heard from a few Pretty Country merchants at the hotel.
A huge cargo ship will be used to transport the goods, which are worth tens of billions of dollars.
They include food for import and export, as well as various daily necessities. It is said that there are hundreds of tons of mineral water alone, dozens of containers. I must get this batch of goods. Luo Tian was full of confidence. This batch of goods was simply prepared for his space. It would be perfect to store it in the space. This huge amount of supplies will be transported to the beautiful country before the end of the world, and will save countless people in the beautiful country during the end of the world. So Luo Tian picked it up without any psychological burden, and even felt good.
It doesn't matter to him whether the people of Pretty Country live or die. He hopes that more people will die. It just so happened that the solar flares that broke out the day before the end of the world would cause all electronic devices worldwide to malfunction for a whole day. Luo Tian thought to himself. Even the satellites in the sky would be paralyzed. That would be the perfect opportunity to move the millions of tons of goods at the dock without anyone noticing. Of course, the Walmart super warehouse in the suburbs would not be left behind. Oh, it's Luo Tian. Suddenly, a fake voice interrupted his train of thought. Luo Tian frowned and realized that the other party was Su Ling, the green tea girl who had killed him with her own trust before he was reborn. She not only caused his death, but also let in those evil neighbors, and even wanted to cut his flesh to make soup. Suddenly, a surge of uncontrollable murderous intent welled up in his heart. I really want to kill this disgusting guy right now. Luo Tian's eyes were cold. Luo Tian. You're so scary. Su Ling said pitifully. In the past, if Luo Tian dared to treat her like this, Su Ling would have been furious. But now it's different, because she seems to have discovered that Luo Tian, who has been licking her, seems to be a hidden rich second generation. Otherwise, how could he possibly go to this hotel to eat? You know, many diplomats usually dine there. This kind of high-end luxury place is exclusive to the upper class. Is there something wrong? Luo Tian suppressed his murderous intent and said lightly. It's not the right time yet. It would be too easy to let her die before the end of the world. Su Ling must see the cruelty of the extreme cold apocalypse, and die in despair, cold, and helpless torment. After all, he had a storage space on him and plenty of time to make adequate preparations. By then, he would have built a sturdy refuge with infinite supplies in it, and he could do whatever he wanted to take revenge on her. Hearing him ask, Su Ling immediately put her discomfort behind her. She didn't care about his sudden cold attitude. Instead, she suddenly realized that Luo Tian was a local tyrant, so she was excited and couldn't stop thinking about how to make him spend money on her willingly. Everything else is unimportant. Luo Tian, I just saw you go in there to eat. Su Ling pointed to the luxurious hotel entrance and looked at him expectantly, her tone containing a hint of passion. She looked like she had found a fool to take advantage of. Lu Tian looked coldly at Su Ling's expectant gaze, and he didn't want to deal with her at all. She just found out that she spent 100,000 yuan on a state banquet at a state banquet-level hotel and then coveted his money? You think so? Don't expect to get another penny from me. Luo Tian, I've been waiting for you outside for a long time. My legs are tired from standing. Shouldn't you be a gentleman and invite me to drink some milk tea? Su Ling pouted and complained. She deliberately showed off her white legs and pressed them lightly with her hands, as if she were trying to seduce him with her beauty. First drink milk tea, then go shopping, and then have a luxurious dinner tonight. Although Su Ling was complaining on the surface, her heart was already filled with joy. If you don't spend 100,000 yuan on yourself today, don't think about leaving. What she didn't know was that Luo Tian was no longer the same person as he had been in the past. Luo Tian only felt sick to his stomach at the sight of this green tea. Su Ling had always told him that she had never been in love, but Luo Tian only realized before he died that Su Ling had already had many boyfriends. A certain rich second generation who broke into the house personally mocked her, saying that Su Ling had been a prostitute in their circle and could have sex for a few thousand yuan. To others, she was a cheap whore, but to herself, she pretended to be a pure white lotus. It's disgusting. I've been busy lately, but I'll buy you a drink next time I have the chance. Luo Tian refused. But he didn't mind leaving her with something to think about. Anyway, it's absolutely impossible to get him to work as an ATM. Okay, then next time. Su Ling was so excited that she almost jumped up when she heard him agree. She began to fantasize about shopping in a big mall and feasting on the five-star hotel's national banquet-level dishes. But she was unaware that a month later, the extreme cold of the end of the world would arrive. Will they still be able to go out and enjoy themselves? Whether people can survive is a problem. After saying that, Luo Tian was in no mood to care about Su Ling, and instead walked directly towards the nearest large supermarket. He arrived at the supermarket. Luo Tian pushed a shopping cart and said with a smile, I can't feel at ease until I stock up on food. Soon, he began to stock up on the first wave of supplies. 95 compressed biscuits, first 10 boxes.
Canned meat, sausage, half a shopping cart. A large bag of instant noodles and hot pot loaded into the cart. Soon, a shopping cart was stuffed into a small mountain. No, that's not enough. He wasn't satisfied with just one cart. He pushed 2 more carts and filled them up. Luo Tian's eye-catching operation instantly stunned the other shoppers. Even the naughty child next to a parent was so stunned that he couldn't walk. Finally, the female sales assistants in the supermarket were alerted and helped push the shopping cart and loaded food behind him. "Sir, our supermarket offers free delivery service," the supermarket manager said kindly. He even helped with the checkout and loaded the goods into the car with the staff. Luo Tian is a big customer for them, and they must serve him well. Faced with the enthusiasm of the supermarket, Luo Tian did not refuse, and let them deliver it directly to an underground warehouse in his community. When it came to paying the bill, faced with a bill of over 10,000 yuan, Luo Tian paid it without hesitation. In the end times, the price of these foods will at least increase by 100 times, and you won't be able to buy them even if you have money. And it could easily lead to a large-scale fight to the death. At the manager's enthusiastic invitation, Luo Tian also took the supermarket's free ride and headed home. He could go back and learn more about his spatial abilities. Chapter 4, Li Ro's Shyness in the Elevator. Back in the community, I met many owners on the way. Many of them couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Luo Tian ignored them and was not worried about the news of his stockpiling spreading. Before the end of the world, his safe house had already been built, and when the time came, he would hide inside. As long as he didn't open the door on his own initiative, no one would be able to get in. Recalling the last life, when these people broke into the house and chopped at him with an axe, Luo Tian's heart was filled with deep hatred. If they dare to come to the door this time, it will be convenient for his revenge plan. Okay, put the stuff here. Luo Tian opened the door to his own warehouse. The employees were quick and efficient, because Luo Tian bought a lot of goods, so this trip to the supermarket would give them a lot of commission. Oh, it's Luo Tian, you bought a lot of things. At this time, an old lady with her hands behind her back came over and looked at the snacks in the warehouse. She couldn't help but think of taking advantage of the situation. Luo Tian turned his head and saw that it was Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. This Wang Xiufang is extremely annoying. Not only does she meddle in other people's business, she also takes advantage of small opportunities. She often teaches others to do things because she has a little power. It's as if she's not a neighborhood committee member, but a city committee member. After the end of the world, she relied on her misery to trick Luo Tian into giving her a lot of food. And when everyone broke in, she didn't even think about Luo Tian helping her, but instead cheered everyone on. Oh, this auntie, please don't touch other people's things. A supermarket employee, while moving things, found that Auntie Wang had secretly taken a large bag of food from the car. This bag of snacks is quite expensive, at least 1,000 yuan. What's stealing? I borrowed it. Do you understand? When she saw that she had been discovered, she became angry and started to throw a tantrum on the spot. Oh dear, young people nowadays don't respect their elders at all. I'm not very mobile and there's nothing to eat at home. What's wrong with borrowing some food for emergencies? At worst, I'll pay for it. Are you going to let an old person starve to death? She is really something, the neighborhood committee. She is really good at making a fuss. She immediately portrayed herself as a disadvantaged group and attacked them from a moral high ground. The young employee had never seen such a scene before, and was immediately confused by the old lady's tactics. He was so scared that he stepped back a few steps. They were afraid that if the other person lay down on the ground, they would have to give up their annual salary. Put the things down. She was so irritated that Luo Tian walked over and took the snack bag away from her. She didn't care how she screamed. Fine, fine. Seeing that her pathetic begging was useless, Auntie Wang stopped pretending and threatened with a grimace, Luo Tian, you better watch out, don't let anything fall into my hands in the future. She was full of anger. She is a member of the neighborhood committee, and you live in the community, so you will definitely need to use the neighborhood committee in the future. I will make things difficult for him and make sure he is punished severely. If you don't leave, I'll call the police and say you're a thief. Luo Tian threatened coldly. He had a basis for saying this. There were several cameras installed around the warehouse, and Auntie Wang's little action just now had definitely been filmed.
When the police arrive, although they cannot arrest and convict her, she will definitely be severely criticized and educated. For Wang, who likes to give advice in the community, this would undoubtedly be very embarrassing and she would probably be ridiculed for a long time. You. Wang Dama was indeed afraid, looked up at the camera on the wall, and left cursing. Luo Tian ignored her. In the previous life, he had given the other person a lot of food, which had allowed Auntie Wang to get through the difficult times. In this life, without his help, Auntie Wang probably wouldn't last long in the end times. There is no need to argue with someone who was about to die. Without any more obstacles, the move was completed quickly. After sending off the supermarket employees, Luo Tian pulled down the warehouse door and began experimenting with his own personal space. After a while, he had gained a lot. The space is indeed infinite, and it is very convenient to store and take out items. He can even put an entire row of shelves filled with food directly into the space. The most important thing he discovered was that time passed at a constant rate in the space. He opened a bowl of self-heating rice and put it in the space. No matter how long it was in there, it would still be at the temperature it was put in at. This means that he can put in tons of fresh vegetables and fruits without worrying about the shelf life. Maybe I can order some barbecues, burgers, and banquets in advance, and put them all in the space. After the end of the world, I can eat hot meals every day. Luo Tian clapped his hands and praised himself for his brilliant idea. Unfortunately, the space cannot store living things. However, with the infinite space and powerful storage and retrieval functions, Luo Tian was already very satisfied. As long as he has enough supplies, he is confident that he will be able to live 1,000 times better than others after the end of the world. After putting all the supplies from the supermarket into the space, Luo Tian left and went home. While waiting for the elevator, he happened to run into Li Ro. Li Ro had probably just finished work. She was wearing a skirt that hugged her hips, and below that were two long, slender legs wrapped in black silk. The black high heels made her look tall. At this time, perhaps because of the embarrassment of what happened in the morning, the other party was too embarrassed to look at him, and as soon as they entered the elevator, they hid in the corner with their heads down. But there were a lot of people, and the elevator was suddenly filled with a crowd. So, Li Ro was pushed up against Luo Tian, and her breasts were pressed up against him. What a coincidence! Luo Tian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. At the same time, he really wanted to say, "Is this a test for cadres? You, don't move." Li Ro suddenly blushed and whispered angrily to him in warning. Because there were a lot of people in the elevator, she couldn't move at all, and even raising her head a little could make her and Luo Tian stare at each other. In fact, after a period of time after their marriage, Li Ro's husband had health problems. Now that she is so close to Luo Tian, it obviously makes her very uncomfortable. Looking at the shyness of the wife and her efforts to maintain her composure, Luo Tian just smiled lightly. After the end of the world, Li Ro's family will soon face the embarrassment of a lack of food. At that time, Yulin will ask his wife to go to Luo Tian's house to beg for food. In the previous life, she successfully borrowed a lot of food. But this time, Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. Chapter 5, Taking Out a Bank Loan for Free. Back home, Luo Tian was a little tired. But he didn't rest right away, instead he began to think about the preparations he had made over the past month. The first thing was the food problem. This is easy to solve. In the next few days, he can order a batch of goods from the night market or hotel and stock them up. The solar flare that occurs the night before the end of the world is an excellent opportunity to move. Qinshui City is close to a huge port, and every day countless goods are imported and exported to and from China, with the containers piled up like mountains. In addition to the dock, there is also a Walmart warehouse that covers a large area. At that time, under the cover of night, all their supplies will be collected into the space. With the supplies from the dock and Walmart, there will be no problem with food. Luo Tian nodded. Once we've solved the problem of supplies, the next thing is security. I have to think about how to turn my house into an impenetrable safe house to avoid the tragedy of my previous life. Luo Tian quickly came up with a solution. The demand for his overall renovation of the house could not be met by a general decoration company. But it doesn't matter, there is a well-known security company in Qinshui City that specializes in providing security facilities and building safe houses. It is said that the safe houses they build are made of special alloy materials that are so hard that even a cannonball cannot break them, unless it is bombarded by a mushroom cloud. Rich and famous celebrities in China are their regular customers. Having a safe house is not enough. The issue of warmth must also be taken seriously. Because when the end of the world comes, the temperature outside will drop to minus 70 degrees Celsius. The snow will be 10 meters deep. Without a sufficient heat source to keep the temperature up, people will freeze to death. Luo Tian's idea was to choose between a fireplace and a fire pit. One is from Europe, the other is a common heating facility in the north of China. They each have their own advantages and disadvantages, so it is really a bit difficult to choose. Children make choices, but adults of course want them all. Luo Tian slapped his thigh and said. In fact, there is no need to be so concerned. He can simply ask the security company to customize a fireplace, retaining its aesthetic advantages while adding the practicality of a firebed. With a little renovation, the whole room can be filled with heat. The house will definitely be renovated again at that time, including strengthening the insulation and heat insulation to effectively block the intrusion of cold air. The next thing is medicine. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows. This is also an important material. He didn't want to be in a situation where he had plenty of food and a sturdy shelter, but no medicine to treat his illness. No one knows how long the extreme cold will last, so it is necessary to be fully prepared. He definitely couldn't buy it from a pharmacy. He needs too many supplies, so he has to go through some special channels. Just after the end of the world, Luo Tian got a black market channel from other people. This black market also existed before the end of the world. As long as you have money, you can get any amount of medicine. Not only drugs, but also some banned weapons, the boss's store has a lot of them. For example, crossbows. Arrows are legal, but crossbows are illegal. This is because a bow requires a lot of practice to use, and most people can't even pull the bow, let alone shoot accurately. But crossbows are different. In theory, if you put a crossbow bolt on the string and give it to a 5-year-old to shoot, the damage caused will be the same as if an adult used it. Even large animals like bears and tigers will be killed by a crossbow. Now the problem of drugs and weapons has also been solved. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. The importance of weapons in the end times is self-evident. You can only become someone else's granary if you have food. Hiding in a strong shelter without weapons to fight back will only result in being beaten up. Only having terrifying weapons in hand will make the survivors think twice about their actions. In fact, what Luo Tian really wanted to do was to make all living things equal. This kind of thing is easy to buy abroad, especially in the beautiful country, and almost every household has a few self-defense weapons. But this kind of thing is not easy to get in China. Even if Luo Tian knows about the black market, the owner will not sell it for any amount of money. Going abroad directly is also not an option. Even in pretty country, if you want to buy a gun from a weapons store, the owner will not sell it to you unless you provide a gun license. But there is still plenty of time, and there is always a way to get it. For now, I'll just get a crossbow, a few thousand arrows, and 2 compound bows to meet my self-defense needs. As for cold weapons, pry bars and machetes should also be prepared. Finally, it's all settled. I'm exhausted. Luo Tian yawned and decided to take a break. He had been busy all day. The next morning, Luo Tian woke up early. After washing up, Luo Tian began to look for a hotel to book a banquet. He needs a lot of it, and a small hotel probably won't be able to handle it. Hello, this is Hongda Restaurant. How may I help you? A sweet female voice rang out. I want to order 1,000 tables of banquet food, and I need it within 2 days. Luo Tian made his request. Are you serious? 1,000 tables? The woman was shocked. 1,000 tables of food is not only a long process, but also costs millions. After all, a table costs several $1,000s. They are a 5-star restaurant. I'm sure you need to start working on it today. Luo Tian said firmly. The front desk girl was not qualified enough, so they finally found the manager of the restaurant and let Luo Tian turn over a deposit of 400,000 yuan on the spot. They were pleasantly surprised to promise that they would definitely deliver the goods within 2 days. After looking at the balance of the bank card, there was only 800,000 yuan left. The money is not enough. Now I have to think of how to get more money. Luo Tian sighed. The money for the banquet was paid for with the 1 million from the scratch card. Now he not only needs to buy medicine and weapons on the black market, but also needs to find a top security company to build a safe house.
80,000 is definitely not enough.
Luo Tian took out his phone and downloaded a bunch of loan apps. With the constant fleecing, he had another million in his bank card, and the repayment date was set for 2 months later.
It's so great to have sex for free. Luo Tian was extremely comfortable.
In a month, the end of the world will come, and there will be no day to repay
the money.
Next, he had another idea for his own house. Before Luo Tian's parents died, they left him this house, which was located within the second ring of Qinshui City. It cost him more than 3 million yuan when he bought it. But with the ever-rising housing prices, it is now estimated to have risen to 6 million.
If I mortgage it to the bank, won't I have money? Hee, I can go whoring again.
Luo Tian thought proudly, took the property ownership certificate and left home immediately. When he was in the community, he met his neighbor, a lady in black silk, who looked like she was going to work. But as soon as she saw him, she blushed and hurried away.
Luo Tian didn't care.
He had more important things to do at the moment. He hailed a cab and headed for the bank.
The bank staff warmly welcomed him. Since Luo Tian's house is located in an excellent area, and its value has skyrocketed over the years, the bank easily gave him a loan of 5 million yuan.
In fact, if he had tried harder, he might have been able to get 6 million. But Luo Tian didn't want to argue with the bank, it was too wasteful of time.
So he signed the contract and got the 5 million. The money arrived very quickly. At this time,
there was a sudden commotion in the bank lobby.
Shut the fuck up and put your hands up. Bang! Bang! Then, 2 gunshots rang out. Holy shit, what's going on? Luo Tian's eyes widened, and he was full of questions. Someone is robbing the bank with a gun?
A memory from the pre-apocalyptic era suddenly came to mind. There had indeed been news of a bank robbery in his previous life, but the TV station had not reported it, and the news on the internet had been quickly blocked by the authorities. He only knew that there had been a bank robbery in Qinshui City, but he didn't know the exact time or location.
The robbery was today? And it was at the bank where he had taken out a loan. This is too coincidental.
The vigilance he had developed in the end times came into play at this time. Luo Tian frowned and quickly retreated to the back of the crowd when everyone was scared.
Chapter 6, The Equalizer.
In the eyes of the terrified crowd, 2 robbers escorted a middle-aged man with a bald head from the VIP room.
Luo Tian recognized that person, a famous real estate tycoon in Qinshui City.
According to the information he had learned in his previous life, it seemed that the other party had committed a crime and wanted to flee abroad with the money in advance. Unfortunately, the news was leaked by someone close to him, leading to a premeditated robbery. It took the police more than half a month to solve the case. Luo Tian knew that the rich man was not harmed, and the robbers were all captured, one of whom was the bodyguard the rich man had hired for many years.
The money that was stolen was also found in an abandoned factory half a month later. I'm rich.
A burly robber, carrying 2 black suitcases with difficulty, was extremely excited. The suitcase was full of US dollars, worth at least 6 to 7 million RMB, and the 2 suitcases were worth tens of millions. With this score, they can escape to a foreign country and live a carefree life for the rest of their lives.
Retreat.
The leader of the robbers waved his hand, and the few people quickly fled. In the horrified gaze of the crowd, the robbers fled with the 2 suitcases.
Hurry, call the police.
Someone shouted, and the others suddenly woke up and started to take out their cell phones.
But by the time the police arrived, the robbers had already disappeared. Don't panic, the police will be here soon. Is everyone okay? The bank manager stepped forward to calm everyone down.
His biggest concern now was to minimize the impact.
If the news gets out, who will dare to deposit money here in the future? Let's go first.
Luo Tian's loan from the bank has already arrived, and he is not going to stay here any longer. If he stays, he might have to make a statement to the police later.
It's a waste of time. Leaving the crowd in chaos, Luo Tian hailed a taxi on the street. Where are you going, handsome?
The driver asked with a slight accent.
2. Luo Tian wanted to go to the top security company in Qinshui City to discuss building a safe house.
But a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly changed his mind. The 5 million in his bank account would be enough to pay the deposit for a safe house, but it would not be enough to choose the most high-end safe house.
This is definitely not enough. For Luo Tian, after his rebirth, the importance of safety ranked first.
He didn't want to experience the pain of being dismembered again.
Go to Dongli Park.
Luo Tian sat in the car and said lightly.
Okay, you should fasten your seatbelt.
The driver was overjoyed, as he would earn a lot of money from this single order. Dongli Park is not close to here, and there are many abandoned factories nearby, so there is less traffic and it is easier to run.
Yes, Luo Tian's goal was to rob the robbers of their huge fortune.
Although there was not much news about this robbery in the last life, Luo Tian had occasionally heard about the details of the case from the neighborhood mothers after the police solved the case. One of the owners, a woman, had bragged about it to everyone, completely forgetting her nephew's request for confidentiality. According to her, the robbers confessed during the interrogation that they did not take the money after robbing the bank, but hid it in an abandoned factory near Dongli Park.
After hiding the money, they left immediately to create their alibi.
They had planned to wait until the heat died down before going to the factory to get the money, but they were caught before they could do so.
And most importantly, everyone thought that the rich man's suitcase was full of money.
But it wasn't until the police found the 2 suitcases in the factory that they realized that one of them was stuffed with gold bars. Even the robbers didn't know this, because the suitcases were specially made and both weighed about the same. Only the rich man himself knew. Because of the large amount of money involved, the rich man was sentenced to life imprisonment and died of cold in prison after the end of the world. This gave Luo Tian plenty of room to maneuver. As long as he only took one of the suitcases of gold and left the other one of banknotes, no one would suspect him of the sudden increase in gold on the market. And when the gold is sold, no one will suspect a bank robbery.
Because everyone except the rich man thought that only the money had been stolen.
In order to avoid aggravating his case, the rich man would definitely not dare to reveal to the police that he had lost a box of gold, because it wasn't his to begin with. Luo Tian was not sure when the other party would return to the factory again, or when they would go back to check. The only thing he was sure of was that the group would not return on the day of the incident. So he had to take the gold as soon as possible. As long as he could get his hands on the gold, he could sell it directly on the black market. In this way, the subsequent funding problem will be solved. Although there are some risks involved, he has experienced much more cruel and bloody extreme cold apocalypses, so he doesn't take this little risk seriously.
As the saying goes, the bold will survive, and the timid will die. Luo Tian did not rush into the factory.
To be on the safe side, he started to investigate the area after arriving at the park. He found that the area was so remote that there were no cameras, which was convenient for his next move. From time to time, people would pass by in the park, and he himself didn't seem out of place.
After an hour, Luo Tian began to move.
After making sure that there was no one around, he turned and headed down a small path that led to the abandoned factory, always on the lookout for any unexpected incidents. Fortunately, the abandoned factory was empty. According to the information from his previous life, Luo Tian easily found 2 heavy suitcases in a hidden room in the factory.
Next to the suitcases was a large black plastic bag. This is the gold that weighs more than 100 caddies?
Luo Tian was breathing a little fast at the moment, and he calmed down before opening one of the large boxes. Rows of gold bars, heavy and neatly arranged in front of him.
It seemed to emit a dazzling golden light.
It gives a strong visual impact.
Good stuff. This must be worth at least 30 to 40 million yuan?
According to the current market price, 1 gram of gold is at least 600 yuan. Luo Tian swallowed hard, and it was the first time in his life that he had seen so much money.
This is much better than the long list of balances in the phone.
The key is that these gold bars are not numbered, and there is nothing engraved on them. Originally, the rich man did this for his own convenience, but now it has directly benefited him. If there were no end times, he would have enough wealth to be free and live the rest of his life as a rich second-generation man who spends all day playing with women. Unfortunately, a month later, neither the money nor the gold was worth as much as a packet of instant noodles. Without a second thought, it was directly put into the storage space.
This is the advantage of having space. It's not easy for anyone else to take away so much gold in secret, but for him, it's a piece of cake. Even if the police came to the door, they wouldn't be able to find a single gold bar. As for the box full of US dollars next to him, Luo Tian didn't touch it at all. Bank money is numbered, so it would be easy to expose it if it appeared on the market, and it's all in US dollars, so it's completely useless. A few million banknotes are nothing compared to the tens of millions of gold bars in this box. What's in this black bag? After Luo Tian took the gold, his eyes couldn't help but fall on the black bag next to him. Curious, he opened it and his eyes widened in surprise. It was a pistol. 3 black-looking, coal-looking, 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 coal-looking. Coal-looking, 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 coal-looking. The robbers had actually left the pistols here. What a pleasant surprise! Luo Tian said with a look of surprise. This time, the only thing I wanted was gold, but I didn't expect to get a bonus. Now I don't have to worry about the guns. Holding the cold gun in his hand, Luo Tian suddenly felt a strong sense of security. Take off. With this weapon, his safety can be guaranteed after the end of the world. It is much more useful than a bow and arrow. With just one bullet, it can easily take a person's life. It is also more powerful than a bow and arrow in deterring other survivors. This will become his trump card. There are also a lot of bullets, about 450 in 30 magazines. Luo Tian checked the bag again and found a total of 30 magazines inside. This pistol seems to be a Glock, but it is unclear which model it is. It uses 9mm bullets and can hold 15 rounds per pistol. With a sweeping motion, he put all the pistol magazines into the space. Luo Tian did not linger, and immediately set out to carefully leave the area, erasing all traces of his presence. The plastic bags on his hands and shoes were also all put away. To avoid leaving DNA, he even wrapped his head in a bag. There were no surveillance cameras in the wilderness. Only ghosts would know he had been here. 10 minutes later. Luo Tian had already sat in a taxi without anyone noticing. He could consider selling the gold on the black market and use the money to talk to the security company about the safe house. Luo Tian thought happily. The thought that he would no longer have to worry about firearms and money made him very happy. The end of the world is still more than 20 days away, so the safe house must be on the agenda as soon as possible. It would be best to start construction tomorrow and finish it in 20 days. With the extra money, he could order more food. What about barbecue, hamburger, hot pot base? I want it all. Chapter 7, Black Market. Welcome. The waiter bows politely. Black Swan Bar. On the surface, it is a luxurious and elegant place to spend money. But in fact, it is a black market for underground transactions. The owner of this bar has a very powerful background, and as long as you have the money, you can buy many things here that are not available on the market. It doesn't matter if the goods are clean or not, or what you're buying them for. It only provides a platform for mutual transactions. Because the reputation is good, it is rare for things to go wrong. Of course, Luo Tian came here with confidence because he had a universal equality device on him. Hello, what would you like to drink? The bartender asked with a smile. When will the moon be full? Luo Tian suddenly said. The bartender was taken aback and said, look up and see for yourself. Old vines, old trees, crows. The other person then said. Wear some autumn pants and go home. Luo Tian was almost speechless. Damn it! Who came up with this sand sculpture password? Even a primary school student wouldn't come up with such a childish password. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears in the end times, he wouldn't have recited it so solemnly. This way, please. The expression on the winebag's face became even more respectful, and he bowed to indicate. Luo Tian followed the other party to a hidden room, where the soundproofing was excellent and the music from the dance floor outside could not be heard. In front of the cabinet, which displayed a lot of rare collections, sat a man with greased hair. In the corner of the room, 2 indifferent thugs were on standby. You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Wu Nan pinched the cigar in his mouth, his legs on the table, smoking and talking. He is the head of this black market, and all the usual transactions go through him. I'm here to make a delivery. Luo Tian did not answer directly. Instead, he placed the heavy suitcase in his hand on the table, making a dull thud. The cold breath from his body made the other party slightly glance sideways. What kind of goods? I'm not interested in anything too cheap. Wu Nan shook the ashes off his cigar and said nonchalantly, "It's too cheap. The case is very large and heavy." But he didn't care much. Most of the transactions here are for things that can't be seen in the light of day, and millions and tens of millions are just a drop in the bucket. Click. The box opened and a flash of gold light came out. Wu Nan glanced at it casually, then his whole body trembled, and his chair almost fell to the ground. Holy shit! He forgot how long it had been since he had been so excited. He hadn't been so excited since he had received a famous painting by a master. Did you rob a bank vault? Wu Nan's hand was burned by the cigar, but he didn't care about the pain at the moment. A whole box of gold bars. 24-karat pure gold. Over 100 pounds by eye. It's worth at least 30 million. Gold has been traded on the black market before, and there have been many transactions worth millions of dollars. But he had never seen so much gold at once. It was so bright and golden. He even thought about stealing from the thief, but he suppressed the urge. Who could possibly be so rich that they could afford to buy so many gold bars? Don't worry about it. Luo Tian closed the box and said indifferently. Saying too much will only cause trouble. If you can't say much, don't say much. After all, not many things that can be traded on the black market have a normal origin. He just needs to act aloof. Oh, this time old Nan was wrong. Wu Nan finally came to life, and without any more nonsense, he called 2 employees and began to measure with professional equipment. If this order is successful, the income will be a lot. The gold bars in this box have a gold content of 99.6% and weigh 135.3 catties, which is worth about 40 million yuan at market price. Wu Nan tapped his fingers on the table and observed Luo Tian's expression. However, Luo Tian remained calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of excitement. This made Wu Nan a little unsure. According to his ruthless vision, Luo Tian is definitely not an old bird who often comes here to trade. But he has a very subtle murderous aura, and this aura Wu Nan has only seen on the bodies of desperate criminals. Of course, he didn't know that Luo Tian had seen too many bloody and cruel things in the end times. This also made Wu Nan feel apprehensive. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been taken away and killed for having so many gold bars in his hands. Tell me your price. Luo Tian knew that the other party would definitely not charge the market price. Otherwise, why is it called the black market? I can give you 30 million, and the money will be in your account right away. Wu Nan held up 3 fingers and said seriously. That's too little. At least add 5 million more. Luo Tian shook his head, saying that the price was too low. This is 40 million in gold, and they will make a net profit of 10 million after reselling it. Although the gold was originally obtained by empty-handed, it didn't matter if they lost 10 million. However, he didn't want to let the other party make so much money and be a fool. I've been in business for so many years, and you're the first person who's ever dared to haggle with me. Wu Nan narrowed his eyes, like a poisonous snake spitting out its fangs. He didn't know if the other party was a fool who dared to raise the price by 5 million in one go without thinking about where they were. This is their black market base. Can you safely take the money away after eating so much? What? They have a good reputation in the black market and never steal from each other? What a joke! They'll eat the bones and bury the body in cement and sink it in the sea. Who knows? Hearing this, the 2 subordinates who had been standing in the corner suddenly became restless, moving their muscular arms with the wolf head tattoo and slowly approaching Luo Tian. Their eyes were like those of a lamb about to be slaughtered. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Luo Tian seemed to have not seen the 2 thugs approaching, and casually lifted his hem. A bulging waist revealed a black metal shape. This made Wu Nan change his expression instantly. Ah, brother, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Wu Nan stood up, pushed the 2 confused thugs away, and said with a sincere smile on his face. I won't take advantage of you. How about this? Plus 2.5 million. Wu Nan held up 2 fingers and said. This price is relatively fair. Although they will still make a lot of money, at least it's not as outrageous as before. Okay. Luo Tian did not make things difficult for the other party. He nodded and agreed directly. After all, they need to pay a little more to get things done, and it's not cheap. 32.5 million, I want to see the money immediately. regarding Luo Tian's request. Wu Nan was also very quick to get it done. The money will be in the account soon, he said. Soon after, Luo Tian received a text message on his phone. Your bank card with the last digit 0786 has received a transfer of 32,500,000 yuan. The current balance is 34,350,086 yuan. Holy shit! So much money! Luo Tian tried hard to control his expression and not let himself laugh. After confirming that everything was in order, he nodded to the other party and pushed the box over. Luo Tian suddenly remembered that he still needed a batch of crossbows. So he said, I also need 3 compound bows, 3 crossbows, and 1,000 arrows. It's no problem. Consider it a gift. No charge. Wu Nan was holding a heavy gold bar in his hand and had a pleasant smile on his face. When he heard his request, he also waved his hand, indicating that he would give it to him for free. In front of tens of millions of dollars in business, a few broken bows are nothing, just 100,000 yuan. It's better to make friends, and we can make a fortune together next time there's good merchandise. After leaving his address, Luo Tian left. Looking at his back, the 2 thugs standing next to Wu Nan couldn't help but ask in confusion, Brother Nan, why don't you do this, kid? You'll make a net profit of 40 million. Hearing him say that, Wu Nan couldn't help but slap him on the head. Do it, you motherfucker. He glared at him, his eyes wide with fear, and shouted, do you know what he had on his waist? A pistol. How could you touch a desperate criminal like that? I always tell you to keep your eyes open, but you don't take it seriously. If I wasn't quick, you would have been dead by now. Hearing this, the 2 thugs' backs suddenly became cold with sweat, and they were all relieved that they had not rushed to attack. They were truly lucky to have escaped death. I'll burn some incense for them someday. Luo Tian didn't know what happened in the bar. After a half-hour drive, he had now arrived at the lobby of the Aegis Security Group. The Aegis Security Group is a top-notch security group in China, providing services such as private security and shelter facility renovation. If anyone has the strength to build a doomsday safe house, it's them. Mr. Luo, nice to meet you. I am Zhao Xiao, the head of this company. As soon as he entered the lobby, a burly man wearing sunglasses came over and greeted him warmly. On the way, Luo Tian had called ahead. Originally, an appointment was needed for the interview, but as soon as the other party heard that it was a multi-million-dollar order, they immediately came down to meet him in person. The company's rules are not important, the main thing is that the customer is in a hurry. After all, our motto is to help customers solve their problems. Zhao Xiao had a bright smile on his face and invited Luo Tian to walk to his office. Chapter 8, Building a Doomsday Safe House. Mr. Luo, I heard you say on the phone that you wanted to build a sturdy doomsday safe house, right? Zhao Xiao poured 2 cups of tea guanyin and handed one to him with a smile. A doomsday-level safe house is a huge order. They have previously built a similar project for a wealthy doomsday fan in China. The price was over 10 digits, the largest order the Aegis Group had ever received. For ordinary people, a doomsday safe house may seem a bit out of the ordinary. But for Zhao Xiao, who often provides security measures for the rich and famous, it is completely commonplace. The richer the tycoon, the more afraid of death. In his eyes, Luo Tian must have offended someone and was worried about retaliation from the other party, which is why he ordered a safe house. A doomsday safe house is for long-term living. Yes, but my requirements may be a bit special. I need you to completely remodel a house in my neighborhood. The walls must be reinforced and replaced, leaving no gaps, including the windows and doors. They must be bank vault-level security doors. Luo Tian took the tea and sipped it lightly. Since he wants to take revenge on those beasts, he must stay in the community and watch them die in agony. As long as his safe house is strong enough, he will be absolutely safe. He had thought about it. After the end of the world, when the people found that they couldn't break down the doors and walls, would they tamper with the load-bearing walls at the bottom? In fact, he could rest assured. Not to mention the 4 to 5 meters of snow outside, the temperature of minus 70 degrees Celsius alone would not support them in carrying out high-intensity demolition work. A hammer can be used to repeatedly hit a target dozens of times, but in the harsh conditions of extremely low temperatures and lack of food, they will lose their strength after a few hits. As for explosives, ordinary people can't get them. Besides, the load-bearing walls of a 20-story building are not ordinary sturdy.
Zhao Xiao was also a little surprised to hear his request. Because most wealthy people ask for a new safe house or a big hole to build the house underground, it is the first time he has seen a renovation at such a high level. But he didn't think much of it. Since the customer had a need, they should just try to satisfy it. After all, who doesn't like money? Mr. Luo, this is the project service we can provide. You can browse it yourself. Zhao Xiao reached out and tapped on the large LCD screen in the office, which immediately displayed a detailed list of items with corresponding prices. This is certainly a lot more convenient. It is no wonder that this is a top security company. Luo even saw a service that builds a safe house 80 meters underground to protect the eggs from mushrooms. However, the construction period is too long, and he doesn't have time for it. At the moment, he had less than a month to spare. After filtering out the items that did not meet his requirements, he began to carefully select the services he needed. First, the door, walls, and even the floor and ceiling of the house needed to be replaced. Luo Tian directly selected a bank-level heavy security door with a triple lock, which is even impervious to small explosives. The windows were replaced with domestically produced, top-of-the-line bulletproof glass, which, according to the introduction, is used in the car that the president of a certain country often rides in. The materials used for the walls and floors are even more abnormal. Luo Tian chose a top-of-the-line new military alloy, a material used in aerospace and aircraft carriers. It is 10 times stronger than steel, but only 1/5 as heavy. It can be stuffed into the walls for replacement without even worrying about the load-bearing capacity. Only the Aegis Security Group has the ability to obtain large quantities of this military-grade material. There is also the custom-made fireplace, the insulation and ventilation system. With all of these things taken care of, he also considered a very extreme problem. In order to avoid the destruction of the load-bearing walls in the event of a disaster, Luo Tian built a small room and installed a state-of-the-art safety capsule. It uses advanced shock absorption and energy absorption technology. No matter how much damage the building suffers, the safety capsule can ensure the safety of the people in the room. After selecting all these items, the total cost came to a terrifying 245.3 million yuan. But it's okay, he only needs to pay a deposit of 1/10 of the total amount. The balance is to be paid within 3 months, but by then the end of the world will have already come. Who cares if he pays the balance? With these renovation services, the room was completely transformed, from an ordinary residence into an impregnable doomsday fortress. Hey, what is this Albrain service? Luo Tian asked curiously. He was about to press the end button after selecting the service, but suddenly noticed something interesting. This is a good thing, Zhao Xiao said with a mysterious look. Seeing that Luo Tian was also very curious, he began to explain in detail. This function is a super-L system created by their company in conjunction with the strongest domestic intelligence group, which can monitor and analyze the room 24 hours a day. It requires high-tech bracelets and leg rings to use. Once L detects from the monitoring that someone else in the house is a threat to the owner, it will immediately activate the protection mechanism of the bracelet and leg ring, paralyzing the other person with a burst of high-voltage current to make them lose their ability to attack. Whether you want to secretly drug someone or hide a knife on your body, L will monitor and analyze in real time. It will stop any threat immediately. The electronic bracelet uses long-distance wireless charging technology, so there is no need to worry about the battery life, and the wearer cannot forcibly remove it. This function is also what many top billionaires want. There have been several assassination attempts abroad recently. The killers were all women who were supported by the big shots. One of the victims was even the 10th richest woman in the country. Zhao Xiao explained in a low voice. This function has just been developed, but it has passed hundreds of thousands of safety tests. Many rich people have said that they must come to the company to order a set when they have time in the next 2 months. If Luo Tian needs it, then he will become the company's first customer to experience the Albrain. That sounds good. Luo Tian was tempted. This function is tailor-made for him. In his previous life, he was killed by a green tea knife in his house. Now with this system, he can prevent such incidents from happening. After the end of the cold winter, he doesn't have to worry about threats outside, but he can't always keep an eye on threats inside. After all, in the end of the cold winter, it would be lonely for a person to hide in a safe house. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few pretty girls to keep you company? At that time, the problem of their loyalty can be perfectly solved by the Albrain.
No need to worry about potential threats. I just don't know if it's as reliable as you say. Luo Tian tapped the table gently with his finger. After all, I haven't experienced it in person, so I can't believe everything the other party says. What if it's false advertising? Crack. Zhao Xiao expressed his understanding and clapped his hands to call in a female secretary wearing black silk high heels. He took out a set of electronic bracelets from the cabinet and put them directly on the other person's wrists and thighs. This is a simplified version of the L system, but it has all the necessary security features. Zhao Xiao explained that Luo Tian was set as the person to be protected in the system. At his signal, the female secretary stood behind Luo Tian and lifted a heavy vase. Beep beep beep. On the LCD screen, Zhao Xiao's threat level is 0, while the threat level of the female secretary is rising all the way. Before the vase even hit the ground, Al controls the electronic bracelet and releases a powerful electric current directly, disabling her ability to attack. With a loud bang, the expensive vase shattered, and the female secretary also collapsed in Luo Tian's arms. When the secretary had just regained some of her strength, Zhao Xiao once again drugged her and attacked her from all angles, demonstrating to Luo Tian the perfect reliability of the L system. The poor secretary was reduced to a test subject for the two of them. After the experiment, she was paralyzed on the ground by the electricity. This is because Zhao Xiao had already reduced the power of the bracelet by half, otherwise the person would have been dead after being electrocuted so many times. I'll take it. Luo Tian was very satisfied and immediately added this service to his purchase. With these, he can enjoy himself after the end of the world. After all, some household chores and hygiene still need to be cleaned by specialized maids, right? At this time, the price has risen by 10 million. The original price of this matching bracelet is 100,000, but since you are the first customer, I will give you a free gift. Zhao Xiao opened a row of safes and looked at him and said, "How many do you want?" This thing is enough for most people to use a few. After all, human energy is always limited, so he doesn't think Luo Tian will need much. Luo Tian thought for a moment and said without hesitation, "Give me 10. Hearing this, Zhao Xiao almost slammed his head into the safe. "Are you going to hold an impart at home?" He was a little bit devastated. Chapter 9, The Threat of the Beautiful Policewoman. A bracelet and leg ring are 100,000, and 10 of them are 1 million. But since he had already promised to give them to someone, Zhao Xiao couldn't go back on his word. Luckily, the amount is large enough, otherwise it would be a loss. I also need to buy a batch of special effects medicine. Do you have any relevant channels? Luo Tian seemed to remember something and asked the other party. Originally, the medicine was going to be obtained through the black market, but it wasn't very safe there and it was easy to get noticed. It would be best to get a relatively safe channel from Zhao Xiao. After all, such a large security company provides security services for various celebrities and wealthy people, so it must have a lot of first aid and other drugs in stock. Well, I do have a channel. Zhao Xiao's tone was slightly hesitant. Since Luo Tian didn't buy the medicine from the hospital, it means that either the demand is too high, or the medicine is not easy to get. It's a bit dangerous to touch the law. But who can say that Luo Tian is not a super big client of his? He has already ordered a 200 million order, so how can I not meet even a small request? Moreover, many of the weapons and drugs in their company do not follow the official channels. I wouldn't care if it were anyone else, but since it's Luo who needs it, I definitely have to help. Zhao Xiao took out a business card from the cabinet and handed it to Luo Tian. As long as you have enough money, I can get you most of the medicine you need. Just say that I referred you. He took the card. Luo Tian took it and looked at it. Xinshui Central Hospital, Deputy Director Sure. Wow. A deputy director of the top hospital in Xinshui City, this channel is hard enough. Luo Tian put the business card into his pocket with satisfaction. The two then signed a contract for the safe house. He paid a deposit of 26 million, and Aegis Security would complete the renovation of his room within 20 days. The rest of the balance will be paid within 3 months. Swish. Luo Tian didn't even look at it, and directly signed the contract with a handsome signature. A month later, it was just a piece of paper. As for the balance, I'm afraid there's no chance of paying it. At Luo Tian's request, Zhao Xiao patted his chest and said that he would start the renovation tomorrow.
After leaving Aegis, Luo Tian began calling the deputy director on his business card.
Hello, who is this?
An old and authoritative voice came.
I was introduced by Boss Xiao.
I want to buy a batch of special effects medicine from Director Shi.
Luo Tian said his purpose. Oh. Zhao Xiao. Okay. Deputy Director Shi paused for a moment, then asked, how much do you want? I want 3 million.
Luo Tian didn't plan to spend all the money, and he kept about half of it. After all, there is still some time before the end of the world, and he can still buy more food to stock up. After hearing this amount, the phone was quiet for a few seconds, and then a sweet female voice was heard saying, Director, why did you stop?
Get lost, don't bother me with business. After a moment of commotion,
Luo Tian and the other party began to discuss the specific details, including the required drugs and other medical supplies. In the end, the two of them successfully completed the transaction by purchasing 10 large boxes of special medicine for 3 million, as well as a large amount of bandages, disinfectant, and other medical supplies.
The safe house and the problem of medicine and even weapons were basically solved.
Luo Tian was also in a good mood, whistling as he returned to his home and prepared to order a takeaway to reward himself.
Meituan, start. However, the police arrived before the food arrived. Hello, we are from the Qinchuan City Public Security Bureau. We need to ask you a few questions. The male policeman showed his ID.
Next to him was a tall policewoman in a short skirt. Looking at the two people outside the door, Luo Tian suddenly broke into a cold sweat, thinking that his secret had been discovered. But he immediately calmed down. He had done it without anyone knowing, and even if the police had the help of the sleeping Kagoro, they wouldn't have found him so quickly. It was probably just because of the bank robbery that morning that they were looking for witnesses to find out what happened.
Luo Tian, where were you at around 9:30 a.m. and what were you doing?
Yan Shu cut in on his colleague's words. But her tone was a bit harsh, as if she was treating Luo Tian as a criminal. Please be careful with your tone.
I am not a suspect. Luo Tian frowned slightly. He knew this female police officer named Yan Shu.
She was not only very famous in the police circle, but also had many rich second-generation suitors.
Her family in Beijing is said to have a deep background.
She is also the national champion in police combat, with extremely high combat effectiveness. In a serious case, she even single-handedly overpowered 5 desperate drug dealers armed with knives.
Ordinary people can't even get close to her.
However, because she was too heavy-handed during that operation, a drug dealer was killed, and she was transferred from the criminal investigation team to the civilian police because of her family's connections. After the end of the world, she was trapped in the community where Luo Tian lived because she helped take care of her colleague's child. Many criminals who tried to rob food from her house were mercilessly killed. But in the end, because of a lack of food, she strictly abided by the bottom line of not robbing other residents' food reserves, resulting in a lack of physical strength. She was blocked in her home by a group of villains and jumped off the building to avoid being defiled. Sorry, she has a temper like that, sometimes she explodes. The male police officer quickly apologized, and at the same time, he was very troubled by Yan Shu's behavior. The other party was too powerful, and he didn't dare say much.
It's fine, come in. Luo Tian didn't want to make things more complicated, so he didn't care.
As he had expected, the two were there because of the bank robbery. He was one of the many witnesses, so he had to make a statement. However, Luo Tian was only a simple witness, and the conversation did not last long.
If you have more information, please contact us.
The male police officer extended his hand to shake hands with him and got up to leave.
At this time,
Yan Shu, who was standing nearby, also yawned impatiently, stretched on the sofa, and let her S-shaped waist curve be even more seductive. And suddenly forgot to pay attention to her own image.
Black. Luo Tian hadn't reacted yet when his collar was violently pulled up. I don't want my eyes anymore, where should I look?
Yan Shu said coldly. She usually hates these lecherous guys, especially those who dare to take advantage of her. She had never failed to beat up any of the rich guys who had flirted with her, and they had all been taught a lesson. She clenched her iron fist, which could easily knock down a strong man, and wanted to teach Luo Tian a lesson. If she hits him hard, he might get a mild concussion.
Stop, stop.
The male police officer saw that they were about to fight, and quickly got up in a panic to stop them. He knew that Yan Shu was very lethal. An ordinary person could not withstand a single punch, and those with poor physical constitutions could even pass out from the shock. Moreover, it is a very serious matter for a police officer to attack a civilian. His intervention was effective. The iron fist stopped 1 centimeter away from Luo Tian's cheek. "Officer, assaulting civilians can get you fired," Luo Tian said calmly without even blinking. He pushed away the hand that was grabbing his collar, staring at the other man's murderous eyes. And he gently straightened his clothes. "Behave yourself. I've got you in my sights," Yan Shu said coldly. With the apologies of their colleagues, the two quickly left Luo Tian's house. On the way, the male police officer said with a headache, "Sister Yin, please control your temper. How dare you lay your hands on an innocent civilian? If that punch had really gone through, even I would have been disciplined." "Innocent civilian?" Yan Shu sneered. "That guy has nothing to do with those 4 words." For her, who had dealt with countless criminals and drug dealers in the former criminal investigation team, it was easy to feel the extraordinary temperament of Luo Tian. Although Luo Tian was trying his best to hide it, she clearly felt the murderous intent that flashed through his indifferent expression. This is definitely not the behavior of an ordinary person. It's like a butcher who has killed pigs for 10 years, or a desperate criminal who has killed people. Their aura is completely different from ordinary people. Yan Shu even felt that the other party was connected to the bank robbery. The male police officer didn't believe her at all. He just thought that the other person was in a bad mood a few days a month. Damn, he's got some strength. Luo Tian sat on the sofa, rubbing his sore neck and cursing. In just a short while, his neck had turned red. It was clear that the other person had quite a bit of strength. "Hey, Yan Shu? Don't let me meet you after the end of the world. Otherwise, I'll have to leave you a leg ring." Chapter 10, A Late Night Encounter with Li Ro. As soon as it got dark, Luo Tian came to the night market street. With over 3 million yuan in his bank account, he was going to buy a batch of barbecues to store in the space. In the extreme cold of the end of the world, it is also a beautiful thing to stay in a warm and comfortable safe house, roast in the fireplace and eat barbecue. "What would you like to eat, handsome?" The owner of the barbecue restaurant, wearing a white apron, asked with a smile. It was just nightfall, not yet the prime time for late-night snacks, and Luo Tian was the first customer in the store. "Give me 1,000 barbecues," Luo Tian said lightly. He reached out and picked up a menu from the table and read it. The owner of the barbecue restaurant heard this and immediately froze, thinking he had heard it wrong. "How many? 1,000? 1,000. Luo Tian repeated it again, adding, 1,000 grilled gluten. 1,000 grilled sausages. 1,000 kebabs. 1,000 beef kebabs. 1,000 chicken skewers. 1,000 portions of enoki mushrooms." A long list of items was read out. In theory, the boss should be smiling ear to ear after ordering so much barbecue. But the owner of the barbecue restaurant at this time had a face like a piece of charcoal, and he was full of anger and said, "What kind of idiot is this? Just open the store and take me for a joke? Hurry up and get out of here." If he orders 1,000 portions of barbecue, the price will be at least 10,000 yuan. And Luo Tian is only one person, how can he possibly eat so much? It was obvious that someone from the same industry had hired someone to cause trouble. Ding, 10,000 yuan has been deposited into Alipay. Luo Tian knew that nothing was more persuasive than money. After reporting the menu, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the table to pay 10,000 yuan. The owner of the barbecue restaurant had not finished speaking when he heard the sound of the money arriving in his account on his phone, and immediately swallowed the rest of his words back. He couldn't believe it when he took out his phone and saw that it was true. "Dad, I was wrong." The boss immediately changed his face, picked up a chair and put it under him, and kept wiping it with his sleeve. "I'll go do it now, you rest here for a while." The daily profit of the barbecue restaurant is less than 1,000 yuan, and Luo Tian's meal cost him the equivalent of 10 days' worth of profit. The goods in the warehouse could be cleared out directly, so how could he not be happy? Thinking about how he had scolded the man without thinking, the barbecue restaurant owner wanted to slap himself hard in the face. What if he had offended a big customer? His actions directly confused his son, who was lying on the table doing his homework. He didn't understand why he had a grandfather out of nowhere. "Son, forget about your multiplication table.
Go and get your mother out of the house. We have a big order to fill. The owner of the barbecue restaurant shouted. He opened the freezer without stopping and started selecting ingredients. It will take until midnight to grill all this food. Luo Tian did not wait here, but asked the other party to pack the food after each batch was cooked. The inventory of one store is not enough. Alipay has received 10,000 yuan. Alipay has arrived with 10,000 yuan. Alipay has arrived with 10,000 yuan. He has booked all the barbecue restaurants on this street tonight. He ordered at least 100,000 barbecues. If he eats 100 of them a day, he'll have enough to eat for 3 years. This has led to a strange phenomenon. That is, even though all the shops are open and the owners are working hard to make barbecue, whenever someone enters the shop, the owners always say in unison that they are out of stock. This makes those office workers who want to have a good meal after work very depressed. They don't understand what's going on with the shops on this street today. Right, how could I forget about hot pot? Luotian walked up to a Heidileo restaurant and looked at the sign, muttering to himself. In the freezing cold, eating a hot pot would be so good. Although hot pot can't be bought in bulk like barbecue, you can buy the ready-made soup base from Heidileo. Give me 10,000 servings of hot pot base. Faced with such a huge order, the manager of Heidileo was also a bit skeptical, thinking he was talking nonsense. But the manager was so professional that he didn't lose a smile. After Luo Tian had quickly transferred the money, the manager's smile grew even wider, and he immediately sent someone to the warehouse to start preparing the goods. And generously gave him 500 more. Several large boxes of hot pot soup base were all loaded onto Luo Tian's newly purchased Porsche in batches, and then stored in the space in the corner where no one was around. Because he only needed to pay a down payment, he only paid 100,000 yuan for a car that cost over 1 million yuan. Installment? It doesn't exist at all. After buying the hot pot soup base, Luo Tian drove to the largest farmers market in the area. With the base ingredients, how can you do without the raw materials? He went into a large butcher shop and began to buy like crazy, paying the deposit first. 100 tons of pork. 100 tons of chicken. 100 tons of beef. 100 tons of fish. The boss was shocked by such a huge order. He didn't have enough stock in his store. With the 1 million deposit in the account, the boss quickly began to call the suppliers to have them start preparing the goods overnight. After buying the meat, Luo Tian began to buy vegetables. 100 tons of cabbage. 100 tons of potatoes. 100 tons of carrots. After a series of operations, the vegetable shop owner was laughing like a chrysanthemum. He's made a fortune. This is the arrival of the god of wealth. Using the same method, Luo Tian went to order all kinds of fruits again. As a result, the owners of all the major meat, fish, and vegetable shops were kept busy. Their goods were required to be delivered to a large refrigerated warehouse in the suburbs of the city, which Luo Tian had rented for tens of thousands of dollars. Once the goods are complete, he will go to the entire storage space. After all, it is the safest place to store meat and vegetables, keeping them fresh forever. After all this, Luo Tian returned to the barbecue restaurant in his Porsche. He then ordered 100 barbecued dishes from the boss, and sat down to enjoy them. So, the customers on the night market street all watched him eat with a mouthful of oil. He went to order food himself, but was still told that they were out of stock. Damn it, why is it that when we order, they say they don't have it, but when he goes to eat, they have it? Yes. I'm so hungry, I can't stand it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go talk to that handsome guy and see if he'll sell me some skewers. The crowd watching him salivate. The mouth is constantly secreting saliva, smelling the tempting aroma. My stomach is growling. Some children even rolled around on the ground, shouting that they wanted to eat barbecue, and were then dragged up by their embarrassed parents and beaten up. Luo Tian was extremely happy after eating. During the meal, many people wanted to buy the barbecue from him, but he refused them all. What a joke! Do I need your money? It was only in the early hours of the morning that all the barbecue shops had finally completed their orders. The barbecues in the cooler were also transported by Luo Tian in a series of covert operations, and he had them all in his space. Just as he was buying a cold drink from the vending machine and opening it to drink, he suddenly heard someone call out his name. Luo Tian? He turned around and saw it was his neighbor, Mrs. Li Ro. Li Ro looked a little tired, as if she had been working overtime at the company until late at night. Her swaying figure was still exceptionally eye-catching. It attracted the attention of many passers-by. Her two long legs in high heels seemed to have walked a lot, and she was so tired that she could hardly walk. Next to her was a man pushing a bicycle, Yulin. Her husband. Luo Tian? As soon as Yulin saw Luo Tian, the fire that had been smoldering in him was ignited. You son of a bitch seduced my wife? Chapter 11, We Are Innocent. Although Luo Tian and Yulin are neighbors, they basically never speak to each other. The other party always looked down on him, thinking he was just a kid, and would not even say hello if they met. It was his wife who had a good relationship with Luo Tian. What's going on? Luo Tian frowned slightly and looked at Li Ro on the side. Did she say something bad about him to Yulin? Honey, stop talking. Nothing happened between us. Li Ro saw that Luo Tian was a little angry, and she was also anxious to stop Yulin and tell him to shut up. She knew Lin's temper well after all these years. When he got angry, he liked to be unreasonable and stubborn. It's all the fault of those male owners who love to gossip in the elevator. They all pretended to be saints and said nonsense, spreading rumors about what happened between her and Luo Tian. It was the evening, when there were many people around. Yulin shouted, and suddenly there was a crowd of onlookers around. What's going on? I heard someone was caught for having an affair with someone else's wife. Really? That's going to be a good show. It's a pity that there's no barbecue, otherwise it would be great to watch while eating skewers. Not to mention that the woman is really pretty. I would give up 10 years of my life just to have sex with her once. Listening to the crowd's whispers, this was undoubtedly a torment for the thin-skinned Li Ro. Her fair face instantly turned red. At this moment, Luo Tian also probably understood what was going on. It was just that the two of them were a little too close in the elevator that day, and then other residents spread the news with exaggerations, and then Yulin heard it. Ha ha. Luo Tian snorted in disdain. Yulin is not a good guy either. In his previous life, he was too ashamed to come himself, so he had his wife come to him to borrow food. Not only did he not appreciate the food, but he also followed those bandits into his home to rob food, and he even demanded an arm from him because he was a neighbor. As for Li Ro, he sold her to someone else for 3 bags of instant noodles, causing her to jump off a building. For such a beast, Luo Tian doesn't need to give him a good face. Don't speak without evidence, or you'll get into trouble. Luo Tian said indifferently. He didn't care about the crowd of onlookers at all. Is this the victim? He's quite handsome. Just as handsome as the reader. That's the male lead, the bald guy next to him is the victim. Oh, no wonder. I would have cheated on my husband too. The crowd was discussing the incident, and some people even started taking out their phones to film it. Dare to threaten me? Little brat, do you believe I will beat you? Hearing the comments of the people around him, which were far lower than Luo Tian's, Yulin was infuriated. He raised his fist and ignored Li Ro's persuasion, wanting to take action against Luo Tian. Get out! Luo Tian looked at him coldly. When he looked into those cold eyes, Yulin suddenly felt his breath stop. When did this kid become so tough? If he insists on fighting, Yulin would definitely have no chance of winning. Not to mention that his body has been in bad shape for many years, just standing in front of Luo Tian, he has to look up. Moreover, at this moment, he actually had a delusion in his heart, that is, Luo Tian really had the intention to kill him. Then, he was scared into a shrimp in front of a crowd of onlookers, and he actually sat down on the ground with a thud. Yulin didn't even react, wondering why a big boy who was so inexperienced in the world could have such a cold side. I'm scared by just one look from someone else. What a loser! He was about to attack, but before he could move, his legs went weak. As she listened to the crowd's taunts, Li Ro, Yulin's wife, wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. She never imagined that her husband was so weak. It's so embarrassing. I want to divorce him right here. I feel sorry for you, a physically disabled man who is impotent. Although there is nothing between me and Li Ro, if you need her in the future, you are welcome to let her come to my room to find me. Luo Tian looked at Yulin, who was sitting on the ground with his face turning from green to red, and directly opened the deepest scar in his heart. He is useless. He is no longer a man.
When the news came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The level of discussion immediately rose to a new level.
Everyone looked at the embarrassed Yulin with pity.
Yulin was even more furious, and he got up from the ground with eyes full of anger, wanting to crush Luo Tian to dust.
But he didn't dare. He could only bury this overwhelming hatred deep in his heart. Luo Tian, if I get the chance, I will kill you.
Yulin's eyes were burning with rage, and his fists were clenched.
But he didn't dare to fight to the death with Luo Tian.
Looking at the other person's disheveled appearance, Luo Tian was not interested in wasting any more time here, and drove off in the Porsche parked on the side of the road. This caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise.
The next day,
Luo Tian was awakened early by a phone call from Zhao Xiao.
Hey, Luo, it's me.
Zhao Xiao said on the phone that the 2 trucks from their company had arrived, and the design experts and construction team were also there, but they were all blocked at the entrance to the community. The security guard had opened the gate, but then a neighborhood committee lady appeared out of nowhere and said that Luo Tian was not present and would not allow the construction team to enter.
Okay, I'll be right down, Luo Tian said indifferently. Oh, this Auntie Wang is at it again.
He couldn't help but sneer, washed up briefly, and immediately set off to the entrance of the community.
I said, Luo Tian is not coming, I can't confirm your identity. For the safety of the residents in the community, you can't go in,
Wang Dama said with her arms crossed, while the security guard next to her tried to persuade her with a wry smile. Outside the community, Zhao Xiao also looked embarrassed.
Auntie Wang, I didn't know that the neighborhood committee had such power that even the construction team had to get your approval to enter. Luo Tian walked over and said with a cold smile.
He knew in his heart that the other party was deliberately blocking the construction team from entering, just to annoy him.
Oh, I'm just thinking about the other residents. You're the one who hired these people, so let them in.
Seeing Luo Tian himself come, Auntie Wang didn't argue anymore, but instead flashed away with a smug look on her face.
You little brat, you've offended me. If I get the chance again, I'll continue to make you sick. Mr. Zhao, it's all settled. Luo Tian didn't bother to respond to the other person's petty face.
When the extreme cold apocalypse arrives, he will have plenty of ways to make the other person look bad.
Zhao Xiao nodded and directed the convoy into the residential area.
At this moment, the restaurant's delivery team also arrived.
The huge convoy of cars immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. Oh my, is Luo Tian getting married? He ordered so many tables. There must be hundreds of tables, it's so spectacular. So rich. People were commenting on it. There's nothing I can do. Anyone who can spend millions on so many banquets is really very powerful. Puff. But Auntie Wang couldn't help but laugh. What a waste. What's the point of ordering so many banquets? In the end, they'll all be wasted. Chapter 12, Improper Shooting Instruction.
That's right, young people nowadays have no respect for food. Wang's words were echoed by the others.
It was obvious that everyone thought that Luo Tian would end up wasting all the food.
What they didn't know was that after the end of the world, this food would become the delicacy they had always dreamed of. Luo Tian didn't care about these stupid people, so he didn't explain anything further. He shut up decisively. While the group was discussing, the restaurant staff had already taken the banquets to the underground warehouse. Although there were a lot of goods, there were thousands of tables, but Luo Tian's warehouse was not small. It was more than enough to hold them. Luo Tian ordered the best ingredients, including abalone, lobster, caviar, and black truffles. The restaurant manager in charge of delivery also said that if there is a need for ordering food next time, he can contact him directly, and generously gave Luo Tian a VIP card, saying that he is welcome to come at any time. After all, the amount of this order is huge. Even those big companies that organize annual meetings have never ordered so many banquets. After the restaurant staff left, Luo Tian secretly came to the underground warehouse and put all the neatly stacked food into his own space. Because the company was renovating the house, he didn't have a place to live for a while. Luo Tian greeted Zhao Xiao, told him to keep an eye on the construction to ensure quality, and then found a 5-star hotel and booked the presidential suite for 20 days. This operation directly made the female manager in black silk very happy. The other party came up to him ambiguously and told him that if he needed anything at night, he could call him at any time. Luo Tian was a bit disgusted with the other party, and in every way, he was no match for the neighbor's wife. The card with the phone number was also ruthlessly thrown into the trash can. Next, he found a more professional shooting club and paid several thousand yuan to hire the best female instructor to teach him how to use a compound bow. In fact, Luo Tian wanted to practice marksmanship, but since there were no specialized shooting ranges in Qinshui City, he had to settle for the next best thing. Originally, Luo Tian thought that the more expensive the price, the better the teaching would be. But he was wrong. The beautiful coach not only often used the guise of coaching to do some small tricks on him. Often, she would say it was too hot halfway through a lesson and then the equipment would break. 2 days passed quickly. Luo Tian didn't even master how to properly draw a compound bow. This is not good enough. He came here to learn archery, not to learn that. Luo Tian said nothing, and in the other person's resentful gaze, decisively dismissed her and replaced her with an experienced young man. This time the tutorial was very reliable. In just 1 day, Luo Tian was able to draw the compound bow freely and successfully shoot arrows. Although the hit rate was low, he could practice. So in the following days, Luo Tian stayed in the presidential suite of the hotel at night and spent his days at the shooting club, constantly honing his archery skills. With his unremitting efforts, Luo Tian finally got a little bit better at compound bows. At least within a range of more than 20 meters, the hit rate reached more than 80%. Within 10 meters, he could hit the target almost every time. So Luo Tian took a day off to relax. Just as he was enjoying the Avengers 12, he suddenly remembered that in the end times, he had no shortage of food supplies, but it seemed that he lacked a little entertainment. Without the support of the internet, it is impossible to download popular movies, TV series, anime, and AAA games. So he had to prepare in advance. With more than 800,000 yuan left on his bank card, Luo Tian bought a batch of Sony consoles and a Nintendo Switch. There were also many high-end computer mainframes, 34-inch monitors with fish screens. The CPUs all start with i20, and the graphics cards are MTX 9080. He also bought a lot of high-performance gaming laptops, and only then began downloading resources. Let's download the game first. Luo Tian opened Steam and started buying and downloading without saying a word. Including Give Him Love 13, The Grandson of the Forest, Dying Light 8, The Resurrection of the Harlan Champion, Call of Duty 40, Battle of Cybertron. It's over. I'm Surrounded by Beautiful Women 6, Original God 2 standalone version. As for anime, there are Rick and Morty Season 10, The Undead King Season 8, Goblin Slayer Season 5, Doluwadela 1 to 1000 episodes, and Wu Luchi Season 7. In addition, the hundreds of terabytes of hard drives purchased cannot be left empty. They are filled with movies and TV series starring various teachers. What about Asia, the Sakura country, the West, the battle between humans and animals? Time passed quietly, and soon it was time to accept the safe house. Chapter 13, Acceptance of the Safe House. Time passed quickly, and 2 weeks had passed. Luo Tian received a call from Zhao Xiao at the hotel, saying that the safe house was finished and was waiting for him to come back and inspect it. So Luo Tian got into his Porsche and quickly returned to the community. Under Zhao Xiao's guidance, the two began to tour the newly renovated room. Aegis Security is truly the top company in the country. As soon as he entered the room, Luo Tian's eyes lit up. The quality of the safe house is beyond doubt. Not only had the entire room been renovated, with 300mm military-grade alloy plates reinforced into the walls, but the room also looked more beautiful than before. The original LCD TV has been replaced with a huge 100-inch screen with the world's most advanced AL-based smart computer. In the living room, there is also a large, exquisite fireplace. Seeing Luo Tian's satisfied expression, Zhao Xiao also let out a sigh of relief and patiently introduced the various renovations to him. First, let's talk about the ventilation system. This is a world-class system that can refresh the air and filter out all harmful gases. According to your requirements, the room's heating system has also been upgraded. Combined with the fireplace, it can ensure that the temperature in the room does not dissipate, and it is warm and comfortable 24 hours a day. After saying all this, Zhao Xiao finally began to introduce the most important part of the renovation. Then there is this top-of-the-line Super L Smart Brain. This is the Plus version, and in addition to the functions I demonstrated to you the other day, there are many other practical functions that you can experience for yourself. I'll tell you about one of the more practical functions now, but since you have the highest authority to set it up, you'll need to activate it yourself. Zhao Xiao smiled at him.
You can say anything you want. Luo Tian was also excited and said with anticipation, Al Smart Brain, start? The huge LCD screen lit up instantly, and a loading bar began to scroll. 5%, 15%, 55%, 94%, 99%, 100%. Welcome, Master. Albrain says hello to you. A mechanical female voice sounded very intelligent. After being trained on a database of over 10 billion entries, it can understand almost every word you say. But first, let's take a look at the secret service you requested. Under Zhao Zhao's instructions, Luo Tian asked the brain to turn on the monitoring system. Instantly, more than 100 neatly arranged surveillance windows appeared on the huge 100-inch screen. Nearly 100 tiny surveillance cameras have been installed in every corner of the building, allowing you to keep tabs on everything that goes on outside. Zhao Xiao whispered. And the batteries for these cameras use the company's most advanced technology, which can penetrate dozens of layers of thick concrete walls within 200 meters and wirelessly charge through the power supply in the room. There is no need to worry about the battery life. This is also why Luo Tian's price is so high. It's only with a large order of nearly 300 million yuan that you can get this kind of high-end secret service. The world of the rich is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After reading all this, Luo Tian nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. It was worth every penny. It was worth it. It completely exceeded his psychological expectations. Luo Tian came to the balcony and found that the huge French windows had been completely renovated. Zhao Xiao explained, the windows are made of bulletproof and shatterproof material, and are stronger than the 300mm titanium alloy plates in the walls. It also has good lighting and allows you to freely observe the outside environment. Following Zhao Zhao's footsteps, Luo Tian came to a small server-like room. This is where the Albrain server is stored. Its computing speed is comparable to the world's top computers. It can also be used as a storage device, with a storage capacity of over 100,000 terabytes. Hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but be amazed. If he had known, he wouldn't have bought those hard drives. Just open your mouth, and the Al Smart Brain will download all the screen masterpieces starring the teachers into the server. After listening to Zhao Zhao's introduction, Luo Tian couldn't help but be very satisfied with this safe house. It is equipped with the top Albrain, which can monitor the safety of the room owner throughout the day and can also answer any questions accurately through a huge database. The entire house is made of military-grade alloy, so even a heavily armed private team would not be able to break in from the outside. Even if the entire building is blown up, the room will not be damaged, not to mention the fact that there is a special buffer room. Your company is really strong, and I am very satisfied with this service. Luo Tian smiled and said to him. Zhao Xiao was also beaming with joy when he heard this. Then he took out a document from his pocket and said, if there are no problems, you can sign it here. The final payment should be settled within 3 months. Luo Tian signed the contract with a smile and assured him with a pat on his chest, I promise. But in his heart, he secretly smiled, thinking that there was no chance of paying the balance. Thinking that he had spent only 20 million yuan to build a doomsday safe house worth nearly 300 million yuan, Luo Tian felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Lying on the sofa in the living room, Luo Tian admired his own perfect safe house. On the huge LCD screen, the Albrain was also quietly on standby. The Smart Brain downloads and saves the global map offline and monitors all news about temperature changes on the internet in real time. Luo Tian also gave Al the order. Al immediately began to carry out the task, turning on the monitoring of all network messages while simultaneously downloading the map offline to the server. Although the snow will remain at a depth of 5 meters and the roads will be covered in thick ice, if you need to go out, you can still use landmarks to orient yourself. Downloading the map is also a precaution. Tomorrow will be the day of the end of the world. If I remember correctly, the sunspot will erupt this afternoon. The resulting electronic pulse will paralyze global communications, including satellites, for a night. This is also the perfect opportunity to take action. Luo Tian could not help but think of the Walmart warehouse in Qinshui City, which covers an area of millions of square meters, and the harbor by the sea, which exports hundreds of billions of yuan worth of goods every day. When the sunspot erupts, it will also cause a solar eclipse, making the day as dark as night. This also provides a perfect cover for his actions. At 17:05, Luo Tian left the house. Chapter 14, Emptying the Warehouse of 10 Billion Goods.
As soon as Luo Tian walked out of the apartment building, many residents in the community saw him and started talking about him.
Isn't that Luo Tian? It seems like I haven't seen him in a long time. This kid has been acting very mysteriously lately. He ordered a bunch of wedding banquets and even renovated his room. Ah, is he having a brain problem? Is he preparing for the end of the world? The owners saw him walking away and couldn't help but discuss it more freely. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not like the setting sun, but rather a sudden change from day to night. What's going on? It's dark? The residents looked up curiously and were shocked. Holy shit! The sun has been eaten. But they soon realized that it was an eclipse.
Strange, the news didn't say there was a total solar eclipse today.
The residents said in surprise, and many of them took out their phones to shoot videos.
But they soon discovered to their horror that their phones had no signal at all, and the top left corner of the screen showed no signal.
And the video they shot was all snowy. It was as if they were experiencing severe magnetic interference.
The children were still playing and chasing each other.
What they don't know is that this is the eve of the most terrifying disaster in history.
Luo Tian had just left the community, and at the corner he bumped into a woman.
Oops. Li Ro rubbed her head and let out a cry of pain. She felt as if her nose was about to be flattened.
When she looked up, she saw that the person who had bumped into her was her neighbor, Luo Tian.
The neighbor's wife, who was originally angry and wanted to get angry, suddenly extinguished the fire. Her pretty face quickly flushed with 2 streaks of red. How did she keep having these accidents with Luo Tian? First it was the living room, then the elevator.
Now it was dark when she was walking, and she couldn't see the road clearly, so she bumped into Luo Tian. But it was a good thing it wasn't someone else, or she would have lost a lot.
Li Ro didn't know why, but suddenly a thought came to her.
She looked up and saw Luo Tian standing in front of her, as if he hadn't noticed her at all.
His eyes were fixed on the sky, without saying a word. But in the darkness, Li Ro seemed to be able to clearly see Luo Tian's feverish gaze.
The harbinger of the apocalypse of extreme cold has arrived.
All of this is real. Luo Tian clenched his fists.
Although he had lived for a lifetime, he was still a little nervous. He took a deep breath to calm himself down.
What's the rush?
In his previous life, when the sunspots erupted, he, like the ignorant common people, thought it was just a natural phenomenon.
He had not made any preparations.
This time, he had infinite space at his disposal. As long as he emptied the Walmart warehouse and the dock, he wouldn't have to worry about supplies in the end times.
Luo Tian calmed down and got into the Porsche parked in the parking space.
He started the engine and drove towards the location of the Walmart warehouse.
He just left like that?
Li Ro, who had been ignored the whole time, looked at Luo Tian driving away in disbelief.
She looked down and took a closer look with her hands. It's the real thing. Why didn't he react at all? 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside the warehouse. Lu Tian lowered his hat and walked through the gate. Who are you?
A burly, handsome Chinese man in a security guard uniform chased after him angrily from the guardroom. Walmart is a well-known company in China, and this main warehouse in Qinshui City is an important one for Walmart, so they don't trust outsiders to guard it.
Why chase him out? Luo Tian sighed softly. Can't you pretend you didn't see it? You'll only get hurt by meddling in everything. Bang!
The blond man had a deep hole in his forehead.
Then he fell to the ground in a state of panic, unable to move.
The blond man never understood why there were guns in the hands of ordinary people in this beautiful country. At such a close distance, there is no need to worry about missing. The extreme cold apocalypse will come tomorrow, and now Luo Tian is not pretending to be a good person.
Everything is about efficiency. Whoever gets in his way will die.
There can be no mistakes in this operation to collect supplies.
Because of the silencer, the other security guards were not alarmed by the gunshots.
Walking into the warehouse, it was as bright as day under the lights.
First, he went to the food section. The amount of stock here is incredible.
Rows of 6 to 7 meter high shelves, full of all kinds of food, are like several small mountains, filling up the warehouse.
At least tens of thousands of tons. Canned food, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, ham, cakes and snacks. There is almost everything you can find in a supermarket.
Luo Tian has no ink, and now he must race against time.
With so much food, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it all by the end of the world. If we collect them box by box, it will be too slow. Even if Luo Tian were to die here, the warehouse would still be full of supplies. Fortunately, he can collect them directly shelf by shelf. With a single touch, the entire row of shelves instantly disappeared, taking the food with it into space. The shelves with the supplies were treated as a single entity. After just one pass, all the food in the food area was collected. The area of hundreds of thousands of square meters was completely empty. Then Luo Tian went to the beverage section.
Here, there are tens of thousands of tons of mineral water, soft drinks, and alcoholic beverages, including many imported high-end red wines. He didn't pick and choose at all, but loaded the entire shelf into his space. Soon, the beverage area was completely emptied. Next, it was the household goods area. There were many things for daily use, such as towels, toothbrushes, and toilet paper. Luo Tian also found a lot of fuel for life, such as tons of gasoline in barrels, as well as anthracite and solid alcohol.
The amount stored here is huge, and Luo Tian alone could use it for hundreds of years. He didn't have anything left.
After the end of the extreme cold, this place will definitely be covered in snow, and no one will come to the countryside to look for supplies. Luo Tian didn't just put things in a pile, he categorized them in the space. One area for food, one area for supplies, and another area for drinks. This way, when he takes something, he can easily find the corresponding thing. After walking around for a while, he found a lot of other supplies. For example, cooking seasonings, fitness equipment, and some men's and women's clothing. There was everything from Balenciaga to black silk lace. What surprised Luo Tian the most was that he found some of the latest professional-grade polar cold weather clothing developed by the beautiful country in 2055. It can easily withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. This is probably the latest cold weather equipment ordered by the Chinese Arctic Expedition Team, but it happened to be a bargain for him at this time.
It's fantastic. Luo Tian couldn't put it down, his face full of excitement. After the end of the cold apocalypse, these are the best cold weather equipment available. Without a second thought, he immediately stored the polar clothing, tents, and sleeping bags in the space. He also found a batch of snowmobiles. In the case of heavy snowfall, when roads become covered in snow and ice, the only way to move quickly outside is by snowmobile. Luo Tian took them all away with a smile.
After a full hour of searching, he had emptied the entire interior of the Walmart warehouse, which covered an area of millions of square meters. Looking at the empty warehouse, Luo Tian felt an indescribable sense of pride and satisfaction. Even if he faces a severe and extremely cold post-apocalyptic environment, he is confident that he will be able to live comfortably. Chapter 15: The Extreme Cold Apocalypse has arrived. After collecting the supplies, Luo Tian was ready to leave. But when he passed by the warehouse's duty room, he heard a loud noise coming from inside. The voices were those of beautiful Chinese people, but Luo Tian's English was good, and he could easily understand what they were talking about.
Last night I picked up a student girl at a bar.
She was just 18 and was so wild, she cried when I fucked her.
Why didn't you call your buddies?
Ha ha ha, I forced myself on her. Her boyfriend was as skinny as a stick, so I beat him up and fucked the student girl in front of him.
Fuck. I'll do the same next time.
After all, the men here are all wimps, and the women are all sluts. Then came the sound of a group of people clinking bottles and laughing.
Luo Tian's footsteps, which were about to leave, stopped. Shit.
These animals seem to be quite comfortable.
Boom.
He kicked the door to pieces. Before the few beautiful Chinese in the room could react, he raised his pistol and fired repeatedly.
Bang. 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 In an instant.
Rivers of blood. The pretty Chinese people lay on the ground, eyes wide open. Their heads and chests were riddled with bullets.
Ha, you're lucky. Luo Tian sneered and put away his pistol.
In less than 10 hours, the extreme cold of the end of the world will arrive before dawn.
It would be a kind of happy release to die before then. After leaving the Walmart warehouse, Luo Tian immediately drove towards the dock.
The temperature had dropped. Luo Tian frowned slightly, and his sense of crisis deepened. Compared to when he first arrived, he could now feel a hint of coldness in the wind blowing through the car window.
The sky was gray and overcast. When it gets to tomorrow morning, people will be horrified to find that they can no longer see the warm sun of the past. When Luo Tian arrived at the dock, he got out of the car and looked around. All he could see were huge containers of all colors, neatly arranged. These containers not only contain millions of tons of grain, countless varieties of packaged food, but also a lot of snacks and beverages for export. There are even some luxury cars imported from overseas. There were hundreds of BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, and Rolls-Royces. Luo Tian was not picky at all. As long as he could see the container, he would put it into the space. Because the materials piled up at the dock were too amazing, it took him 4 or 5 hours to empty all the containers. Even the several cargo ships next to it, with a carrying capacity of 100,000 tons, were all moved away. It has to be said that the goods stored at the dock alone would be enough for Luo Tian to live for 100 lifetimes. With these supplies, even if the extreme cold apocalypse lasts for decades, he has nothing to worry about. With that sturdy safe house, he will definitely be comfortable until the end. The temperature is dropping a little too fast. Luo Tian took a breath and noticed that in the middle of summer, he was breathing out white vapor. I'm afraid it will start snowing in a little while. It was already past 12 o'clock. Apart from a few night owls, most people had already gone to bed, so not many people knew about the sudden drop in temperature. But Luo Tian knew that he couldn't stay outside any longer. Although he could continue to collect more supplies outside, he had experienced the horrors of the extreme cold apocalypse, and his life was the most important thing. Lu Tian suppressed a chill in his heart and stepped on the accelerator. The car shot out like an arrow. The cold night wind blew, and his arms were covered in goosebumps. The car sped toward the direction of the residential area. It took him less than 15 minutes to complete the half-hour journey. Bang! He closed the security door, which was comparable to a bank vault, and carefully locked it with 3 locks. Finally, he inserted the heavy alloy bolt. Phew! Luo Tian finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. Luckily, he returned home before the snow started to fall. Welcome, Master. According to monitoring, the global temperature has dropped rapidly over the past 5 hours, and the current outdoor temperature is 2 degrees Celsius. The indoor temperature is 26.5 degrees Celsius. The owl brain displayed a temperature curve on the screen. The steep drop is clearly visible. The temperature of 2 degrees Celsius is almost the temperature of winter in the south, but it is the temperature in June in the summer. We need to start preparing. Luo Tian stood up from the sofa and first checked all the doors and windows to make sure they were all closed. Then he went into the bathroom, took a nice hot bath and changed into a comfortable silk nightgown. The fireplace was already lit, emitting a warm glow. Looking at all this in the room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. The reason for using the fireplace is that after the end of the extreme cold, heating machines such as air conditioners and heaters are basically useless. At 3 a.m., Luo Tian was wide awake. Although he was playing almost all the console games on the huge 100-inch LCD screen on the back wall, he still seemed distracted. Only he knew. Soon, a terrible cold wave will sweep across the world. Master, a severe weather fluctuation has been detected. The butler suddenly issued an early warning. It's coming. Luo Tian's spirit was shaken, and he immediately dropped the handle in his hand and came to the huge French windows, staring solemnly out the window. The silent night sky was filled with a chill, and snowflakes were falling quietly. Suddenly, the sky became chaotic, and the snowflakes became dense and violent. The howling wind mixed with the sound of snow and ice almost drowned out all other sounds. The snow fell from the sky in a flurry, enveloping the entire world in a white blanket. The wind and snow combined to engulf everything in sight. The whole city is covered in snow. The sky was full of dense snowflakes. Looking at this abnormal weather, Luo Tian's clenched fist could not help but slightly tighten. This is the power of nature. In the face of this terrifying natural disaster, humans are as small as an ant. Luo Tian walked back into the living room and sat down in front of the fireplace with a chair. Crackling, crackling. Looking at the flames burning in front of him, his slightly nervous mood relaxed. Al, what is the current temperature outside and inside the house? Luo Tian asked. But he found that it was a bit awkward to keep calling it Al, so he added, from now on, you can be called the butler, otherwise it's too troublesome to call it. Yes, master. The butler replied. The current outdoor temperature is minus 35 degrees Celsius. The indoor temperature is 29.5 degrees Celsius. The temperature difference between inside and outside is astonishing. In just half an hour, the temperature outside has plummeted to minus 30 degrees Celsius. And it's still falling. Luotian's heart was calmer, and he went to the French windows to check it out. He found that the outside was basically covered in snow. The balcony was covered in a thick layer of snow. He checked his phone and found that the signal had recovered somewhat. 3G network. When I went online, I found that the news of the sudden drop in temperature and heavy snowfall had already taken the top spot on the list of hot topics, and was being enthusiastically discussed by countless netizens. Netizens are all complaining, this winter is coming too fast, and if I remember correctly, it's supposed to be June. It's too damn cold outside. It's minus 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Judging from the situation, it is estimated that the snow will be very thick tomorrow and the roads will be impassable. Many southern netizens are even complaining that winter is coming so quickly that they don't even have winter clothes, and all they have at home are short-sleeved shirts and autumn jackets. Great, I don't have to go to work. Mom, the boys are going to stay up all night. It's snowing so hard outside, they won't be able to go to school tomorrow. There are also many people who are celebrating. It's snowing so hard, I can rest tomorrow. That's great. Many people even went on social media platforms and had a great time, and some even went out at night to roll in the snow. Luotian shook his head. He turned off his phone and didn't watch the last carnival. Chapter 16. The outside temperature is extremely cold, and the indoor fireplace is burning vigorously. The wind howled. Outside, the snow was still falling. Luotian, however, was comfortably lying on the sofa, with a half-eaten high-end steak and a bottle of 20-year-old Lafite on the coffee table. This is his midnight snack to satisfy his hunger. The current outdoor temperature is still falling, and it has already dropped below minus 50 degrees Celsius. Tip: it is not recommended to go outside. Please stay at home and wait for the cold wave to pass, and stock up on enough supplies. The current indoor temperature is 27.5 degrees Celsius. The smart brain butler promptly issued a reminder. Is it already minus 50 degrees? Luotian put his legs on the coffee table and yawned lazily. At this rate, it's estimated that the temperature will drop to minus 70 degrees Celsius by tomorrow morning. No problem at all. But he doesn't need to worry at all, because the temperature in the safe house is a full 27.5 degrees Celsius. The optimum temperature for the human body is around 26 degrees Celsius. In other words, not only is he not cold, he might even sweat after. Walking a few steps. The wood from the dock and the countless piles of fuel stored in the room could keep the fireplace burning for hundreds of years. Ding! The mobile phone on the side is also being flooded with messages. Luotian picked it up and saw that it was from various groups that he had joined, and they were all having heated discussions. What class groups, colleague groups, community owners groups? When I opened it, I saw that they were basically complaining about the cold. Oh no, it's so cold tonight, I was half asleep when I was suddenly woken up by the cold. I was wearing 5 layers of clothing and 2 quilts, but I was still shivering. The air conditioner doesn't work at all, and the temperature is so low that I'm freezing. Shit, I didn't buy any winter clothes. But there are also many people who have winter supplies at home, showing off their down jackets and several large cotton quilts. After a brief look, Luotian turned off his phone. He was a little sleepy. He rubbed his tired eyes and slowly walked towards the master bedroom. It was already 3:30 in the morning. For him, who usually stays up until 1 a.m. at the latest, it was really too much. Butler, turn on sleep mode. Luotian muttered a few words and then fell onto his soft Simmons mattress. This mattress was found in a Walmart warehouse and is used by many actresses. Its comfort and softness are also top-notch, and lying on it is like lying on a pile of cotton, allowing Luotian to quickly fall asleep. After he fell asleep, the lights in the room were automatically turned off by the housekeeper, leaving only a few night lights in the corner, emitting a faint light that did not affect sleep. Even the curtains were silently drawn up automatically. The light from the outside world is blocked, making the room darker and the quality of sleep better. It can be said that this is a very intelligent room. At night, Luotian sleeps soundly. The next day, Luotian waited until nearly noon before he woke up. What a good sleep! He couldn't help but stretch and sigh.
Like most people, Luo Tian's first action was not to get up, but to pick up his phone and check it. He found that there were several missed calls. They were all from Su Ling, the green tea. His phone was not muted before going to bed, so normally he would have been woken up early. However, because it was connected to the housekeeper, when the call was received, the housekeeper analyzed Luo Tian's sleep from the surveillance and automatically hung up and muted the phone. Luo Tian got up and went to the living room, standing in front of the huge French windows. At this time, it was still snowing outside. He couldn't even see the street or the grass on the side of the road, and even the main entrances of many buildings were half submerged in the snow. The sky was gray and the sun was not visible. Looking out, you can only vaguely see the outlines of some cities and buildings. It was exceptionally quiet outside, and you couldn't hear the usual noise. Good afternoon, Master. Your sleep duration last night was 8 hours and 45 minutes. Average heart rate, 63 beats per minute. Sleep quality, excellent. I haven't slept this well in a long time. This mattress is really good. Luo Tian sighed and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, he took out a steak with truffle sauce from the space, paired it with a fresh seasonal vegetable and a glass of high-quality French champagne, and then took out a knife and fork to eat it. In the meantime, to pass the time and keep up with the outside world, he turned on the TV again. The cooling down had just begun, and although the temperature was very low, it was not yet low enough to paralyze the power facilities, so some appliances could still be used normally. Even if the power goes out later, Luo Tian has already prepared various backup power supplies and generators, and there is no telling how much space there is for gasoline. A popular actress was performing on the entertainment channel. Luo Tian knew this female celebrity. Bai Ye, the top idol star in China, has tens of millions of fans. Whether it's a 60 or 70-year-old man, a middle-aged uncle in his 30s or 40s, or a 20-year-old college student, they are all obsessed with her. The most important thing is that Luo Tian also knew that the other person was in the same community as him, and in the same building. Needless to say, with that face and body, it's no wonder she's so popular. He admired the other person's short skirt, revealing a pair of long, white, dazzling legs, with long, golden hair flowing and swinging, full of vitality. Her slender waist was just the right size to hold in one hand. Although it was a recorded broadcast, you could see that the audience was so envious that they wanted to poke their eyes out. The most attractive thing was her voice, which was as pure as a nightingale's. In addition to her slender figure, Bai Ye's reason for being so popular is her top-notch voice. No matter who hears it, they can't help but be deeply attracted. It is rumored that her agency even bought a multi-million-dollar insurance policy for her voice. After a moment of appreciation, Luo Tian changed the channel. This time, he was watching the news channel. The two hosts were no longer reading their scripts as elegantly as they used to, but were instead wearing thick down jackets and wrapping themselves up tightly. The female host, facing the camera, said in a calm tone, "As you can see, a strong cold wave swept through last night. It is reported that the cold air has affected a huge area, and the temperature has dropped to dozens of degrees below zero. It is possible that all countries have been affected. Experts say that the temperature drop will not last long, so residents should not panic and should stay at home to keep warm. Experts are investigating the specific reasons, and if it is not necessary, try not to go out. The authorities will properly solve the problem. Please do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors, and do not loot supplies. Trust us, the cold wave will soon pass." Chapter 17, No Comparison, No Harm. Looking at the news, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh at the host's very official statement. Whoever believes it is stupid. Now is the last chance to grab as much as you can from the supermarket. The cold wave will pass in a few days? Is that possible? It's unlikely that it will pass in a few decades. If you listen to the experts and stay at home to stock up on supplies, you'll end up dying. The faster you believe it, the faster you will die. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Tian shook his head and said. His shelter was built at a cost of 300 million yuan. With its super strong temperature control system and the constant burning of the fireplace, no matter how cold it is outside, the house can be kept warm all year round. So there's no need to worry about it. Ding! At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Luo Tian picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Ling, the green tea girl. Luo Tian, what are you doing? Ignoring me, you just hung up on me.
It's too snowy outside to go out, and I don't have much food at home. Can you lend me some? We're in the same unit, and we're the closest.
Of course, Su Ling's house is rented, and she can't afford to buy a house worth millions.
After reading the message, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile with disdain. Damn green tea.
It's snowing outside, but if you wear enough layers, you can still make it to the supermarket outside the community to buy something. If you don't want to do anything, you can't expect to get anything for free from him. In a previous life, it was because of her soft heart that she let this green tea into the house, which led to her being hacked to death by a group of people. Su Ling also yelled at her to cut her own flesh to make soup.
What a disgusting woman who drinks tea.
For this kind of green tea, Luo Tian just wanted to tease her a little before she died miserably. Let the other party know how far apart they are from themselves.
It should be very interesting. He did as he said.
Luo Tian turned on the camera and took a picture of the top-grade steak he had eaten and the champagne, then edited a post for his circle of friends that only Su Ling could see. He wrote, "Oh, it's so cold, I can only eat a little steak to fill my stomach."
You can even see his silk pajamas through the reflection in the glass. On the other side,
Su Ling was shivering in the thick clothes she was wearing, curled up in the quilt. The air conditioner had long since stopped working due to the cold, and the temperature in the room had even dropped to 0 degrees.
Any exposed skin was as cold as ice. What is this?
Su Ling was holding her cell phone waiting for a reply when she suddenly noticed a message update in her circle of friends. She clicked on it and saw the picture that Luo Tian had taken.
Oh my god.
Su Ling suddenly widened her eyes.
I'm freezing to death in my house, but you're comfortably eating steak and drinking champagne at home? And in your pajamas? How warm it must be at home.
And it looks like it's a limited edition Louis Roederer champagne, which costs over 10,000 yuan a bottle.
Damn, Luo Tian really knows how to enjoy himself. She recognized the price of the champagne at a glance. No, I have to ask Luo Tian to send some over. I want to eat steak and drink champagne too. Su Ling typed furiously with clenched teeth. Everyone lives in the same apartment building, but while she is freezing to death, Luo Tian is enjoying a warm home and luxurious food. This makes Su Ling extremely jealous. Oh, how nice. Luo Tian, I'm so hungry, I want to try the steak too. Seeing this message, Luo Tian couldn't help but put down his phone and sneered.
He easily guessed the other person's intentions, which were nothing more than a cry for help to get him to deliver the goods. If it were in his previous life, he might have really gone over to lick her boots. Unfortunately, times have changed.
Want to eat? If you want to eat, that's right. Just think about it. You can actually learn from the wisdom of the ancients.
In ancient times, people used to look at plums to quench their thirst. You can look at steaks to satisfy your hunger.
Luo Tian sent a line of text slowly. After seeing the message, Su Ling couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. What did he mean?
If he didn't want to give it to me, he should have just said so.
Why did he make me learn about the wisdom of ancient people? She is a delicate girl, and she is still hungry. Is this how you treat her? Su Ling was so angry that she started sending voice messages. Luo Tian, are you still a man? I'm hungry and don't have anything to eat right now. How can you show this kind of attitude? If you bring me food, I might be moved to agree to be your girlfriend. You like me a lot, don't you? Then,
Su Ling forced a smile and, despite the biting cold, pulled her collar down a bit to take a selfie. Looking at the photo, she couldn't help but click send, satisfied with her still attractive face. Although she was the one who suffered, she was very pleased to think that the other person would immediately change his attitude after seeing the photo and enthusiastically bring the food over. If I can get food by selling my charms, then it's not a bad deal. After all, he is still a handsome guy. Ding. The phone beeps again, indicating a new message. Luo Tian clicked to open it, and was surprised to see that Su Ling had sent a selfie.
Puff.
Looking at the other person's pale face, and the ugly smile that he was forcing out, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. As for the rest of the place,
Luo Tian didn't even want to take a second look.
It was too spicy for his eyes. He couldn't help but pout in disgust.
Come to think of it, I seem to have a photo of Li Ro in my phone.
Luo Tian suddenly remembered something and opened the photo album to look for it.
Sure enough, he found it.
It was a picture he took on the first day of his rebirth. The cute little face was many times more beautiful than Su Ling's.
Don't say it. The difference between the two is not just a little bit. There's no comparison. Forget it. Luo Tian still turned off the photo.
The room was warm with a fireplace burning, and he had a steak and champagne to eat until he was full. When he had some free time, he saw the figure of the wife next door.
Not good.
Then Luo Tian opened the selfie of the green tea and took a look.
It's ugly. It's really ugly. Without comparison, there is no harm.
If I remember correctly, in a few days, Li Ro's family's food will probably not be able to hold out.
Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. Chapter 18. Li Ro, who lives next door.
Su Ling looked at the phone that had not responded for a long time and was very pleased.
Oof. Luo Tian must be staring in amazement, probably doing something naughty to her photo.
After all, she was very confident in her own charm.
She thought proudly.
In order to maintain her image as a proud goddess, she did not take the initiative to contact the other party, waiting for Luo Tian to take the initiative to come to her.
Little did she know. Luo Tian's attention had already been drawn away by the neighbor's wife.
The sudden news in the group chat caught his attention.
He opened it and read it.
It turned out to be the neighborhood committee's Wang auntie lecturing everyone. Everyone should stay at home and not go out to cause trouble for us and the authorities. Especially those who want to hoard supplies should be careful. The snowstorm will soon pass, it's just a little cooling down, just bear with it for a few more days and it will be over. Now, if anyone disobeys orders and causes prices to rise by looting supplies, I will report their names to the authorities one by one after the snowstorm is over, and they will have to bear the consequences. Her words were very serious, and she cleverly bound her neighborhood committee to the government. Many of the timid were fooled by her. But some people still protested. Auntie Wang, it's snowing so heavily outside, it's not going to stop anytime soon.
None of us want to go out at this time, but how can we go without food at home? Right, are you going to let us starve to death? If we don't buy it, someone else will.
When she saw that someone was not following her instructions, she immediately raised her voice. Our neighborhood committee will find a way to help everyone get through this difficult time.
Don't worry.
If you go out at this time, you are causing us unnecessary trouble and making prices rise. Everyone will have to pay more for their purchases in the future. If anyone sneaks out to buy food and I find out, I'll report them to the authorities. Looking at Wang's long speech, it seemed like she was really an important person, directing other residents to do things.
In fact, she is just a neighborhood committee aunt with a little bit of power. Luo Tian looked at the message on his phone and couldn't help but smile with disdain.
Although it is snowing heavily, it is the first day of the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. The snow outside is not too thick yet, and it is the last golden hour to go out. And there should still be some supplies left in the supermarkets.
If you risk the snow, you can grab the last bit of supplies. If you wait any longer, you won't be able to buy anything.
Wang's behavior of making decisions without consulting others and the threat of being labeled as a traitor made many people who were hoping for a lucky break stay at home and not go out to buy anything.
What happened to them in the end is needless to say.
Suddenly, Auntie Wang in the group tagged Luo Tian, directing the spear at him.
Luo Tian, I remember that you stocked up on food a while ago. Now that there is a snowstorm, you can't break the rules, understand? Stay at home and don't go out, or I'll find you and Auntie Wang won't be lenient with you. Seeing this message from the other party, Luo Tian looked at the face of the phone and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This old fool. You didn't even speak in the group chat. Are you out of your mind? Why are you picking on me?
It must be that last time in the underground warehouse, Auntie Wang tried to steal her bag of snacks, but he exposed her in front of everyone, so she has been holding a grudge against him.
But Wang Dama didn't have much time to gloat, because Luo Tian's counterattack came soon after.
At Wang Dama, it's snowing so heavily outside, and no one knows how long it will last.
What if it lasts for several weeks, and other people's families run out of food? Can you be responsible for them? As soon as Luo Tian's words were posted, they immediately gained the approval of many owners. At Wang Dama, Luo Tian is right. I agree with him. What if we run out of food? Can we come to your house to ask for some? At Wang Dama, don't pretend to be dead, answer quickly. With someone taking the lead, the owners were no longer panicking. But Auntie Wang began to panic. Because there were so many people questioning her, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If things went on like this, the image of authority she had built up would be completely gone. It's all Luo Tian's fault. Wang Dama clenched her fists and began to hate Luo Tian for refuting her in the group. Why didn't you just send it to me in private? Now all the other owners have seen it, and I'm so embarrassed. This is publicly humiliating her. Wang Dama, the neighborhood committee. Don't worry, I can say on behalf of the neighborhood committee that there is absolutely no shortage of food and supplies. The snowstorm will soon pass. Trust the neighborhood committee and the government. At Luo Tian, don't spread rumors in this situation. Your behavior is illegal. I've already taken a screenshot. Wang Dama, who was shivering at home, typed furiously with her teeth clenched, holding her cell phone. After sending the message, she angrily cursed, "This Luo Tian is really a dog, daring to ignore the neighborhood committee. I'll get him in trouble for sure." I remember that Auntie Lin's nephew works in the system. Luo Tian, I'll let you know the consequences of messing with me. Luo Tian even laughed out loud. Wang even threatened him with a screenshot. What, do you want to report yourself for spreading rumors? Ridiculous. If you have the guts, report it to the higher authorities and see if anyone will arrest him. At this time, she still relies on her tiny power to show off in front of everyone. She is really sick in the head. Oh, Auntie Wang, please don't say that. I'm a coward and can't stand being scared. It's so snowy outside, even if you force me to go out, I won't go out. You don't have to worry about me, do whatever you want. Luo Tian has been hoarding supplies for generations. Only a fool would risk the snow and the sub-zero temperatures of 70 degrees below zero to go to the supermarket and fight with others for a few packets of instant noodles. Unfortunately, those owners who believed that the snowstorm would soon pass were in for a big misfortune. Luo Tian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. In the extremely cold end times that will continue for an unknown period of time in the future, countless people will freeze to death and starve to death every day. But none of this is his business. If those beastly neighbors froze to death in the last life, Luo Tian would definitely applaud and even celebrate with a big meal. Ding! The phone received another message. Luo Tian was a little impatient and didn't even want to read the message. He said with a sigh, "It's not that green tea girl Su Ling again, I don't want to deal with her." He glanced at the message casually. The sender of the message was not Su Ling, but it was marked, "There is room for tolerance." Li Ro? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Did I remember it wrong? The other family's food shouldn't be finished so quickly, right? Chapter 19, Private Chat with Li Ro. It was snowing outside, and the cold wind was howling. It's only June, how can the weather be so abnormal? Li Ro stood in front of the window, her pretty eyebrows furrowed together, wrapped in a thick down jacket. It can be seen that the temperature is very low at this time. Even at home, she had to be fully armed. In order to stay warm, she had to wear 2 more layers. The weather wasn't her biggest concern. There is not much food at home. Li Ro had just checked and there were only a few noodles left in the kitchen, as well as some vegetables and other things she had bought the day before. There were also 2 buckets of instant noodles and a few sausages that she had prepared in case she was late from work and didn't want to cook. But when she woke up this morning, she found that her husband had eaten them all. Yulin has been unemployed for several months and has not found a new job. He is depressed and plays video games at home every day. Probably hungry, he ate 2 buckets of instant noodles and all the ham in one night, and is still sleeping soundly in his room. Looking at the side of the bed where her husband was sleeping alone, Li Ro couldn't help but bite her teeth together. He ate all the snacks. Look at the situation now. The family is running out of food. The roads are blocked by snowstorms. Wang, the neighborhood committee member in the key group, is still yelling at the owners not to go out to stock up on supplies on their own. If they are found, they will be reported to the organization for the crime of disrupting social stability. Li Ro had originally thought that even if the snow was deep, she would grit her teeth and go out to buy something. But when she saw the threat from Auntie Wang, Li Ro, a virtuous housewife, was naturally scared by the high hat that the other party had put on her head. The crime of disrupting social stability. You'll be invited to the police station for tea.
Upon thinking about this, Li Ro stood in front of the window, looking out at the heavy snowfall and began to worry.
But if she doesn't stock up on supplies, what if the snow doesn't stop in a couple of days and there's nothing to eat at home?
Li Ro, who was in a dilemma, could not make a decision on her own. But Yulin was not at all reliable. He had clearly been told the day before that the family was out of rice and told to buy a large bag of it, but he had been playing video games at home until today without listening to her. If he had bought rice, he wouldn't be so passive.
Thinking about this, Li Ro couldn't help but be even more disappointed in Lin. How could I have fallen for him in the first place? Li Ro sighed. I guess it was because I was so naive back then, and he was just being nice to me, so I stupidly agreed. Thinking about all these years. Since Yulin had a physical problem after fooling around with other women, the two have been sleeping in separate rooms. She has been working hard for the family, working overtime every night, and even having no time to make friends. But he had always been a degenerate. The key is that he often loses his temper.
In the conflict with Luo Tian a few days ago, his behavior was even more unmanly.
The more I think about it, the more disappointed I am. What should I do?
Li Ro's pretty face could not help but show a hint of sadness.
Now she wanted to talk to someone, but she didn't even know who to talk to.
She took out her cell phone and scrolled through her contacts, and a name caught her eye.
Luo Tian? It seems like he's the only one I can turn to for advice.
Li Ro said hesitantly.
Her face was a little red.
After all, Yulin had had a conflict with Luo Tian last time. But in this situation, the only person she knows well and can trust is the other party.
She had also seen Luo Tian's speech in the group chat. It was really amazing.
She had even made the bossy old lady who always acted like a tyrant in front of the owners and made them walk around her angry.
She couldn't help but laugh.
She gritted her teeth. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ro clicked on the other person's profile picture.
Great tolerance, are you there? Luo Tian looked at the line of text and couldn't help but feel a little amused.
Under normal circumstances, it is only when a guy wants to chat with his goddess and doesn't know if she is free that he would be so careful to type in the words "Are you there?"
But this time, it seems to be the opposite. Li Ro had actually taken the initiative to chat with him.
But he could guess what her purpose was.
After half a minute. A trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years? There is only a simple question mark. The main feature is coldness.
Li Ro pursed her cherry lips and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The other person had replied to her message. After organizing her thoughts, she took off her gloves and revealed her slender, white fingers, and continued typing in the chat box.
There is room for tolerance. I don't have much food at home, and it's going to snow for a few days, so I want to go out and buy some food. But Auntie Wang in the group doesn't allow me to go out on my own. I was wondering, what do you think? Do you have any plans to go out? If so, we can go together. Click send.
Li Ro quickly put her red, frozen fingers back into her gloves.
Oh, he won't think I have an ulterior motive, will he?
Li Ro covered her face and said. Her body, which had been freezing cold, was now even a little warm.
It was simply. It was like going on a date.
No, this is an exceptional situation, it doesn't count. She shook her head and told herself that special treatment was required during special times.
Looking at the content of the chat interface, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile.
Under normal circumstances, he should have told her to stock up.
Hurry up and stock up.
Now, immediately, go out and buy as much as you can. It would be best to spend all of your savings and buy enough food to last a lifetime.
So he replied. Trainee for 2.5 years, well, I don't have any plans to go out.
It's June now, and I don't think the snowstorm will last long, so I don't feel like going out in the snow.
After sending the message, Luo Tian couldn't help but reveal an indescribable smile. Is there a problem with my reply? No problem. He really didn't have the desire to go out, and he didn't bother to go out. He didn't say much else. Joke.
If I tell her the truth, she will listen to my advice and go out to buy a lot of food.
How can I get back at her for revealing my family's food in my previous life? After seeing his reply,
Li Ro, who was so cold that she couldn't help but throw the quilt over her, was suddenly relieved.
Right. It's summer now, how long can snow fall? And there is also that annoying guy, Auntie Wang.
If she is discovered when she goes out, she will inevitably be chased and bitten.
Luo Tian is so calm, why is she in such a hurry?
What Li Ro didn't know was that Luo Tian had already stocked up on enough food in the space to last him for dozens of lifetimes, so he didn't need to go out and buy anything. It was completely different from her situation of severe food shortage. As soon as Luo Tian closed the chat window, he discovered that someone in the community owners group was tagging him. When she went in, it was Auntie Wang again. At everyone, in order to ensure that the roads leading to the outside can be used normally and not be frozen by the snow, affecting the subsequent owner's work, some people need to bring tools to clean the roads. At Luotian, at Utaha, at Wangping.
I'm calling on these people to go down and clear the snow right now. Chapter 20, Angry at Auntie Wang.
The snow outside is very thick now, and it is estimated to be more than 1 meter by visual inspection.
An adult can only show one head outside, not to mention that it is still snowing.
In this situation, it is impossible to clean up. Because the speed of cleaning is not as fast as the snow falling, and even if you clear a path, it will be covered by snow again in a few hours. It's basically useless. Luotian picked up his phone and directly and without hesitation refused. It's snowing so heavily, it's not like you're crazy to go down and clean.
This statement was echoed by many dissatisfied owners.
That's right, it's snowing so heavily and the temperature is so low that if you go out, you'll be frozen solid.
Let's wait until the snow stops and then we'll go down and clean up.
Wang Dama didn't expect her revenge plan to be so quickly shattered. Looking at the other people's approving replies, her smug face instantly turned angry, and she roared in the group, "What's wrong with you people?
You listen to Luo Tian about everything. Am I the neighborhood committee or is he the neighborhood committee?"
After that, she turned her gun on Luo Tian, directing the conflict at him. At Luo Tian, "I asked you to go out and clear the snow for the good of everyone.
This is about the interests of all the unit owners. Can you not be so selfish? What, is it so hard for you to do something for everyone?" Seeing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer.
The other party was really playing the game, using the interests of the entire unit's owners to pressure him. If he refused to go down and clean up, even if the other owners understood that Auntie Wang was deliberately picking on him, they would still be dissatisfied with him.
If you refuse to contribute to the community, you are selfish. This is human nature.
But Luo Tian wouldn't fall for her trap, and replied directly in the group chat at Wang Dama, "Speaking of serving the community, as a cadre of the neighborhood committee, shouldn't you set an example and carry forward the spirit of the organization by taking the lead in clearing the snow? Without you, the leader who can handle heavy things with ease, if everyone goes down, they won't be able to work together and put their efforts into one place.
Who doesn't know how to put labels on people?
I am just an ordinary resident, but you are a cadre of the neighborhood committee.
In this situation, who should take the lead in serving the people? I don't need to say more."
Suddenly, the group became quiet.
Everyone seemed to be waiting to see what Auntie Wang would say. Luo Tian is such a smart-mouthed bastard. Wang Dama was so angry that she wanted to throw her phone.
She had thought that she would definitely be able to control the other party this time, using the interests of the group to pressure Luo Tian, who would have to listen to her obediently in order not to cause a public outcry. At that time, they would have to clean up outside for a few hours, and a cold or fever would be inevitable. But she never expected that the other party would turn the tables on her, using her position as a neighborhood committee member to directly put her on the spot. After thinking it over, Auntie Wang really didn't know how to respond. Angry Wang Dama could only shout in the group chat at Luo Tian, "I order you in your capacity as a neighborhood committee member to go down and shovel the snow right now. If you refuse, you will be disobeying the organization's orders and will be taken to the police station after the snow has stopped.
I'm warning you, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Don't make me say it a second time." Wang Dama once again used her identity as a neighborhood committee member. Although many residents were dissatisfied, they dared not object. Because it had only just snowed, and social order was still stable, everyone thought that the snowstorm would end sooner or later. So for the identity of the neighborhood committee, everyone is still not too dare to provoke. After all, in the future life, many things are related to the neighborhood committee, and it is inevitable to have contact. Of course. Another reason is that Wang's son is a tough guy who hangs out with the wrong crowd. Most people don't dare to provoke him. Now, those who were called out by name all shut up and pretended not to hear. But they were still praying that Luo Tian would continue to fight against Auntie Wang. After all, it was so cold outside that no one wanted to go down. It's best when someone takes the risk on their own. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. This Auntie Wang must be really mentally ill. It is estimated that she is used to showing off, and she really takes her status as a neighborhood committee member as an important official position. Luo Tian couldn't help but despise the owners who didn't dare to speak up in his heart. Although he knew the petty thoughts of these people, it was impossible for him to give in. He directly confronted the other party. At Wang Dama, you're quite deep in the play. I didn't know the neighborhood committee had such great power. If you're so capable, why don't you call the police to arrest me now? I really won't clean up the snow today. You'll have to take the consequences yourself. You really think you're something, don't you? It's a blatant mockery. He didn't spare any face. The other owners who saw this remark were shocked and applauded repeatedly. They called him a brave man. They wouldn't dare say such a thing. The group was quiet for several minutes, and neither Aunt Wang nor anyone else spoke. Just when everyone thought that the matter would end there, something unexpected happened. At Luo Tian, do you want to die? Apologize to my mother right now, or I'll go up and kill you. Kneel down with the video on. As soon as the message was posted, the group fell silent. Wang Fu was the son of Aunt Wang. He doesn't have a proper job, and he hangs out in karaoke bars and bars with a group of social misfits. It is said that the other party has a very powerful social big brother behind him, and he is responsible for a murder. This is why Wang Dama is so domineering in the community, but many residents dare not speak out for fear that her son will lead a group of social misfits to cause trouble. Although most of the people in the community are worth over $1 million, most of them are white-collar workers and businessmen from respectable companies. When they encounter a group of social misfits, they can only yield. Those who have strong connections and are not afraid of them are only a very small minority. Everyone else is scared, but Luo Tian is not at all worried. I'm in a safe house that can withstand artillery fire, and I have several pistols and crossbows in the room. What can you do to me? You're nothing but a punk. If you've got the guts, come on up. You're making me kneel down, I'm pissed. After Luo Tian finished scolding him, he felt extremely relieved. It feels great. This feeling of doing whatever you want is really fascinating. When you have power, you have confidence. Fuck him, Luo Tian, this idiot really has the guts. I'm going to go up there and kill him today. Wang Fu slammed his phone onto the bed. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a knife and went to the security door. If a tiger doesn't show its teeth, it's just like a Hello Kitty to me. Hey, DeFu, just beat him up. Don't get excited and chop him up with a real knife, that's going to land you in jail. Although Auntie Wang also wanted Luo Tian to be beaten up, she was also scared when she saw her son pick up the kitchen knife. She was afraid that the other party would be impulsive and she would have no one to support her in her later years. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. Wang Fu impatiently responded, slamming the door shut. He said that, but he was secretly determined. That idiot must see blood. Chapter 21, You'll be left with no descendants. Shit, it's cold. As soon as Wang Fu came out, he was shivering from the cold wind blowing down the corridor. He couldn't even hold the knife steady. He quickly tightened his clothes, and the fierce look he had just had was no longer there. He shivered and slipped into the elevator. Because today was only the second day of the extreme cold apocalypse, there was no power or water outage. The elevator was also operating normally. After a while, suddenly, a message came from one of the owners in the group. Did you know that I just saw Wang Fu enter the elevator with a kitchen knife in his hand? He wouldn't. Oh my god, is that true? Luo Tian is finished now. Will someone die? Gee, I heard that Wang Fu often hangs out in society and is quite ruthless. The owners who saw the message all thought that Luo Tian had really messed with the wrong person this time. Not only did he offend the mother, but he also scolded Wang Fu. This time he was beaten up, but if he was chopped up, he would be finished. Many owners in the group advised Luo Tian to apologize and make a video of himself bowing to the ground before the person got up there. These ruthless people in society are not to be trifled with. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian has gotten into big trouble. This time, he is in for it. Su Ling couldn't help but smile happily after seeing the message in the group. Oof. You were so arrogant in front of me, you tried to seduce me with steak, and you didn't even bring me food. Now he's going to get beaten up. It's good to be lectured. When the goddess shows a little concern, Luo Tian will be so moved that he will obediently deliver the food. Li Ro, who was curled up on the sofa, had a worried look on her face. Among these neighbors, Luo Tian is the one she knows best. When she saw the other owners say that Wang Fu came to trouble him with a knife, Li Ro's heart suddenly ached. Why did they all use knives? Will someone die later? Although Li Ro wanted to do something, she was just a weak woman, and she couldn't even call the police. As for persuading Luo Tian to give in, many of the other owners in the group had already said that. Luo Tian never replied. Butler, bring up the surveillance of Wang Fu. Luo Tian said in a light tone. You should know. After the services of the Shield Security Company, every corridor in the entire building, including the inside of the elevators, has been installed with hidden pinhole cameras. Any movement is under his control. According to the surveillance display, Wang Fu is currently on the 20th floor in the elevator. Estimated to arrive in half a minute. The other party is armed with a weapon and the threat level is very high. It is recommended that the owner be cautious and not open the door. Without the housekeeper's reminder, Luo Tian would not open the door to the other party. With such a fortress of steel, unless you're crazy, you wouldn't open the door and play hand-to-hand combat. It's time for you to make your debut. Luo Tian took out a delicate crossbow from the space and slowly loaded an arrow. This is a hunting weapon. Even a wild boar will only fall to the ground and moan after being hit by an arrow. Not to mention the fragile human body. After half a month of practice, he is now very familiar with the use of the crossbow. Luo Tian opened a reserved firing hole at the top of the security door, moved a stool and stepped on it, waiting for the other party to arrive from a high vantage point. Wang Fugan came out of the elevator, and with murderous intent, he ran to the door with a cleaver in his hand. Luo Tian, you son of a bitch, come out here. He shouted directly. He raised the kitchen knife and slashed it at the security door. Ordinary security doors are made of steel, but they are not very strong. But this door is different. The thick security door, comparable to a bank vault, could not be blown open with a small bomb, and using a kitchen knife to chop it was like hitting a rock with an egg. Boom! Are these doors made of iron? Wang Fu looked at the cleaver with a missing piece and couldn't help but stand there dumbfounded. It's so hard. He didn't believe in evil spirits, so he started kicking the door with his legs. With a muffled thud, it was like kicking a lump of iron. The door didn't budge. His foot almost broke. Damn it, it really hurts. Damn it, I'll kill you. You cowardly turtle, you dare to hide at home and not show your head. I'll see how long you can hide. I'm CNM MLGB. Wang Fu shouted angrily, swinging a kitchen knife at the door. Angry Wang Fu was so focused on smashing the door that he didn't realize that he had already been targeted by a crossbow. Luo Tian looked at the other person's ferocious appearance and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. The cold crossbow bolt was aimed directly at his head. But after thinking about it, Luo Tian moved the crosshairs down a little, aiming at the crotch of the other person. In his previous life, when he was attacked by a group of evil neighbors who broke in and chopped him with an axe, this Wang Fu was the one who rushed forward. For these scum, they can't die too easily. It would be too easy to kill him outright. They must be tortured. Not only him, but many others as well. It's the same for all of them. If I remember correctly, Auntie Wang still hasn't had a grandchild. If I cripple her son, her reaction will be wonderful. Luo Tian sneered. Since the other party is so eager to have a grandchild, I will directly make her childless, and solve the problem at its root. Poochie. A small sound of breaking the air came, and the sharp arrow of the crossbow pierced straight through the middle of Wang Fu's legs, leaving a trace of blood. Wang Fu had not yet reacted to what had happened. He felt a chill in his lower body, followed by a sharp pain that almost made him faint. Aha! He let out a piercing scream, fell to the ground, and rolled around clutching his crotch, which was bleeding profusely. In this kind of low temperature of -70°C. With such a serious injury, his manhood was 1000% ruined. Without effective treatment and medication to stop the bleeding, he might have died in extreme pain. Wang Fu was in excruciating pain, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead.
Only then did he realize that he had provoked a ruthless person who could not be provoked. These gangsters rely on their numbers and their ruthlessness. Most of the people who are bullied are honest people who dare not resist. But Luo Tian was different. He is a ruthless man who dares to use such a deadly weapon as a crossbow bolt. Wang Fu looked at the blood on the ground and was scared out of his wits, afraid that the other party would reload the arrow and shoot him again. So, he ran back to the elevator quickly, enduring the excruciating pain in his groin. Luo Tian did not stop the other party. Ha. I'm not a bad person. Let the other party live a little longer. When he escaped back home, Wang Dama looked at her son's bloody crotch and almost passed out from the shock. Unfortunately, she would not be able to see that wonderful scene. Chapter 22, You probably won't be able to be a man anymore. In the group of owners. It's been a long time, but there's been no movement at all. Could it be that they haven't finished yet? What fight? Luo Tian was just getting beaten up. I think so too. Although Luo Tian has a good figure, the other party is a gangster, and fighting is as common as drinking water. I guess he was beaten up badly. Don't let him die. The owners were almost all pessimistic about Luo Tian. Many people who came to watch the melee were gloating on the sidelines. They all speculated about how tragic Luo Tian's fate would be. How can an ordinary person fight against a socialite? They are ruthless. Not to mention the knife. Defu's kid is really something. He has no other merits, but he is filial. Beat him up as hard as you can, just don't let him die. When Wang Dama saw the news from the owners in the group, her face was also beaming with joy. It was as if the anger she had felt before Luo Tian had been released. In her eyes, her son knows many people in society, and it would be easy to deal with a little nobody like you. Maybe he's already kneeling down and begging for mercy. Mom, save me. Just as Auntie Wang was immersed in how Luo Tian was begging for mercy, there was a sudden loud knocking on the door. And the miserable wailing of her own son. The look on his face. It was as if she had died. Could it be that Dafu has killed someone? Wang Dama's face turned pale. That scream was so terrifying. Even when he was arrested for fighting and the police came to arrest him, my son never looked so scared. Open the door. Wang Dama was about to comfort him when she suddenly noticed that he was clutching his groin in pain and his crotch was stained red with blood. The hallway was covered in blood, which had flowed from the elevator all the way to the front door. Quick, get a bandage, no, a needle and thread, and stitch me up. Wang Fu looked as if his mother had died, and he wailed repeatedly. It was only then that Auntie Wang realized that it was her own son who had been injured. Come in quickly. What happened? Why is there so much blood coming from your crotch? Wang's mother dragged him into the house, scared and pale. I heard that the injury is very serious and he has lost all feeling. She was so worried that she stamped her feet and wished she could jump up and hit her head on the ceiling. Oh my ancestors! I haven't even had a grandchild yet, and you've already injured your most important organ. Wang Dama was so anxious. She was like a headless fly, looking for medicine to stop the bleeding in the house, but because she was in such a hurry, she couldn't remember where anything was. In the end, Wang Fu's wife, Yunana, heard the commotion and found the medical kit in the living room drawer. Although neither Wang's mother nor her daughter-in-law were doctors. But the situation was critical. Wang Fu's crotch was still bleeding profusely, and in a short time, it had spread all over the floor, and his face was whiter than a vampire's. If the bleeding is not stopped and the wound is not stitched up, he will die soon. Especially now that it is minus 70 degrees Celsius. Wang Fu was not only shivering from the cold, but also experiencing severe pain from the wound. Even the outside was covered in ice. The pain was so bad that he wanted to die. Fortunately, Auntie Wang is experienced in needlework. Although she doesn't have professional tools, she can still manage with improvised means. Take off his clothes and look. The power of the crossbow bolt was really something. Wang Fu was like an old eunuch in the palace, suffering a severe castration. The scene. Blood and flesh were all mixed up. Everything was ruined. How can one word describe the tragedy? Wang Dama thought she had seen it all, but she almost fainted. She swayed, but she managed to stabilize herself. Mom, is the wound serious? That animal had a crossbow bolt in his hand, and I was attacked by surprise. Wang Fu wailed, not daring to look down at the wound. He could only ask with a glimmer of hope. That damned Luo Tian. What a beast! Wang's mother was shaking with anger. It's ruined. The chicken was slaughtered and the eggs were broken. Even if it is sent to the best hospital in the country immediately, with a first-class professional team, it cannot be saved. If a finger is cut off, it can be reattached if it is taken to a hospital in time. But if it is chopped up, even the great Luo Jingxian will be useless. Son, you may not be able to be a man in the future. Well, there's still one left. I'll put it back in for you. I don't know if it will work. Wang Dama burst into tears and told the cruel truth. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in her head. I can't. Wang Fu said in a trembling voice. For him, a social scoundrel who often talked about Kunba and was determined to get an honest man's wife, this was even more terrifying than the sky falling. Suddenly, he could no longer bear the bad news. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Dafu, what's wrong with you? Dafu, don't scare me. Wang Dama anxiously shook him. Suddenly, I saw Wang Fu running back to his house with his hands on his stomach, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. In the group, the resident who lives on the same floor as Auntie Wang broke the news again. But others didn't believe it. How is that possible? Are you sure it wasn't Luo Tian's blood? Yeah, I think it was Luo Tian who was killed, and Wang Fu's body was covered in his blood. What, someone died? Really? The news in the group came one after another. Everyone is guessing what the outcome will be, but most people are inclined to believe that Luo Tian was hacked to death. Yunana closed the group chat with a complicated look on her face. After Wang Dama finished stitching her up, she packed up her medical kit and picked up the mop, numbly dragging the bloodstains that had already frozen. Let's find a new man. A thought came to her mind. She and Wang Fu didn't have much affection for each other, and she was just looking for a man with a big house to take over the business. Yunana, you're not thinking of something bad, are you? Although my son is impotent, you are still his wife for life. I'm warning you not to have other ideas. Wang Dama scolded with bloodshot eyes. Yunana is the princess that Wang Fu met in the karaoke bar. She has never looked down on this daughter-in-law. Mom, I was just worried about De Fu's wound. You're wrong to accuse me. Yunana smiled and said. Seeing that she was yielding, Wang Dama ignored her and instead thought of Luo Tian, the culprit. The other party has a crossbow bolt, a deadly weapon. Although Auntie Wang was furious and wanted to skin him alive, she didn't dare to go to his house and cause trouble. She could only curse him viciously. When the snowstorm is over, she will use her connections to send him to prison for life. And let him die in there. Madame Wang, who was breathing heavily, took out her cell phone and sent a message to the group. At Luo Tian, do you have a conscience? Dafu only wanted to teach you a lesson, but you went too far. Are you even human? As soon as she said this, the owners in the group chat were in an uproar. Wang Dama confirmed it. So, did Luo Tian really take a knife and kill Wang Fu, a member of society? The owners were shocked. To this news, Li Ro, who lived next door, was not at all surprised, and even let out a sigh of relief. She had heard Wang Fu's scream. It sounded like he was dying. Although she didn't know how Luo Tian did it, Li Ro still felt a sense of security in her heart. She sat up from the sofa and hugged her thighs, which were wrapped in thick stockings, and pressed the blanket tightly. Luo Tian is really something. He even defeated the ruthless gangster. If it were her husband, she would probably be in trouble. She couldn't help but sigh, and couldn't help but compare Yulin to Luo Tian again, and found that they were completely incomparable. What? Wang Fu was even cut and bleeding? He's a gangster, how can he be so weak? Su Ling looked at the messages in the group and said with disappointment. She was ready to pretend to comfort Luo Tian and accept the other person's emotions, but the result was completely different from what she expected. She could only delete the text she had typed in the chat box in advance. The big meal is gone. Su Ling couldn't help but sigh heavily. She hoped that Luo Tian would get hurt. Chapter 23, Why not just borrow some food from Luo Tian?
Since the last time, she had left a deep lesson for Wang Fu. After scolding Wang Fu for a long time in the group, she stopped for a long time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 messages would pop up in the group. It's far less lively than before. 2 more days have passed. Today is the 5th day of the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse. Luo Tian lay in the safe house, enjoying a few days of peace and quiet. During these few days, he spent his time playing games that he had always wanted to play but had never had the time to play. Not only did he level up several characters in the original God of War 2 standalone version, he also completed the game Dying Light 8, Resurrection of the Harlan Champion, a masterpiece. He also experienced the far-ahead domestic sci-fi masterpiece It's Over. I'm surrounded by beautiful women 6-inch. When he was thirsty, he drank a lot of happy water. When he was hungry, he would eat top-grade Japanese beefsteak and French foie gras. He played whenever he wanted, ate whenever he wanted, and occasionally exercised. It's really refreshing. I never thought that the salty fish life I had always dreamed of would actually come true after the end of the world. Plop. Luo Tian was wearing silk pajamas and drinking a hot drink as he strolled comfortably to the huge French windows. He wanted to look into the distance and relax a little. But instead, I saw 7 or 8 owners on the road outside, using shovels to clear the snow from the road. Maybe they had the idea of going out. But the snow was too deep. It was higher than they were. It took several owners a long time to clear a small area of ground. In the sub-zero temperatures of -70 degrees Celsius, many people, even though they were wearing thick down jackets and fur-lined gloves, were shivering and could not hold the shovel steady. It was all in vain. Luo Tian shook his head and said nothing. In such a harsh environment, it is absolutely impossible to open up a path to the outside world with simple manpower. Not only is the snow more than 3 meters deep, and the sky is still constantly drifting snowflakes. Even if a path is cleared, it will be covered up again in no time. Even if they got out, it would be useless. Because not only are all the shops outside closed, the snow on the road may be even thicker than in the community. Luo Tian was too lazy to pay attention to them anymore. He continued to sit in the living room, picked up the controller and enjoyed playing Sony's console games. When he got tired of playing, he asked the butler to pull up a movie from the server that had received rave reviews to pass the time. And he kept asking the butler to comment on the plot of the movie. With the superpowered AI of the butler, Luo Tian didn't feel as lonely as he had in his previous life. At least he had someone to chat with when he was bored. In the safe house, Luo Tian was comfortably enjoying the movie. But next door, the wife and husband's home is having trouble because they have run out of food. In the kitchen, is there really nothing left? Li Ro searched the kitchen drawers, her pretty face full of shock. She clearly remembered that there was a pack of noodles. If she ate sparingly, she could make it through the day. It was supposed to be her dinner last night, but Li Ro thought that if she ate it, there would be nothing left in the house, so she endured the hunger and didn't eat dinner. She only let Yulin cook some for himself. These days she has been saving and economizing, but Yulin doesn't care at all. 2/3 of the food in the house has been eaten by him. He didn't consider the situation at all. Li Ro woke up this morning and was so hungry that she wanted to cook some noodles to fill her stomach. But after searching the kitchen, she couldn't find the noodles she had left over from the previous day. Finally, she found the empty package of dried noodles in the trash can, and the bowl that Yulin had not washed after eating was frozen with solid ice. How could a normal person do such a thing? Yulin! Li Ro angrily pushed open his door and threw the empty package on the ground. She asked coldly, "Don't you know that I saved it because I was hungry, but you didn't leave any and cooked it all yourself? There is not a single grain of rice left in the house. The snowstorm has closed the roads. What do you think we should do? Starve to death at home?" Facing Li Ro's anger, Yulin, who was playing a single-player game, was completely unconcerned. "Why are you yelling so loudly? Can't you see I'm busy?" Yulin kept tapping the keyboard impatiently. On the screen, the game characters are fighting fiercely, and special effects of skills are flying all over the screen. Yulin didn't even look at her. His attention was fully on the game. Li Ro stood still, her body even trembling slightly. She was really disappointed. All he does is play games or go out for a drink. When he comes back, he loses his temper and gets drunk. Selfish. He doesn't care. about my feelings at all. This kind of life is really enough. Isn't she Lee Ro the center of attention for all the men? There is always a long line of wealthy men who want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to maintain her. That is to say, she is a traditional woman who is self-disciplined. Why are you so angry? Didn't you flirt with that guy across the street before? Just ask him for some food. Yulin said nonchalantly. What do you mean by making eyes at each other? Our relationship is normal. Lee Ro said angrily, now everyone is trapped by the snowstorm, and there is nowhere to buy food. What if he doesn't have much to eat at home? Hearing this, Yulin turned around and looked at him with a disdainful look and said, with your qualifications, it's not that difficult to seduce him. If you can't, then you'll have to take a loss and make a sacrifice. Then you can trick him into giving you all his food and not leave him with any. When that happens, I'll make Luo Tian beg me to feed him, and then I'll humiliate him. Yulin said coldly. He had been bitterly resentful of the humiliation he had suffered at the night market. Now he had such a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation and trick the other family out of all their food, and then kill Luo Tian in one fell swoop. Facing her husband's outrageous statement, Lee Ro was trembling with anger. Yulin, are you crazy? How can you let your wife be the bait to take revenge on others? She couldn't believe it. These words, which defy heaven, came from Yulin's mouth. What does the other person think of her? What does it matter? A little loss can be exchanged for a lot of food that you can't eat. It's a sure win. Yulin said impatiently, and even picked up the earphones next to him and put them on. Hurry up and go. I don't mind. Oh, and don't take him seriously. Hurry up, I'm hungry. After that, he threw himself into the game. Good. 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 Lee Ro was so angry that she laughed. After so many years of marriage, she had finally seen the true face of her husband. Even after Yulin lost his job, he never looked for a new one, and she was the only one who had to bear the burden of all the household expenses and housework. Lee Rudu has never said anything. But now, he even treated himself like a piece of merchandise, casually pushing him towards other men. For Lee Ro is undoubtedly trampling on her moral bottom line. What is she, a piece of merchandise that can be traded at will? Of course. What Lee Ro didn't know was that in a maximum of 2 months, she would really be sold by Yulin for the price of 3 bags of instant noodles. Since you've said so. Lee Ro closed the door and leaned quietly against the door. She had some reservations. But now, none of that mattered. You want to get revenge on someone, fine. For a moment, the corridor was filled with the howling wind. Lee Ro tightened her clothes and took a deep breath. She knocked on Luo Tian's door. Chapter 24, Wearing the Bracelet. It was almost noon. Luo Tian came to the huge French windows and looked outside. He found that the owners who had been shoveling the snow had already left. They probably realized that they were doing useless work. After 2 hours of heavy snowfall, the small patch of ground that had been shoveled in the morning was now covered in thick snow again. This is the power of nature. With one's own meager personal power, it is impossible to contend with the power of nature. Hello, the current outdoor temperature is minus 72.5 degrees Celsius. The indoor temperature is 27.6 degrees Celsius. The huge LCD screen in the living room displays the detailed indoor and outdoor temperatures. I'm hungry. Let's have lunch. Luo Tian touched his thunderous stomach and his consciousness was immersed in space. What should I eat? The food area, which stretched as far as the eye could see, was piled high with food. Steak, grilled fish, roast meat, lobster, abalone. All kinds of expensive meals, everything you could want. After a while of picking, he finally decided. For lunch, he decided to have a charcoal grilled lamb chop with a vegetable salad. With a wave of his hand, the golden, oily lamb chops appeared on the table. There was also a plate of vegetable salad with herbs and cheese. 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, nutritious and healthy. In order not to be too bored and to keep up with the latest news, Luo Tian asked the butler to turn on the official TV channel. After several days of snowstorms and extremely low temperatures. In addition to the official TV channels, all other channels were closed. All major platforms on the internet were also shut down.
It was probably to avoid the spread of doomsday panic, so they shut everything down. On the news channel, the host, wearing a thick down jacket, encouraged the people, "Don't worry, the official rescue work is being carried out in an orderly manner. All work is going extremely well, and the snowstorm will be overcome in no time. Please trust us and believe in the power of the government. The government will not abandon any citizen." Looking at the host's impassioned speech on TV, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would have been fooled. In the last life, the government also arranged for someone to say this on TV. But what happened? At first, everyone was really excited, thinking that the authorities had begun rescue efforts. But after waiting for months, there was no sign of rescue. Instead, most of the remaining people had run out of food in their homes, and in order to survive, they had to rob other people's food. They burned, killed, and looted. They smashed down doors and killed anyone who resisted or refused to give them food. After a few more months, there was even less food. Those who were starving even started to target the dead bodies. The temperature was low, and the snow was a natural freezer. The landlord group had new news. Luo Tian clicked in to take a look. He found that it was Wang Dama, who had been quiet for a few days, talking endlessly about believing in the official statement. At everyone, did you see what the official TV station said? The government will not abandon any of the people, and this snowstorm will eventually pass. Everyone must believe in the power of the government. Some people have little food in their homes and don't have enough to eat. Those owners who have a lot of food can help them. It's a waste to hoard more food after the snowstorm is over. I also want to remind everyone that we live in the same unit and should be like a big family. We shouldn't be scheming all day and doing things that hurt others. This will make everyone despise us. When the snowstorm is over, such people will definitely be judged by justice. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Wang Dama was passionately making a speech, although it seemed that she was comforting everyone and asking them to help each other. But in fact, she was trying to rally the other owners to condemn Luo Tian together. However, although she had made several remarks, no one had paid any attention to her. Today is the 5th day of the snowstorm, and there is no movement outside. Seeing that the food in the house is gradually running out, many people are worried. How long will this damn snowstorm last? A clown. Luo Tian sneered. He closed the group and didn't bother to respond to the other party. After all, her son had become a eunuch, and she was afraid that she would suffocate if she didn't vent her anger. Master, the lady across the street is knocking on the door. At this moment, the housekeeper suddenly issued a reminder and called up the surveillance footage installed on the security door. In the picture, Li Ro was wrapped in a thick down jacket and shivering in the cold wind. A pretty face was mostly tucked into the collar. Judging from the way she was shaking, I'm afraid she's been knocking for a while. The security door of Luo Tian's home is comparable to the security door of a bank vault, extremely thick and soundproof. Li Ro knocked for a long time, but he didn't hear a thing. Finally, is it here? Luo Tian was stunned, and then a smile curved his lips. In the last life, it was almost the same time that Li Ro was asked by her husband to borrow food from her. At that time, he lent a lot without saying a word, and directly let the other party easily survive for a long time. Then the news that his family had a lot of food was revealed, which attracted Su Ling and those animal neighbors, and he died under the axes of the crowd. Li Ro, it's time for you to make amends. Luo Tian moved his body a bit. Outside the door. Luo Tian is still sleeping, right? I knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Li Ro was shivering from the cold. Especially since she was wearing only 2 thick, fleece-lined pantyhose. It's so cold. Just as she was about to give up waiting, the voice of Luo Tian suddenly came from behind the door. Li Ro? What are you doing at my door? Luo Tian asked indifferently. Hearing Luo Tian's response, Li Ro suddenly felt happy in her heart and said, Luo Tian, can you let me in first? It's really cold in the hallway. Although the windows in the hallway were tightly closed, the piercing cold wind still blew in. If she stays any longer, she might freeze to death. You can come in, but I have a condition. Luo Tian said, opening a small window and handing out the electronic bracelet in his hand. You know, I almost got hurt by Wang Fu the other day, so I have to be careful.
If you want to come in, you have to wear this first. Even if it was Li Ro, Luo Tian would never open the door and let her in. Who knows if she will suddenly pull out a knife from her bosom the next moment. With the 24-hour real-time monitoring and protection of the butler and the electronic bracelet that releases electric current, he will feel more at ease. He had personally experienced the reliability of the butler and the bracelet, and was completely at ease. He had died once, so he had to be extremely careful. Of course. That is, Li Ro is a neighbor he knows very well, and there is almost no threat. Otherwise, if it were someone else, Luo Tian would never let them in. Do I have to wear this? Li Ro took the sci-fi bracelet and hesitated for a moment. It's not a big deal to wear a bracelet. But for some reason, I always feel weird. What does it matter if you don't trust me to wear it with you? Phew. Another gust of cold wind blew, and Li Ro couldn't help but shiver. It's cold. It's so cold. It's just a bracelet, wear it. If the worst comes to the worst, I can just take it off when I leave. Thinking of this, Li Ro put the electronic bracelet on her slender wrist without hesitation. Click. A light sound, and the bracelet was firmly fixed on her wrist. On the big screen in the living room, the butler also gave a prompt, saying that it had successfully connected to the bracelet. Without Luo Tian's consent, the other party cannot take it off by themselves. The bracelet also has a series of functions such as video surveillance, voice monitoring, and positioning. It also has an advanced charging method that can wirelessly charge the battery from a power source in the room through a thick concrete wall from a distance of 200 meters. The user is under the absolute monitoring of the butler every second, and it is impossible to do anything harmful. It can be said that after wearing the electronic bracelet, you don't have to worry about any threats from the other person. Zila. A small electric current ran through her body, causing Li Ro to shiver slightly. This is the butler checking to see if the bracelet is malfunctioning. After preparing everything, Luo Tian moved the heavy door bolt aside and began unlocking the 3 security locks inside the door. Face recognition, fingerprint recognition, password confirmation. Click. The heavy alloy door opened. Finally. The fortress-like safe house finally welcomed its first guest. Come in. Luo Tian leaned against the doorframe and said lightly. Li Ro stood at the door. Looking at the heavenly scene inside the door, she couldn't believe her eyes. Chapter 25. You don't want to keep starving, do you? A wave of heat came from the front, instantly dispelling the cold in the hallway. The living room was bright and warm, and the decoration was luxurious. On the coffee table was a plate of golden lamb chops, which had been eaten and were now covered in butter, along with a colorful vegetable salad and a bottle of very old red wine. The aroma wafted all the way from the living room to the door. There was even a fireplace in the middle of the wall. The interior is burning with a raging fire. The fireplace emits heat at all times, keeping the room at an extremely comfortable temperature. Compared to other owners, even their own cold homes, it was so warm here that it was like heaven. Li Ro's eyes widened, and all she could think about was how wonderful it would be to live here. Wait. Luo Tian reached out his hand and lightly blocked her in front of her. This move suddenly made Li Ro, who was anxious to come in, a little panicked. What's wrong? Is there something else? Has he changed his mind and won't let me in? Li Ro thought wildly, hoping that Luo Tian would let her in to warm up because of their friendship as neighbors in the past. The cold wind howled. A cold wind blew, causing Luo Tian to gasp. Damn, it's really cold. Luo Tian suddenly took a few steps back, allowing himself to be in the warm living room. He had been in the warm and safe house for so long that he had almost forgotten how terrifying the low temperatures of the extreme cold apocalypse were. It can kill you. Looking at Li Ro, who was standing in the hallway, shivering, he said slowly, there is one more thing. To make sure you don't have any knives hidden on you, I need to check when you come in. Li Ro quickly said, okay. I agree to your conditions. Very good. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he let the other party in and relocked the triple lock on the security door. Saved. Li Ro stood in the living room, stunned. The warmth of the room made her feel as if she had just come from the freezing cold of hell to a paradise where it was always spring. It was so warm and comfortable. She even felt a little hot. How warm it was in Luo Tian's house. After a brief inspection, There is no problem. Luo Tian also nodded. Very good, you didn't bring any weapons. In fact, when Li Ro first stepped into the room, her entire body was scanned by the built-in security device in the doorframe. It was impossible to carry weapons. Oh. Li Ro nodded in agreement. At this moment, she was a little afraid to look up at the other person. Tell me, what do you want to see me about? Luo Tian calmly sat back on the sofa. He picked up the knife and fork gracefully and continued to cut the lamb chops that had not been finished and were still steaming, as if nothing had happened. Li Ro bit her lip and said, I want to borrow some food. Borrow food? You know what the situation is now. I don't need to say anything about the preciousness of food. Luo Tian chewed on a piece of delicious roast meat. I know. Li Ro said with a gritting of her teeth, I can pay for it, I won't take it for free. Her thinking was still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic era. She thought that the snowstorm that had swept the world would recede after a while. In fact, it is impossible. Money? Luo Tian laughed as if he had heard something funny, and said, do you know how much it cost to renovate this shelter? 300 million. Luo Tian spat out a price that shocked her. Do you think I want money? He said with a smile, holding a glass of red wine and shaking it lightly in his hand. So, what do you want? Li Ro suddenly had no idea in her heart. Besides money, what else could she offer him? Chapter 26, The water and electricity are cut off. An hour later. The living room was completely silent. Only the crackling sound of the firewood burning in the fireplace could be heard. Li Ro was exhausted and paralyzed on the sofa, her limbs were weak, and the black silk on her plump and round thighs was all open. Luo Tian stood in front of the huge French windows, looking out at the snowflakes flying outside. He felt refreshed. This life is much more comfortable than the last one, he thought with satisfaction. In his previous life, he hid at home and shivered from the cold, eating cold biscuits and water every day, and in the end, he ended up with nothing left of his body. Now he could enjoy himself. The fireplace was warm. There was also a wide variety of delicious food. There is no need to worry about food or warmth. Luo Tian had already told Li Ro about the situation in the end times and the supplies he had hoarded. He also had a relatively in-depth exchange with this beautiful wife. After all, it won't be long before the two of them live together. With the housekeeper as a safeguard, there is no need to worry about the other person having ulterior motives. At the same time, can also cut off the other party's inappropriate thoughts. And make the other person stay willingly. After all, the supplies are in his space. He dies. Everything is gone. Li Ro also knew. The snowstorm that swept across the world would last for an unknown number of years. In order to be able to eat well in the future, she would never do anything to harm Luo Tian. After all, in the end times, the only person who can protect her is Luo Tian. I'm hungry. Li Ro dragged her tired body to Luo Tian's side and said shyly. After all, she hadn't eaten for several days, and the reason she came to Luo Tian's house was to borrow food. Look at me, I forgot you were still hungry. Luo Tian had just finished speaking. He was about to dig up some hot food from the space to replenish Li Ro's energy. No, I'll just eat what's left over. Li Ro gathered a stray strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head gently to decline. She sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and picked up the knife and fork to eat the remaining lamb chops. Not even a bit. She didn't mind. Looking at the gentle and refined appearance of the other person, she took a small bite of the lamb chop. Even though she was very hungry, she still ate gracefully. Luo Tian couldn't help but watch her with interest. Elegant. She is so elegant. She was so different from just now. Ding. The phone on the coffee table rang. Probably it's the owners group, with some new news. We have no electricity at home. How about you? We don't have power either. The water in the kitchen has stopped. What's going on? Oh my god, the water and electricity are out in such a cold day. The electric fan heater is completely useless, and the room is freezing. How can people live like this? Not only the owners group, but many other groups have exploded with messages. All 99 plus.
It can be seen that the sudden power and water outages have caused great anxiety among the owners.
It's already this time. Luo Tian shook his head and said.
He was so absorbed in the game that he forgot that this afternoon, the 5th day of the extreme cold apocalypse, the entire community would be without electricity. And under the influence of the power outage, the tap water could not be supplied normally. Water was cut off in every household. The authorities have been working hard since the beginning of the snowstorm to resolve the crisis as soon as possible. But as the days passed, it became clear that human power was no match for the natural disaster. Due to a lack of manpower to maintain them, major power plants have stopped working one after another in the extremely cold temperatures, and are unable to continue to supply electricity to the city. It is estimated that only a small number of nuclear power plants can continue to operate. However, the electricity generated was first used by the government departments, and ordinary people were of course unable to enjoy it.
The water and power outages made life even more difficult for the survivors. Is the power out?
Li Ro chewed a few times, swallowed the lamb chop, and said softly.
She had obviously seen the news in the group chat.
This made her suddenly worried. Without electricity or food, the survivors in the city would probably die of cold and starvation in large numbers. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look around the living room with a sense of foreboding. When she saw the warm and comfortable, safe house that was as strong as a fortress in the face of the apocalypse, and the infinite space and supplies that Luo Tian had by her side, Li Ro's heart suddenly surged with a
strong sense of security.
She couldn't help but admire her own decision, which was truly correct.
The atmosphere in the community's group chat was also very tense. Without electricity, they couldn't even use their cell phones, and even the appliances in their homes would become useless. It has been snowing for almost a week. When will it stop? It's getting colder and colder in the house every day.
I'm going to freeze to death.
What should I do?
I have no food or drink, and I can't go to the supermarket to buy any.
Do I have to eat snow? At this moment,
someone remembered what Auntie Wang had said earlier.
At Wang Dama, didn't you say that the snowstorm would be over soon, and that we shouldn't go out to buy anything? That's right, we didn't buy anything after listening to you. Now we're out of food. What should we do?
This morning you said you believed in the official rescue, but now the water and electricity are out.
When will the rescue come?
Faced with the doubts of many owners,
Wang Dama was also very worried and anxious.
As a member of the neighborhood committee, she naturally has more channels for obtaining information than ordinary owners, and can also obtain some insider information.
Not long ago, the neighborhood committee group exploded. It turned out that not only was the situation in Qinshui City so bad, but it was even worse across the country and the world, with blizzards. According to the official account, this was a catastrophe comparable to the extinction of the dinosaurs. The end of the world in novels and movies may have really become a reality. Although the authorities are doing their best to rescue and restore the situation, the population is simply too large, numbering more than 1 billion people. There is simply no way to cover so many places. Even some major cities have fallen in the recent past. If you want to survive, you must quickly stockpile enough supplies, whether it's energy or food. The end of the world has really come. Wang Dama looked at the news from the neighborhood committee and was completely shocked. She felt as if she were in an ice cave. The seriousness of the situation has exceeded everyone's expectations. Mom, what's going on? You look so upset. Yunana asked, looking at the stunned Wang Dama.
Faced with her daughter-in-law's confusion, Auntie Wang didn't answer right away, but instead dragged her to her son's room, where he was lying in bed.
She told them everything she knew,
and asked them to cooperate with her, like the other neighborhood committee members, to go door to door to trick people into giving up their supplies, so that her family would have enough supplies.
Mom, isn't this illegal? Yunana asked, stammering.
Some were unable to accept the shocking inside information revealed by Auntie Wang.
Breaking the law? People can't even survive, so who cares about the law?
If we don't collect more supplies, we won't be able to survive for more than a few days on the food we have at home,
Wang Dama said with a sigh.
Especially since her son, Wang Fu, is still an injured person and needs a lot of protein to promote wound healing, so his food requirements are greater than usual.
Mom, I support what you're doing.
While the owners are still not aware of what's going on, let's take as much as we can. Wang Fu's face showed a hint of ruthlessness. After all, the lives of other people have nothing to do with him. If possible, he wanted to make himself a eunuch, take all the food from the family, and then let the other party die of cold and hunger. At everyone, please rest assured that the power and water outages are only temporary. Professionals have already begun repairs. The authorities have issued the latest notice, requiring our neighborhood committee to properly manage the owners of the community during this critical period, collecting all supplies for unified distribution. We hope that all owners will cooperate with the work of the neighborhood committee. Whoever disobeys orders and hinders the work of the organization will be arrested by the police. Chapter 27. Yulin is furious. He didn't pay any attention to what Auntie Wang said. Since the power and water had been cut off, the room was using backup energy, so he had to turn on the generator as soon as possible. He went to a room that was used to store machines and miscellaneous items. Luotian started a high-power silent generator that had already been installed, and connected a large tank of gasoline next to it to the generator with a pipe. The fuel was plentiful, and the generator was made by a well-known company. It could make the most of every drop of gasoline, and was the latest product in China with very high technology content. It should be able to run for a month without a problem. Luotian, you've done a good job. You didn't know the snowstorm was coming, did you? Li Ro said in a tone of admiration. She was very surprised. Recalling whether it was spending 300 million to reinforce the house or having the ability to store supplies in advance, it all showed that Luotian had long anticipated the snowstorm. In contrast, she hadn't even stocked up on the most basic food. Nonsense. Luotian was speechless. He not only knew that the end of the world would come, he even experienced it for himself. Then when people asked you before, why didn't you tell me? Li Ro glanced at him carefully and asked weakly. Facing his wife's questioning, Luotian looked at her like a fool and said, "You're stupid. If you had hoarded a bunch of supplies, you wouldn't be here begging me." At this moment, Li Ro couldn't help but lower her head. But compared to the previous life of fear and hunger, now Li Ro can live in a warm and safe house, eat and drink to her heart's content, and not have to shiver from the cold. For her, this is already more than enough. At least, Luotian is better than that useless Lin by more than a little. Back in the living room, Luotian sat on the sofa and took out his phone again, opening the owners group. How can this be? Everyone is short of water and food, and there is a power outage. The authorities don't even try to comfort us, but instead put pressure on us. Many owners were very dissatisfied. But because the situation is so unstable, and Auntie Wang keeps talking about the authorities, the owners don't dare to oppose her. Most of them are ordinary people, and they are also afraid that Auntie Wang will label them as disobeying the organization and be arrested by the police afterwards. Seeing that no one was objecting, Luotian couldn't help but sneer, and he didn't bother to expose the other party. In the previous life, Auntie Wang used this trick to get a lot of supplies from many owners. There were also some households that had little food to begin with, and she cheated them out of their last food supplies, resulting in them starving to death at home. It can be said that many deaths were caused by Auntie Wang. But what does all this have to do with Luotian? The neighbors and Auntie Wang are basically the same, and neither of them are good people. He would be happy to see more people die. Anyway, the supplies and fuel stored in his own space are enough for him to use for countless lifetimes. Without electricity or water, how can the others survive? Li Ro curled up on the sofa, holding her two black silk legs and sighing. If I hadn't become Luotian's woman, I would probably be like the other residents, hiding at home in despair and fear. Electricity should be coming soon. After all, the authorities don't want people to die. Luotian took over the conversation. Then, Li Ro asked curiously, "It's so cold outside, how does the government provide electricity?" Nuclear power plants. Luotian crossed his legs and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was remembering something. After most of the power facilities have collapsed, the only way to obtain electricity in the extreme cold apocalypse is to rely on the power supply from those few large nuclear power plants. But with so few nuclear power plants, it is definitely unrealistic to supply power to the whole country. But if there is no electricity, the residents cannot melt snow to drink. So in the end, the government came up with a solution. Every morning and evening, the power supply would be cut off for half an hour to solve the people's problems with electricity and water. Although the power supply time is not long. But it is enough for people to boil 2 pots of water and charge their phones. Knock, knock, knock. Yulin stood at the door of Luotian, knocking on it with his collar wrapped around his neck. His family had renovated the house and replaced the door with a new one, which was so damn hard. Yulin muttered to himself. He waited in the cold hallway for a long time, but he didn't hear anyone come to open the door. Instead, he was so cold that his nose was running. Damn it, Luotian, you stupid bastard, you didn't even open the door for me. Yulin couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Chapter 28. Li Ro's favorability goes up. At this time, no one could stand it. The angry Yulin, ignoring the low temperature of -10s of degrees in the corridor, grabbed a stool and smashed the door frantically. Unfortunately, even a bomb couldn't blow the door down. What a pathetic worm. Luotian looked at the other person's distorted face on the monitor and couldn't help but feel pity. Don't worry about him. Li Ro only glanced at the ugly scene on the monitor, then bit her lip and stopped looking. She had not experienced such happiness for many years. As for Yulin, she doesn't even care if the other person dies. You know, in 2 months at the most, you will be sold by Yulin for the price of 3 bags of instant noodles. Luotian didn't care whether the other person believed it or not, and said it to himself. To this remark, Li Ro didn't know why, but she completely believed him, without a shred of doubt. She even thought that this was something that Yulin could do. Oh, is that so? In his eyes, I'm worth 3 bags of instant noodles? Li Ro sneered. In that case, her decision to leave him early might have been the right choice of her life. At this moment, the housekeeper suddenly issued a reminder. Master, Yulin left the house at 8:15 p.m. According to the surveillance camera, he entered the home of resident 1802 at 8:17 p.m. He stayed for 15 minutes and then left. On the screen, the butler played 2 surveillance videos. This is also what Luotian asked the butler to keep an eye on. In his previous life, when he was hacked to death by a group of neighbors, one of the participants was this guy Yulin. If I remember correctly, Li Ro was sold to the residents of 1802 by the other party. The trajectory of history is always strikingly similar. Luotian took a sip of tea. He got up and went to the huge French windows, looking out at the dark night sky covered in smog, not knowing what he was thinking. Strange. What was Yulin doing on the 18th floor? Li Ro changed into a white nightgown. She looked curiously at the screen in the center of the living room with her bare, white thighs. I don't understand. What else could he do? He certainly wanted to find someone capable of avenging him. Luotian said indifferently. He wasn't surprised by the result at all. It was just that under his intervention, Yulin's time to go to room 1802 was greatly advanced. The residents of 1802 seemed to be a bit difficult to deal with. Li Ro's pretty face showed a hint of worry. She remembered that the man living in 1802 was called Deng Tu, who was in the real estate business and had a dozen thugs working for him to handle many things that could not be seen in the light of day. It has been rumored in the neighborhood that he has been responsible for several murders. That's why the residents have always been afraid to contact each other, and even if they meet, they just walk around with their heads down. At this point in time, if Yulin went to see him, then it must be for his own business. Luotian. What if Deng Tu comes looking for him? Li Ro was worried. Deng Tu is a powerful man with connections in the underworld. He also owns a large real estate company, and is in no way comparable to Wang Fu, a small-time street thug. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Luotian said nonchalantly. With this impenetrable safe house, even if the other party uses all their tricks, they won't be able to break in. If Deng Tu doesn't know what's good for him and has evil intentions towards me, Wang Fu's lesson is a living example. No matter how tough he is, he can't withstand arrows and bullets, right? The next day. Ding. The phone shows a new private message. Oh, it came so quickly. Luotian raised his eyebrows. The person who sent him a private message was Deng Tu, the real estate mogul who lived in room 1802. Luotian, I heard you're a real tough guy, going after other people's wives? You have 10 minutes to release the person and give half of the food in your house to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened. If you don't do it, or if you try to play any tricks, I'll fucking kill you. Don't think that just because you changed the door, I'm helpless. You're a real gangster, coming up here and threatening me. Maybe he's used to being arrogant. Deng Tu has always acted recklessly, and as long as he doesn't listen, he will get people killed. Anyway, he has people on top looking out for him. If you were an ordinary person, you would have been scared to death and begged for mercy after being threatened by a big shot like Deng Tu. Who do you think you are? You really think you're something? In my eyes, you are a worthless social trash. What's your dog barking at? Luo Tian typed the message with a calm expression. What real estate tycoon is involved in the underworld? It's all bullshit. Whoever dares to come looking for trouble will be dealt with in a way that will make them die a very painful death. After he finished scolding him, Luo Tian felt very happy. It is indeed refreshing to use violence to deal with these scum. On the other side of the prestige, Deng Tu also didn't expect that someone would dare to scold him like that. You know, the last person who dared to speak like this, now there is no complete body. Luo Tian, you MLGB, I think you're tired of living. Wait for me. Deng Tu was so angry that he even thought of killing him. He had originally thought that it would be enough to get Yu Lin's wife over to play for a couple of days, then rob Luo Tian's family of food and beat him up. He didn't expect the other party to be such a hothead, so arrogant. After all, it was snowing outside, the roads were blocked, and the social institutions were almost in ruins. Even if someone died, it wouldn't be discovered. The thick snow is a natural cover. After killing Luo Tian, the woman will be his, and all the food will be his. It just so happens that his family doesn't have much food left, and now that the roads are blocked by the snowstorm, food is more important than ever. Luo Tian shouted back, I can go to hell, go play in the mud. You're just a woman. After that, Luo Tian directly blocked the other party. There is nothing more annoying than being blacklisted after being scolded. Thinking about the other person's helpless rage, he wanted to smash the phone, and Luo Tian felt a great sense of relief. Butler, bring up the surveillance camera on the 18th floor. Luo Tian sat on the sofa and said in a calm voice. The cameras were already installed in every corner of the building, and nothing escaped his eyes. Sure enough, soon the door to 1802 was pushed open. Deng Tu came out angrily wearing a heavy coat and carrying a hammer. But what he didn't expect was that the temperature in the hallway was much lower than expected, and even with his heavy coat on, he felt a piercing chill. Deng Tu hurriedly quickened his pace and headed for the elevator in the center of the hallway. Yu Lin must have told him. Instead of using other tools, Deng Tu came directly to the door with a hammer in his hand, probably hoping that he could smash the door with the hammer in his hand. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Chapter 29, You're good at opening doors. Shit, I forgot the power was out. Stupid elevator. After pressing the elevator a few times, Deng Tu looked at the elevator, which showed no reaction, and angrily smashed it with a hammer. The elevator door was dented. For someone as arrogant as him, destroying public property is no big deal. After all, the elevator can't be used without electricity. Fortunately, the sensor lights had a backup power supply, so he didn't have to walk down the stairs in the dark. Deng Tu climbed the stairs with a hammer in his hand, grunting and groaning. The 5 flights of stairs were not high, but it was quite a struggle to climb them in one go, especially in the low temperatures of minus tens of degrees. This resulted in Deng Tu having no energy left after climbing up to the 23rd floor. So, Yu Lin, who was hiding at home, was very reluctantly called out to carry a hammer and go smash Luo Tian's door. If he didn't listen, Deng Tu would smash his own door first. Yu Lin, wearing a hat, swung the hammer very hard, as if he was not hitting the door but Luo Tian himself. Dong! The huge force of the rebound came, and Yu Lin's hand went numb. In contrast, the security door remained completely unharmed by the hammer. Not even a white mark was left. Damn it, Yu Lin, are you a sissy? Use some strength. Seeing that the door was not even scratched, Deng Tu could not help but curse. Brother Tu, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything for a day, I'm really tired. Yu Lin said with a long face, raised the hammer and smashed it twice with gritted teeth, but the hammer almost fell out of his hand and smashed directly on Deng Tu's forehead. Damn, you piece of trash, get out of the way and let me do it. Deng Tu slapped him on the back of the head and took the hammer directly. These owners are too weak. They are used to a pampered life and can't compare to a tough guy like me who is used to seeing blood. Deng Tu's eyes flashed with rage, and he swung the hammer with all his strength and smashed it against the door. Boom! The force was more than a little bit stronger than Yulin's, but unfortunately the security door was still intact. Deng Tu was shocked, his hands almost cracking, and he could not recover from the pain for a long time. It hurt so much. Damn it! These doors are so hard, they can't be the doors to the bank vault, can they? Deng Tu was furious. This door is really too hard. Damn you, Luo Tian, don't hide in your shell like a turtle. If you're so capable, come out and I'll fucking kill you. Damn you, Luo Tian, you grandson, come out of the shell. Deng Tu's vindictive personality made him unwilling to let go of the other party, so he raised the hammer and smashed the door while cursing. And the insults got worse and worse. Under his leadership, Yulin also shouted angrily, "You son of a bitch Luo Tian, you have the guts to play with my wife, but you don't have the guts to open the door? Open the door." The two men, who were swearing at each other, did not notice. A sharp crossbow bolt had already been aimed at them from the shooting hole high above. Where should I shoot? Straight to the head? Luo Tian stepped on a stool, holding a delicate crossbow in his hand. The arrowhead had already been secretly extended, aiming back and forth at Deng Tu's body. He never goes easy on scum like this. Otherwise, I'll treat everyone the same, no discrimination. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. It would be too easy to kill them, and it wouldn't be any fun. It would be too easy to watch them die in agony from lack of medicine and effective treatment, and I would get the most pleasure from watching them die in terror from the double torture of low temperature and excruciating pain. The crossbow bolt moved quietly downwards, aiming at Deng Tu's thigh, which was shouting angrily. Whoosh! After a small sound of breaking the air, Deng Tu's ear-splitting scream rang out. The human body is simply too fragile to withstand the arrow of a crossbow that can easily kill a wild boar. It is like stabbing white paper with a knife, with no resistance at all. Aha! It hurts like hell. Deng Tu felt a cold sensation in his thigh, followed by a wave of intense pain that rushed into his brain. Looking down, his thigh had been pierced by a sharp arrow. An arrow? Yulin, who was standing nearby, saw the situation was not good. Terrified, he left the injured Deng Tu without saying a word, rushed to the front door of his house, opened the door and hid. Inside, he was afraid that if he waited a second longer, he would be hit by an arrow too. In such a cold environment with no medicine, he could even predict that Deng Tu would not live for more than a few days with such a serious injury. Any of these could be extremely fatal. Deng Tu was in excruciating pain at this point, and he realized that Yulin had lied to him. This was not some defenseless kid, but a ruthless wolf killer. But he was no ordinary man, and he had the patience and courage to escape. He left his hammer behind and dragged his injured leg, gritting his teeth as he fled towards the stairs. The temperature was below freezing, and he was dragging his injured leg. What's worse, the elevator wasn't working. Deng Tu could only grit his teeth and lean on the handrail of the stairs, using the remaining leg to move down floor by floor. During this time, his wound had been frozen by the extreme cold and he had lost all feeling in his leg. His brain felt very tired and he wanted to sleep. He didn't want to struggle anymore. But Deng Tu knew that if he fell asleep, he would never wake up. With his bleeding leg dragging along the ground and leaning against the wall, Deng Tu finally made it back to his home. Sitting on the sofa, he could clearly see that his thigh had been pierced through, and the blood had stained his pants red and even formed a layer of blood-red ice. The temperature was so low that his pain was not as strong as usual. But this did not make him feel relieved, but rather scared to death. Because Deng Tu knew that if he continued like this, his leg would be useless if he didn't get medical attention. Even if the wound becomes infected, he will not survive. Deng Tu was finally scared. Terrified, he picked up his cell phone and was about to call an ambulance. But he quickly realized that the roads were blocked by the snowstorm, and not only was the snow 4 or 5 meters deep, but the hospitals had already closed for the day due to the extreme cold. Even if there were staff on duty at the hospital, it would be impossible to send an ambulance to save him in this kind of weather. Fortunately, Deng Tu, as a real estate tycoon, is not only worth a lot of money, but also has a group of loyal subordinates under his command. He also hired a personal doctor to deal with injuries that he couldn't handle in public. The residences of his subordinates are all near him, and the closest one is even in Building 7 next door. Everyone, bring your stuff and come over right now. Especially the doctor, Tell him to bring the surgical knives he uses for surgery. Deng 2 started a group chat in the group and ordered the brothers viciously. Hurry the fuck up, my leg is going to be useless. Chapter 30, The Big Star Baya. In the dark of night. More than a dozen shadows came from all directions, laboriously walking and crawling on the 4 to 5 meters of snow. Although they were going in different directions, they all ended up entering the same building. Shit, I heard that 2's leg was broken. Don't be slow, hurry up. Damn it, that brat is called Luo Tian, right? I'm going to cripple his limbs and torture him all night long. Although the brothers were shivering from the cold, they scolded each other fiercely in order to show their loyalty. From the moment they entered the building, they cursed from the 2nd floor to the 18th floor. The commotion certainly alarmed the residents, who thought there was a riot going on outside and hid in their rooms, trembling and not daring to make a sound. Some people even moved their furniture to block the door. After listening carefully for a while, they realized that it was Luo Tian, who lived on the 23rd floor, who had somehow crippled Deng 2, who lived on the 18th floor, and that the other party was shaking people up in the middle of the night to get revenge on him. There are so many people in the corridor. Did you hear the commotion? It's so scary. I heard them say they were going to kill Luo Tian. I'm going. Luo Tian is so ruthless. He beat Wang Fu 2 days ago, and today he crippled Deng 2's leg. That's the ruthless man known as Deng 2 Fu. His worth is estimated to be over 100 million yuan. He has a group of tough guys under him, and now he's in danger. Anyway, I didn't hear it. I don't know anything. The group chat was flooded with messages in an instant. Soon it reached 99 plus. Mom, look at the group. Luo Tian's a fool for getting involved with Deng 2 Fu. Wang Fu laughed wildly with his cell phone in his hand, and a hint of redness appeared on his pale face. Because he had lost his manhood, and probably also lacked male hormones, his voice had taken on a feminine tone. Wang Fu has been in pain every moment of the past 2 days. He hates Luo Tian to the bone, and when he saw that the other party had provoked the big boss of the underworld, he was so excited that he wanted to jump out of bed. Luo Tian, you're dead. That dog Luo Tian, how could I not see how ruthless he was before, even daring to provoke Butcher Deng? But now he is probably finished, there are more than a dozen people on the other side. I'm afraid his body will be cut into 8 pieces. Mrs. Wang obviously knew how powerful Deng the Butcher was. As she spoke, she seemed to imagine Luo Tian's miserable fate, and her tone was tinged with a sense of satisfaction. Oh no, Luo Tian is probably finished. Su Ling looked at the news in the group and said anxiously. She wasn't worried about Luo Tian's safety, but rather that the pile of food she had bought from the supermarket would be taken away by Deng 2's gang of thugs. In Su Ling's eyes, Luo Tian's food belongs to her. 20th floor, room 2001. In the pink-decorated room, Baya was wearing an expensive warm wool sweater and wrapped in a thick velvet quilt, huddled by the bedside reading the group's news. A pretty, energetic face, full of surprise. That's right. She is the popular national actress Baya, whose popularity has reached the point where she is known to everyone, and her fans range from the elderly to children. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but her voice is also extremely sweet and beautiful, which makes people fall in love with it at first listen. This Luo Tian seems to be very powerful. The topic of the group these days is all about him. Now that so many people are looking for trouble with him, will he be okay? Baya frowned, her voice like a heavenly voice, like a yellow oriole in the mountains. Unfortunately, no one else could hear it. She had only recently bought the house here in secret, and was unfamiliar with the other residents, but the group chatted about Luo Tian so frequently that she had memorized his name. Listening to the chaotic sounds in the hallway, she couldn't help but lift the quilt, step on a pair of long legs, and close one beautiful eye in front of the cat's eyes. Her long, golden hair fluttered in the breeze, and a cute cat hair clip was pinned to the end of her hair. There are so many people. Brother 2, bear with it, I'll pull the arrow out for you. The round-bodied man in glasses, looking at the sharp arrow piercing his thigh, was also sweating profusely from nervousness. Hurry the fuck up and pull it out. I'm freezing my balls off. The butcher shouted angrily. The surrounding minions were silent and dared not breathe. The doctor with glasses cut open the trousers with a knife. The bloody wound inside had already frozen, and the surrounding skin had turned black and purple. The low temperature had frozen the muscles and nerves, so he didn't even need to use anesthetic.
Under the pressure, the doctor spent half an hour to finally complete the operation. The process was a bit bloody. The young men didn't dare to watch, and all turned their backs. Dang Tu suffered great pain and almost fainted. Dang Tu's pain was so great that his veins were exposed and he was panting heavily. He hated Luo Tian, who shot him with a crossbow bolt, to the extreme. Luo Tian, you stupid bastard, I'm going to kill you. Dang Tu roared with murderous intent. He was determined to kill Luo Tian. Otherwise, how could he survive in Qinshui City? Not only would he be unable to hold his head up in front of his brothers, but his old rivals would also laugh at him to death. Not only Luo Tian, but also Yulin, who had deceived him, he hated him as well. When the snow melts in a couple of days, I'll go to the best hospital for recuperation. But this grudge must be avenged. If I don't kill him, won't my reputation as a butcher be a joke? Deng Tu roared. The brothers in the room immediately patted their chests and said, Brother Tu, where does that little bastard Luo Tian live? We'll go get him for you now. Deng Tu nodded in satisfaction. It's on the top floor, the house on the left as you go up the stairs. Be careful, that brat has a crossbow, and the security door is not strong enough. Bring 2 hammers and take turns banging on the door. The doctor with glasses said angrily, That's not fucking right. He's playing dirty tricks. Don't worry about smashing the door later, I'll be on guard next to you, I guarantee he won't dare show his face. Deng Tu sneered, as long as we break into his house, everything will be fine. He has a very beautiful wife at home, and her big breasts can crush a person to death. Once we break in, everyone will get a share. Hearing that there was a beautiful wife to be had, the group of desperate criminals immediately became excited. Now that the roads are blocked by the snowstorm, all the laws cannot reach them, and even if they kill a few people, it is not a big deal. At this moment, the evil in human nature suddenly erupted in them. A group of men, armed with machetes, hammers, and even chairs used as shields, rushed up to the 23rd floor. Looking at the fierce backs of his men, Deng Tu was sitting on the sofa with a thick blanket covering him, his injured leg propped up, and he was feeling very happy. Luo Tian, I'll see if you die or not. Chapter 31, The little Karamis are freezing like dogs. From the surveillance camera, it is clear that a group of vicious little brothers are carrying weapons and climbing the stairs non-stop. This time it's different, but there are more than 10 of them. And each one of them is armed, either with a hammer, a machete, or a baseball bat. They are determined to break in and tear him apart. It might be possible to break down the door with just 1 or 2 people. But with 10 times as many people, can the door still hold? Li Ro's pretty face was filled with panic. Luo Tian, what should we do? Luo Tian. There are so many of them. Should we run away? Li Ro is usually a gentle person and has almost never had a conflict with anyone else. Now she was scared out of her wits by a dozen or so vicious outlaws who had come to her door. Where can I run? The only way out is through the stairs, but if I go out there, I'll be killed even faster. Luo Tian said calmly. He looked calm and collected, as if he wasn't worried at all. He wasn't in a hurry, but Li Ro was desperate. Luo Tian. There are more than 10 people. No matter how strong the door is, it won't last long if it's smashed by so many people. What if it's smashed open? Li Ro was about to speak, but her face was pale. She didn't even dare to think about what kind of torture the 2 of them would suffer if the door was broken open. Li Ro couldn't help but hold his arm tightly. Her jade hands were cold and had no warmth. Looking at each other's nervous expressions, as if they were about to be beheaded the next moment, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Not to mention 10 people, even if there were 100 more, they would not be able to break through the door, which cost millions and was made of 300mm alloy, comparable to a bank vault. No matter how hard they try, the door will not be damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, they will be exhausted to death. At this point, Luo Tian couldn't help but have a mischievous thought about the other party. If it is smashed open, what do you think will happen to you? Luo Tian sighed and said. Oh. Li Ro was so scared that tears were falling like rain. Luo Tian, why don't we die together? Or, I beg them to let you go, and you should leave quickly. I will bite my tongue and kill myself. Li Ro seemed to have made up her mind. For her, if she had to face that kind of fate, it would be better to end it herself. If her sacrifice can help Luo Tian, then she will have died for a good cause. It was only then that Li Ro realized she might already be the other person's shape. Don't worry, this door can't be blown open with explosives, and a few small calorams are completely unimportant. Luo Tian did not expect that Li Ro would be willing to sacrifice herself to give him a chance to live. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It seems that Li Ro has completely given up her own life for him. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Ro looked at Luo Tian's faint smile on his face and immediately realized that the other party had spent 300 million to hire a security company to build a safe house. How could it be easily broken down by a group of small thugs with hammers? Li Ro couldn't help but blush. She immediately wanted to find a crack to hide in. Knock, knock, knock. Little bastard, open the door. If you're smart, we'll leave you a whole body. Otherwise, when I break down the door, you'll wish you were dead. What's the point of talking to that idiot? Begging for mercy is useless. We must avenge Brother Tuesday. We'll kill him tonight. Outside the door, the brothers have already started to smash the door. Unfortunately, after smashing the door for a long time, not even a single piece of paint was missing. Luotian calmly took out a high-pressure water gun from his space and aimed the nozzle at the unsuspecting brothers. Puff. What is it like to be doused in ice water at a temperature of -70 degrees Celsius? The constant stream of cold water instantly drenched the group of rascals. The extremely low temperature caused the water to freeze into ice cubes in an instant. Holy shit! It's so cold. I'm going to freeze to death. Help! Let me go. Stop pouring. Run. They were so cold that they felt as if they were in a freezer, and some even fainted from the cold. The boys cried out in agony and scattered. They fled from Luo Tian's door in a panic. They swore they would rather be beaten up and bruised than experience this kind of extreme cold torture again. Since the elevator was out of order due to the power outage, the group of people had to brave the extremely low temperatures, shivering nonstop, and headed downstairs in a flurry, covered in frozen slush. After watching the others disappear, Luo Tian withdrew the high-pressure water gun into the space. There were too many people, and using a water gun to attack with a large-scale AoE damage was much more effective than a single-target killing crossbow bolt. With the bonus of the extreme cold apocalypse, the normally harmless water gun can cause very terrifying damage. There are even a series of subsequent colds, illnesses, high fevers, and other buffs. Deng Tu was waiting for good news with a smug look on his face. But he didn't want to. Instead of good news, he was greeted by a group of brothers who were so cold that they were covered in ice and were purple with cold and wailing as they rushed into the house. As soon as they entered the house, they began to take off their clothes and rush to grab dry towels and thick blankets. I'm freezing. You guys, move over, I need the blanket first. Get out of here. I got here first. Give me some of that shit. The younger brothers who didn't get the blankets were so anxious that they almost started fighting each other. Tang Tu was so angry that he was about to burst with rage. He shouted, "Stop it. What's wrong with you guys? Where's that little bastard Luo Tian?" The brothers, all wrapped in a blanket, began to explain shakily, "Brother Tu, this Luo Tian kid is too evil. His door is very special. No matter how hard we hit it, it won't break. It's like a big iron block. Right, and he even drilled a hole in the door and used a high-pressure water gun to spray us." Hearing this, Deng Tu couldn't help but look upset. He didn't expect Luo Tian's door to be so strong that more than a dozen people couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! What kind of door is it made of? Why would the other side install something like this at home? Could it be that they had already anticipated what would happen now? No way, Deng Tu shook his head. Damn it, if we can't break it down, then we'll just wait for him outside. Food is limited after all, I don't believe he can hide in there forever. From tomorrow on, if we find Luo Tian, we'll kill him. Deng Tu slammed his fist on the coffee table. He just wouldn't believe it. After the food and water run out, Luo Tian can't hide at home forever. In the living room, Li Ro, with tear-stained eyes and a little red, was looking at Luo Tian with admiration. A dozen people were so easily defeated. This is so cool. Don't just look, go take a bath. Tonight we'll discuss some new knowledge. Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Li Ro whispered, her face turning red. Chapter 32, Auntie Wan wants to unify supplies. It was almost noon. Luo Tiankai got up from his warm bed with a contented look on his face. I think I need to make up for it. Luo Tian touched his chin and said. Otherwise, he's afraid that his nutrition won't keep up. Wake up, I made some eggs and meat porridge. Come and eat after you wash up. Li Ro pushed open the bedroom door and said with a smile. At this moment, she seemed to have experienced a new birth, exuding a kind of charm that belonged to a mature and elegant woman. Her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom. Her eyes are electric. I see. Luo Tian said lightly. No matter how charming the beauty in front of him is, for him, who is in the sage's time, everything is just a passing cloud. After a simple wash with hot water, Luo Tian sat in the living room and enjoyed the hot congee that the other person had cooked by hand. Li Ro did not eat with him. Instead, she sat on the chair opposite, her hands supporting her fair chin as she looked at him with a smile. Ding! There was a new message in the owners group. The news that a group of little karamis were drenched in water by Luo Tian last night and almost froze to death had already been known to all the owners. However, since Deng Tu was also in the group, no one dared to discuss it face to face. The owners dared only to chat privately at the bottom, and in the group they could only pretend that nothing had happened. At everyone, the neighborhood committee has received the latest official notice that the snowstorm will continue for a short period of time in the future. In order to take care of those owners whose food supplies have run out and to allow everyone to get through this difficult time together, the authorities have asked us to start collecting food from each household and distribute it centrally. This is an order from above, so no one is allowed to disobey. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Trust me, the authorities are taking this snowstorm very seriously. Anyone who is selfish and doesn't listen to the organization will be considered a criminal. Don't take any chances and defy the entire country. Auntie Wang sent several text messages. Perhaps she was getting cold feet after hearing about Deng Tu and his entourage, and was probably hiding in her house with a fever. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Auntie Wang began to intimidate and deceive the owners. It was exactly the same as in the previous life. Luo Tian looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but sneer. In the last life. It was also around this time that Auntie Wang began spreading rumors about official statements in the group, trying to intimidate some timid owners into handing over their food. She must have heard some inside information from the neighborhood committee, and suddenly became desperate. She began to collect supplies by any means necessary. Although the threats she spread were not very clever, the situation was too bad. The owners had been trapped in the snow for nearly a week. Not everyone in the 70 or 80 households in the building could remain rational. After a little intimidation from Auntie Wang, many timid owners will surely hand over their supplies. Luo Tian didn't intend to care about the lives of others. Just watch it for fun. There aren't many ways to have fun these days. At Wang Dama, you know how bad the situation is. We don't have much food to begin with, and we're hungry every day. How can we survive if you take away our food and gather it together? Sure enough, some owners saw that Auntie Wang was serious and that they had to obey orders to hand over their food, and they were forced to speak up. They began to speak out against Auntie Wang. Dong Yan, who lives on the 13th floor, because she herself runs a supermarket, her family usually hoards a lot of snacks to eat. Other neighbors know about this. If they had to hand over supplies, her family would definitely be the first target. So, in order to prevent her family from bleeding to death, Dong Yan, who was anxious, didn't care too much and was the first to oppose Wang Dama's behavior in the group. Her statement was supported by some of the owners. Yes, we don't have enough food to eat, so where would we find extra food to hand over? Let's just forget about it. How could Auntie Wang agree? After all, the authorities never said that, and she was the one who wanted to collect food on her own. Since the situation had not yet developed into a chaotic situation, and the residents had not yet realized the end of the world, she had to trick as many people as possible into giving her supplies. Wang Dama typed furiously and clicked send. I've made it clear that it's the government's request. It's not our neighborhood committee's private behavior. Special circumstances call for special measures. The authorities have already promised that the snowstorm will not last long, so you don't need to worry about what will happen next. Once the snowstorm is over, you can go to the supermarket and buy as much food as you want. Now many families don't have enough to eat. Without the neighborhood committee distributing food, they won't last more than a few days. So please don't be selfish. Are you all cold-blooded? Can you bear to watch your neighbors starve to death? After all, owners like Dong Yin who hoard food are only a minority. There are more owners who only buy food for 1 or 2 days at a time, and at most, they can only store food for a week. When the food in the house is running out, the owners naturally come forward and firmly express their support for Auntie Wang's actions. At Dong Yin, I never realized how selfish you were. We're all neighbors, so what's wrong with sharing some of the food you have at home? It's just snacks, how expensive can they be? I've even helped your supermarket many times before. I advise those owners who hoard food at home and selfishly don't want to hand it over. This is an official order. If you disobey the order, be careful that you will be liquidated after the snowstorm. Suddenly, the two groups of people with different opinions in the group began to argue chaotically. Luo Tian, I think Auntie Wang is lying. Li Ro also saw the message in the group. However, since Luo Tian had already told her a lot of information in advance, Li Ro simply thought about it for a moment and found that Wang Dama's statement was full of loopholes. How could the government agree to let the neighborhood committee collect and distribute all the supplies for the owners? That's right. This Auntie Wang, she's good at nothing else, but she's good at using her connections to bully people. Luo Tian sneered. She is not even a civil servant, but she has managed to manipulate the situation. She uses her official spokesperson status to do evil in front of the owners. That's why they say good people don't live long, and bad people live forever. In her previous life, Auntie Wang used this trick to keep her family going until the end. Luo Tian originally just wanted to eat a melon. But he didn't expect. Before long, Auntie Wang even sent him a private message. Chapter 33, The Charm of a Female Celebrity. People with fewer supplies have the upper hand in the group. They were furious with the tenants who had hoarded food at home but didn't want to contribute it, and they stood on the moral high ground and output frantically. Under the onslaught of public opinion, Dong Yen and her entourage dared not show their faces. The owners greeted them with the names of their ancestors. They had no choice but to agree to hand over the food. Wang Dama was very pleased, and then remembered that Luo Tian had a lot of food at home, so she wanted to try the same trick again. She relied on the support of the other owners and directly approached him for a private chat. Luo Tian, you can see what's going on in the group. The owners really hate you landlords who hoard food at home. Now I, Auntie Wang, represent the opinions of all the owners. Wang Dama said slowly, with a confident attitude. If you know what's good for you, you'll hand over some of the food you bought from the supermarket. Otherwise, if I tell the angry owners in the group, I'm afraid they'll drown you with their spit. Alas, I didn't let you take a bag of snacks before, but now it's all right, you have to hand over all the food. Wang Dama said cheerfully. She thought that Luo Tian would be scared by the public opinion of the other owners, just like Dong Yen. After all, public opinion is very scary. The minority must obey the majority. This time, she had the support of the entire building's owners behind her. There is only one person on the other side, how dared he go against so many people? Luo Tian scoffed and typed back, "Are you stupid? What do other people say? It doesn't matter to me. Even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't get a bag of instant noodles from me. Does he care about this little threat? Ridiculous. Deng Tu is not afraid of a group of thugs coming to his door, so why would he be scared by a few words from a group of unruly people? What about the owners of the entire building? Even if the owners of the entire community scolded him in the group, he would still not care. You, don't be too arrogant." Wang Dama gritted her teeth and typed. She didn't expect Luo Tian to actually dare to go against her, who represented the will of all the owners. This is completely different from what she had originally thought. So what if I'm arrogant, old lady? If you're so capable, come and ask me for it. Looking at this sentence in the chat box, Wang Dama was shaking with anger. She wouldn't dare to come to the door and ask for food even if she had the guts. She didn't want to experience the tragedy that happened to her son in Deng Tu's group. Wang decided to post Luo Tian's statement in the group. Even if she couldn't get food, she could at least stir up some hatred. She could get the other residents to call him a rat, and then his reputation would be ruined. He can't be allowed to get away with it. Just as Wang Dama was about to send it,
she saw a new message from Luo Tian. Suddenly, her vicious expression turned pale.
Auntie Wang, you think I don't know you're trying to scare the other owners in the group with official threats to get food from them? What, the neighborhood group is in an uproar, and you're panicking because you think the end of the world is coming? I'm telling you, I don't care about the dirty things you do. But if you're a pain in the ass and insist on making me unhappy. Ha ha. How could that be? Her thoughts have been completely guessed. Even though she was in a room with a temperature of several tens of degrees below zero, Auntie Wang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It's weird. She was trembling slightly and could hardly hold her phone steady. This is the inside information of the neighborhood committee. How did Luo Tian know? The members of the neighborhood committee are all old acquaintances, so there is no way they would leak the information. No matter how she guessed, she would never know. Luo Tian is a reincarnated soul. In his previous life, Luo Tian was soft-hearted and thought that the snow would not last long, so he gave away some of the food that his family had stocked up. As a result, the greedy neighbors were not satisfied, but instead thought that he must have a lot of food at home. So, they joined forces to kill him. Luo Tian, who had lived a second life, already knew everything about Wang Dama's actions. After all, those neighbors and Auntie Wang were not good people, and Luo Tian didn't care if they starved to death after being cheated of their food. After thinking about it, Wang Dama still deleted all the text in the chat box that was written against Luo Tian. If the fact that she had deceived the owners was revealed, no matter whether the owners believed it or not, they would definitely have more suspicions in their hearts. If they knew that Luo Tian was determined not to hand over the food, then it would be much more difficult to carry out his subsequent behavior of deceiving food from other owners' homes. Luo Tian, you're lucky. This time, Auntie Wang has given up. Wang Dama was angry, but she could only swallow her anger. She swallowed her anger. There was no way she could ruin everything. The most important thing was to continue to trick the owners into giving her food. Otherwise, her family would not be able to survive for long. What she didn't know was that food wasn't that easy to cheat. If the tenants were pushed too far, she would have to double the amount she took back. So, next, Auntie Wang didn't dare to provoke Luo Tian again, but instead ran back to the group and feigned gratitude to the owners who were willing to contribute food. She said that after the snowstorm was over, the authorities would send them a banner and a bonus as a token of appreciation. The other owners also changed from condemning to praising her. This made the owners, including Dong Yan, feel much more relieved. It's ridiculous. Luo Tian sneered. It seems that there are not many smart people among these owners. Auntie Wang's naive scam actually fooled them around. He had even anticipated it. In the next few days, Auntie Wang will definitely go door to door to swindle some honest and timid owners, and she will definitely skip over people like Deng Tu, who has a gang of younger brothers at home. But when the owners realize they have been tricked, sooner or later, they will have to give back whatever Wang took. 2 more days have passed. Sure enough. Under the constant threat and intimidation of Auntie Wang, she spread official rumors in the group while privately breaking them down one by one. Many owners really did hand over their food obediently. However, many people were also careful, handing in only part of their food and hiding the rest at home. Some of the more clever owners prioritized whether they had enough food at home, so they ignored the threats and kept their doors closed. Even so, Wang still took away a lot of supplies. In particular, Dong Yan, who runs a supermarket, alone contributed 3 large boxes of instant noodles and 2 large bags of assorted snacks to the cause. The whole thing. Luo Tian could see everything clearly through the surveillance cameras in the hallway. There was even a small incident in the middle. That is, the big star Baya, who lives on the 20th floor, room 2001, also kindly opened the door and contributed her own food. She even sweetly told the liar, Auntie Wang, that she had worked hard, and asked the other to keep her identity a secret. The flattered Wang Dama obviously didn't expect that the national goddess, the superstar Baya, would be living in the same building as her. But she didn't treat her any differently, because now, unlike in the previous harmonious society, it was useless to chase after stars in the end times. So she took all of the other person's supplies without any hesitation. Through the corridor monitoring built-in microphones, Luo Tian even heard Wang Fu and Auntie Wang secretly discussing how to trick the other person into coming to their home after Baya came to their door. A big star. A big shot that ordinary people can't even touch in a lifetime. But in the end times, everyone is equal. Although Wang Fu no longer had the confidence of a man, he still wanted to enjoy the taste of a high and unattainable celebrity in other ways. Wang Dama was also very happy to find a big star for her son as a daughter-in-law. Big breasts, no brains. Luo Tian snorted. He expressed disdain for Baya's IQ. It is estimated that she is well protected by her agent and has no idea of the darkness of human nature. Being a saint in the end times will definitely not end well. But he still does what he does best, playing games and watching movies, enjoying the delicious food from all over the world, or learning new things with Li Ro. He is living a very comfortable life. It has been a week since the end of the world. For normal people, the food in the house can only last for a week at most. However, due to the extremely low temperatures, not only do you need to ensure that you have food to eat every day, but you also need fuel to keep warm and not freeze to death, so the rate of consumption of supplies is also very fast. A few days have passed. The atmosphere in the group of owners suddenly became very tense. They had been trapped at home by the snow for a week or two. The official rescue was delayed, and everyone was worried about the shortage of food and supplies every day, which quietly changed everyone's mentality. Chapter 34, Auntie Wang has angered everyone. Many residents who had been cheated out of food by Auntie Wang. After waiting for a long time without any distribution of supplies, they finally couldn't stand it anymore. At Wang Dama, what's going on? Didn't you say you were going to collect supplies and distribute them? It's been 2 days, but there's been no movement at all. Yes, the efficiency is too low. Or are you all lining your pockets and have no intention of distributing to us? We have nothing to eat at home, we are starving to death. At Wang Dama, please come and give us some food. The residents are a bit agitated. Whether they had handed in supplies or not, the owners all came out at this time, hoping that they could be given priority in the distribution of food. No matter how they yelled, Auntie Wang never showed up, not a word, as if she had disappeared. Soon, an hour had passed. The owners' dissatisfaction finally reached a peak. They seemed to realize that Auntie Wang was a liar and that they had been taken in. Damn it, Auntie Wang never had any intention of distributing food. She just wanted to take it all for herself. How could this happen? Come out and explain yourself. At Wang Dama. Wang Dama, I'm so mad at you. Everyone trusted you and handed over the food. You took the food with your front feet and then hid at home and pretended to be dead with your back feet? Very quickly. The group was soon filled with expletives, most of which were greetings to Wang's family and relatives. Unfortunately, for Auntie Wang, who was prepared and had a thick skin, this little greeting was completely insignificant. Even if they went through her entire family tree, she would still not hand over the food. Su Ling's home. Because the temperature in the house is too low, she can only wrap herself in a thick quilt and shiver on the sofa. Looking at the group message, Su Ling couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness I was smart enough not to listen to Auntie Wang's nonsense, or else my family's food would have gone to waste. When Wang Dama first proposed to collect food, she came to the house to ask for food, but the selfish Su Ling chose to play dead and ignored her from beginning to end. Now it seems that this decision was undoubtedly correct. Seeing many owners in the group who had been cheated out of their food, Su Ling couldn't help but admire herself even more. However, even if she hadn't been fooled, her food supplies would have run out. Su Ling has been able to hold out until now entirely thanks to the snack gift packs that some of the dog lickers sent her. She had already run out of her own food. On the coffee table was a bag of cookies that had been eaten clean. Ironically, before the end of the world, Su Ling didn't even bother to take a look at these cheap wholesale biscuits, and she was even about to throw the entire box of biscuits that the poor dog licked in her mouth into the trash can. But then the snowstorm came, and she was trapped in the community and unable to go out. She was only able to survive until now by relying on this box of dry and tasteless wholesale biscuits. The past delicate pastries were delicious, but the amount was too small. There were only a few bags of biscuits left. Su Ling was huddled under the covers, her face gone from lack of food, and a hint of bitterness appeared on her face. In the past, she wouldn't have eaten such low-quality biscuits. But now, not only does she lick every last crumb clean, she even wants to chew up the packaging and swallow it. The situation is so bad now, if I don't get any new food, I'm afraid I'll starve to death at home. The heavy snow outside shows no sign of letting up. Su Ling's eyes were wide with fear. outside the window. Through the frosted glass, the outside world was already buried in snow, white and white. Even the damn snowflakes in the sky were still falling. Damn it, it's been snowing for over a week. The water has stopped, and so has the electricity. But the snow just keeps falling. When will this day end? Even the ground floor has been completely covered by snow, and you can't even see the unit doors. The residents on the first floor live in complete darkness every day, and it is said that they are beginning to have mental problems. In this situation, it is impossible to go out. There is no sign of official rescue. Even the TV programs have been off the air for several days, and when you turn on the TV, all you see is a snow screen. All kinds of signals. It seems to be telling them that the snow will keep falling endlessly. Humanity has ushered in the end of the world. How long will this snowstorm last? Or will it ever end? Goo goo. Su Ling's stomach is rumbling again. I'm so hungry. What should I do? There's only so much food at home. If this continues, I'll really starve to death. After thinking it over in her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, "Do I really have to bow to Luo Tian, that dog-licking guy? No, I already went to see him last time. And his attitude was really annoying. Not only did he take pictures of the steak and post it on WeChat to tempt her, he also deliberately didn't give her any to eat." At that time, Su Ling, who was very angry, also decided angrily that she must ignore Luo Tian for a while, and sooner or later, the other party would come to her and beg her to take him back. If she gives up her goddess airs and goes to find him, won't all the hard work she's done be wasted? She is a goddess who is above everyone else. This kind of behavior should make Luo Tian take the initiative to do it. However, after thinking about it, Su Ling's thoughts wavered. I am a goddess, how can I go hungry? As long as I take the initiative to show my good intentions to Luo Tian and act coquettishly, won't I have plenty of food? After filling her stomach, it won't be too late for her to maintain her reputation as a goddess. Su Ling thought about this and immediately picked up her phone and said excitedly, "Okay, I'll do it." She thought about the photos Luo Tian had posted on his WeChat moments. The delicious steak and high-end champagne made her salivate. Chapter 35, Green tea comes to her. When it comes to food, Su Ling suddenly gets motivated. She clicked directly on Luo Tian's profile picture, then held down the voice button and began to send, "Oh, Luo Tian, my dear brother, it's been so long since we last spoke, I miss you so much, why don't you come find me?" I have to say, Su Ling is very skilled at seducing men. Luo Tian, who is this woman? Li Ro picked up a crystal grape from the platter full of fresh fruit and gently peeled the skin with her slender jade fingers. Listening to the female voice coming from the phone, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She's just a dead green tea. Luo Tian said nonchalantly, not knowing what mischief Su Ling was up to. But he hardly had to think about it to know that in this situation, the reason the other party took the initiative to find him must be that they were greedy for his family's food. Gogo has been busy with something these 2 days. Luo Tian felt that he was idle. Anyway, so he might as well have some fun with the other person. It would also be a good opportunity to tease the green tea bitch some more. Oh, really? What is brother Luo Tian busy with? Can you tell me? Su Ling asked curiously. Nothing, just busy tasting the food of other countries. I wanted to see which country's food was the most delicious, but unfortunately I was too full to continue eating. Luo Tian sent a message slowly. Looking at this message in the chat box, Su Ling was stunned and suddenly lost her train of thought. Busy tasting food? Or other countries? Can't even fit it in your stomach? You're lying. Su Ling looked unconvinced, thinking that Luo Tian was just bragging. She was so hungry that she could barely eat. If she were given a bucket of instant noodles, she would think it was the most delicious food in the world. How could she dare to ask for a big meal from another country? Oh, brother Luo Tian, don't tease me. You must be eating canned meat and instant noodles. I want to eat them too. Su Ling sent a voice message again, in a sweet and cute voice. Even a simple bowl of instant noodles is a rare delicacy for Su Ling at the moment. As for canned meat, if you can make a pot of hot soup over an open fire and taste it, it's even more delicious. Seeing that the other person didn't believe him, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile, turned on the camera function, and took pictures of the delicacies on the table. caviar, lasagna, roast duck, fruit platter. Then he sent the pictures. Ding! Looking at the pictures received on her phone, Su Ling couldn't help but stare in shock, her face full of disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Luo Tian have so many delicacies at home? Su Ling shook her head and looked unconvinced. She knew that he had stocked up on a lot of food in advance, but it was basically all snacks from the supermarket. How could he have so many top-notch delicacies? It's fake, it must be a fake picture. It's definitely a picture he saved from his phone. Su Ling couldn't help but gasp, and then repeatedly denied it. Under such harsh conditions, how could Luo Tian have so much food at home? Even if it was the government, it would be difficult to prepare such a luxurious meal in the snowstorm, with the roads closed and the temperature extremely low. Wait, the refrigerator in the back seems to be full of food. Su Ling enlarged the picture. Inside the half-closed refrigerator door, each compartment was filled with food and drinks. The delicious Russian ham alone filled an entire shelf. On the kitchen cabinets, there are a bunch of famous red wines like Louis, Martini, and Remy Martin, which are all displayed like they are free. And in another picture from Luo Tian, it is clearly visible that there is even a large, warm fireplace in the center of the living room. It is constantly burning with a raging fire. Not only that, the huge LCD screen in the living room is even playing a movie. This shows that Luo Tian's home has electricity. Ha! Su Ling couldn't help but gasp in surprise. What kind of life is Luo Tian living? Not only is the food plentiful, with delicacies from all over the world, but the house is also equipped with a fireplace for heating, and there is even a generator for power supply at any time. Not to mention the heating capacity of the fireplace, Su Ling knows very well. In the cold winters of Northern Europe, as long as the fireplace is lit in the house, the room will be kept at a very comfortable temperature all winter. I want to live there. I must live there. Su Ling had only been a little envious before. But after seeing all these things, she couldn't help but be jealous. Su Ling gritted her teeth and said viciously, her jealous eyes burning with rage. She couldn't wait to get inside and enjoy it. Why? Everyone is suffering. But Luo Tian is comfortably lying at home. Not only does he have food and electricity, but his home is also so warm. You know. For a while, she had been staying at home, freezing like a dog every day. Despite being wrapped in thick quilts and mattresses, she still had cold, numb hands and feet. The tables, chairs, and stools in the house had all been removed to keep warm. But the little wood was only enough to keep her warm for a short while. As soon as the fire went out, she was plunged back into the bone-chilling cold. The brief moment of warmth was so memorable for Su Ling, it was too warm. But this warmth, which was unattainable for her, Luo Tian enjoyed at home all the time. Su Ling was almost jealous. At this moment, thinking about the almost distorted expression on the other person's face, Luo Tian felt very happy and almost laughed out loud. Be envious, be jealous. Unfortunately, no matter how much you long for it, you can only stare at the screen. I took it to show off. You've lost a lot of weight since I last saw you. I really admire your self-discipline. Unlike me, you don't eat a lot of abalone and seafood every day and you don't exercise much. Luo Tian looked at the other person's face, which was pale and thin due to lack of food, and pretended to be ignorant. To Su Ling, this was blatant display of wealth. It's so annoying. Su Ling couldn't help it anymore and sent a video directly. Brother Luo Tian, I'm hungry too. This time I'll give you a chance to treat someone to dinner. You have to seize the opportunity. After dinner, we can do some post-dinner exercises. She even took the initiative to come to his door to taste the food. Looking at the video. Seeing the other person in the video looking so obedient and ready to be picked, Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer. Ha, that's a nice thing to say. What giving yourself a chance to invite the other person to dinner is, in plain terms, wanting to come over and eat and drink for free. If you really want to give her a chance, why not give it to her before the end of the world, but rather in the midst of a snowstorm that has closed the roads? Should I get Su Ling over here and then punish her severely with the bracelet? Luo Tian thought to himself. Although he didn't think much of her now, Su Ling was completely a bus, but after all, he had licked her for so long in his previous life. Now that there is a chance to taste the other person, it can also be considered, just as a way to fulfill a previous wish. Forget it, it would be bad if I got sick. Luo Tian quickly abandoned the idea. He thinks it's dirty. He has the perfect wife, Li Ro, by his side, and her looks and figure are better than hers in every way. She is a 9 out of 10 even without makeup. On the other hand, Su Ling, who is on the other side, can only get a 7 if she is wearing makeup, but now that she is barefaced, she is only worth 6. Chapter 36. Don't be fooled by the fox spirit. No need. Luo Tian simply refused the other party. Su Ling couldn't help but stare at him, as if she had heard something unbelievable, and exclaimed in shock, I gave it to you for free, and you still refused? Luo Tian, are you serious? I know. You must be angry with me, right? You must be very lonely after being ignored for so long. I'll be more careful in the future, okay? Green tea tasted the taste of being rejected for the first time, and suddenly her speech became incoherent. Who is angry with you? Luo Tian said nothing, then grabbed Li Ro next to him and pulled her over. Li Ro was wearing a dress that was not too revealing. When Luo Tian pulled her, she fell over backwards. She was lying on his shoulder with a shy look on her face, not saying anything. Instead, she looked at the camera on her phone in a provocative manner. I'm not lonely at all. I have someone to keep me company, Luo Tian said in a satisfied tone. It seemed like he was showing off. He also turned his pretty face towards the camera of the phone. Li Ro also let him do whatever he wanted. See? We have a pretty girl to keep us company. You lousy shoes, just stay where you are. I don't care. Sure enough, seeing that there was another woman who had actually moved into Luo Tian's warm room before him and was enjoying the delicious food that made him jealous, Su Ling immediately became angry. Luo Tian. Who is she? How can you let someone else into your home? I hate having other women around. Get her out of the house right now, Su Ling ordered with clenched teeth. As if she were the mistress of the house. This made Luo Tian unhappy, and he said coldly, Who I want to let in is none of your business. After hearing these words, Su Ling was stunned. She had been scolded? And by a dog she thought she was licking. Luo Tian. You actually scolded me? What's wrong with you? Su Ling said in disbelief. You know, in the past, when I was in a bad mood, even if I lost my temper at him for no reason, Luo Tian would always make fun of me and cheer me up, giving me gifts and taking me out to dinner. He never got angry with her. Not to mention swearing, in front of her, Luo Tian would not even breathe heavily. Now, it seems that the other person completely disregards her feelings. She only spoke a little louder, and the other person scolded her. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. So, was it that fox spirit that lured Luo Tian away? No wonder Luo Tian's attitude towards her had suddenly become cold. Su Ling thought to herself, and couldn't help but grind her teeth in anger. For a green tea, the most intolerable thing is to have your own dog licking you, and being openly attracted away by other women. Because for her, this is tantamount to her own charm being inferior to others. In fact, Su Ling looked at Li Ro and sadly realized that her own charm was indeed inferior to that of the other woman. Whether it's Li Ro's charming face or her round and slender thighs, she has the body of a top goddess. Her face is made up, her eyelashes glued on, and she is completely defeated. Even if she had plastic surgery, she would never be as beautiful as the other woman. Luo Tian. Don't be fooled by that fox spirit. Isn't the woman you love me? Physical attraction is only temporary, but the soul's love can last a long time. Su Ling squeezed out a few tears and said to him with tearful eyes. As a top-notch green tea, you can enter the state at any time and place, and it is also a required course to start acting. Before, Su Ling had used this trick to trick many men into pity. Ha! Luo Tian couldn't help but show a look of confusion when she said that. Su Ling, you don't think I liked you before, do you? Luo Tian snorted and said, maybe you misunderstood. I didn't only give you gifts and take you out to dinner. He said calmly, don't flatter yourself. I was just casting a wide net. You're just one of many backups. How is that possible? I don't believe it, Luo Tian, you must be talking nonsense. You're deliberately trying to upset me. Su Ling's face instantly turned ugly. In the past, she had always regarded Luo Tian as a lapdog who could be summoned at will. Now, Luo Tian was telling her, "Sorry, you're my spare tire." This is a huge blow to Su Ling, a master of tea art. Believe it or not. Luo Tian said nonchalantly, with a disdainful sneer, "You don't think I know about your little secret, do you? It's all over the rich kid circle that you can be taken to a hotel for a night of casual fun for a little money. You're just a bus that anyone can get on, so don't pretend to be a pure young girl. Sorry, I don't like to mess with broken shoes." He finished. Luo Tian didn't give the other person a chance to respond, and immediately hung up on the video. He said this to humiliate the other person. This scolding can be said to have exposed the essence of Su Ling's green tea, directly hitting the other party's sore spot. Although Su Ling has played with the feelings of many men, but she still thinks she is a good girl, and those men were all willing to be nice to her, so there is nothing wrong with what she did. But Luo Tian's words tore her hypocrisy apart. At the same time, it also dealt a serious blow to Su Ling's self-confidence, making her deeply doubt her own charm. Luo Tian had licked her so much before, but he knew her true nature so well. Did the other licking dogs she had dangled also think the same way? Soon, the chat box sent several 60-second voice messages. Luo Tian didn't even need to look at them to know that they were definitely not good words. He had just scolded Su Ling. She couldn't have sent a voice message just to praise herself, could she? It was so easy to break the defense, it was boring. Luo Tian laughed and threw his phone aside. It feels so good to scold green tea. I should have done this a long time ago. We just worked well together. If you want a reward, I can satisfy you. Luo Tian said in a good mood. Really? Li Ro leaned into Luo Tian's ear and whispered a few words. I want to switch places. Chapter 37. Luo Tian was pushed to the forefront. After being humiliated by Luo Tian and hanging up the phone, Su Ling was almost driven to death by anger. Luo Tian. You are a licking dog, how dare you curse me like that? I will sooner or later break into your house and make you kneel down and lick my feet while crying. Su Ling lifted the blanket and grabbed a vase and smashed it on the ground. She swept the photo frames and other sundries off the table and smashed them to pieces, clearing the table. However, after venting her anger, she still barely suppressed her anger and said, "No, I have to be rational." But when she thought about what Luo Tian had just said, the bus, the broken shoes, she couldn't help but burst out in an instant. How can I be rational? Su Ling gritted her teeth and her face turned purple with anger. Luo Tian had called her a bus. You can call a woman ugly, fat, and ignorant, but you can never call her a slut. This is the ultimate humiliation of women. Fortunately, it was very cold, and Su Ling didn't smash many things before she was too cold to bear it and shivered as she picked up the blanket and put it back on. She was huddled up in a ball. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, so she prepared to take revenge on Luo Tian. After calming down, Su Ling also thought about who the woman next to Luo Tian was. It was the neighbor's wife, Li Ro, who lived across from him. The other party was already married and had a husband. If this news is spread in the owners' group, won't it be criticized by everyone? An affair. No matter what era or place, it is a topic that the masses are keen to discuss. Ha, Luo Tian, you didn't expect it, did you? I just took a screenshot. Wait, I'll make you the shame of the whole building. Su Ling thought coldly. So, she quickly wrote a text accusing the two of being shameless, and then sent it to the group, along with a screenshot of Li Ro lying in Luo Tian's arms, showing off a white thigh. Li Ro, isn't this the wife of Yulin who lives on the 23rd floor? How did she hook up with Luo Tian? I remember this woman. She has a huge temper. I always said she was a woman of easy virtue. Luo Tian has really done a lot of bad things. Sure enough. The owners who were attracted by the picture soon started a lively discussion. Soon, one message after another was posted, like a flood of posts. Soon. Yulin was frantically tagged by the owners in the group, and he finally couldn't stand the pressure and came out to speak. It was Luo Tian who forcibly detained my wife. He had hoarded a bunch of food at home and promised to share some with my family, but after my wife went in, he wouldn't let anyone out. This nonsense directly pushed Luo Tian to the forefront of the issue. In fact, the owners didn't care who was right or wrong in the matter. After all, most of them couldn't eat now, and they were hungry all day long. Under the pressure and lack of food, their emotions were easily impulsive and irritable.
They are confined to their homes every day, and inevitably have frequent conflicts and quarrels with their families.
Now, the things that Su Ling has exposed have just become a reasonable outlet for the owners.
No matter what the situation is, criticizing others will give them a natural sense of pleasure.
This is the evil in human nature.
Luo Tian looks like an honest and meek person, but he actually did something that everyone is disgusted by.
Yes, it is illegal to detain someone without permission.
After the snowstorm is over, I will definitely call the police to arrest this bastard.
He is not human.
Poor Li Ro, she must have been subjected to inhumane abuse.
I hope she's okay. Hands together. JPG. That bastard Chow can enjoy my goddess, I'm so jealous. Ah no. I'm so angry.
The owners began to curse. The profanity was overwhelming, and soon the entire group of owners was consumed by it. Looking at the angry residents, Su Ling, who had started the whole thing, couldn't help but burst out laughing behind her phone.
Aha, Luo Tian, you deserve it. You made me the scapegoat for the bus incident, and now your reputation is ruined.
The owners' comments became more and more outrageous, and they even speculated that Li Ro had been kidnapped by Luo Tian.
In the living room,
Li Ro was wearing a short, revealing skirt, and when she saw the news in the group, she couldn't help but defend Luo Tian directly.
She was obviously doing well, eating delicious food every day, and the room was warm. She wasn't being abused.
It would have been better if she hadn't explained. Her explanation directly stirred up a hornet's nest, and the owners not only scolded Luo Tian, but also scolded her along with him.
What a slut, shameless, bus. It was extremely unpleasant. Li Ro was immediately scolded and cried. Everyone knows the power of cyber violence.
In peacetime, many people are scolded to the point of jumping off a building, not to mention the current situation. Seeing that Li Ro was too scared to speak, the owners became even more excited. Bullying a beautiful wife that they usually desire but cannot have gives the owners a perverted pleasure.
Damn, I knew your true nature all along. Why didn't you tell me you were running out of food? 5 bags of instant noodles are enough for one night of fun.
Gee, I've been thinking about Li Ro for 3 years already. If I could have her for one night, I would be willing to live 10 years less.
It's a pity that Yulin is already useless, so I can't enjoy it, ha. More and more owners have joined the crusade. They said some vulgar words without any restraint.
In this situation, they would be praised by others for scolding Li Ro and Luo Tian, but they would not be condemned. The moral quality of a civilized society seems to have disappeared. After a long time of cursing, Luo Tian did not show up. They suddenly felt that Luo Tian was afraid. After all, they were outnumbered, so they also scolded more enthusiastically and demanded more. It's not a big deal to have let Deng Tu suffer before. Maybe those little brothers are all soft-footed shrimps and not as scary as they are rumored to be.
As long as we unite, Deng Tu will definitely not dare to mess with us.
The owners thought proudly, and even Deng Tu, who used to avoid them, looked down on them a little.
In the living room, Luo Tian pinched her tearful face and said, "What's the big deal? You cried after being scolded a little bit. If you can't stand it, don't watch." I'm angry. They clearly don't know anything, and they're still scolding me so harshly. Li Ro whimpered.
Her face was all red and swollen from crying. What no one knew was that if Luo Tian had not taken her in, Li Ro would have ended up jumping to her death at Yulin's behest.
"Butler, are the things ready?" Luo Tian asked slowly. "Master, it's ready to be sent at any time." "Very well, it's time to strike back." Luo Tian snorted and said. "Don't think that just because I don't go out, I can't deal with you."
He didn't reply to the group chat right away because he was working with the housekeeper to collect some interesting evidence.
"If you don't do anything, I'll kill you all. Very soon."
Luo Tian sent out a series of shocking news, which made the angry owners quiet in an instant. It was as if they had been splashed with cold water.
Chapter 38, Your circle is really chaotic.
At 14th floor 1403 Jinda, at 15th floor 1501 Haoshao, 2 male owners privately held a lewd gathering, using numerous props, photo.jpg. At 11th floor 1102 Udahai, a private meeting with at 13th floor 1301 Zhangli, a story that a young man and an ant had to tell after 20 years, video.mp4. At 15th floor 1502 owner and at 15th floor 1501 exchange. These videos and photos were basically found by the housekeeper by hacking into the other person's phone through the building's network, router, etc. For the housekeeper, who is a top-notch brain, this is a piece of cake. Because the entire building is under Luotian's surveillance, he knows exactly what the owners are doing in private. It is possible that due to the snowstorm and road closures, many people were under long-term stress, so they let go of themselves and did some unspeakable things. For example, the shocking information above was sent by the people who were just scolding the most in the group. It is estimated that they have done something wrong. When they saw the message sent by Su Ling, they scolded her in an especially unpleasant way, but they didn't expect that retribution would come soon. For example, the affair between Yu Dahai and Zhang Li, once exposed, made Zhang Li's husband furious. Bitch. You're already an old woman, and you're still hooking up with other young guys. Do you have any shame? He said, 2 slaps. Zhang Li, who was stunned by the slap, covered her face and saw her son standing next to her. She looked disappointed and said, Mom, that man is not much older than me. How could you? Yes, he seduced me first. Zhang Li explained with a pale face, regretting her actions. She was one of the harshest people who had just scolded her, but she never imagined that the video of her having an affair with Yu Dahai would be obtained by Luo Tian. If she had known this would happen, she would never have dared to participate. Shit, Ajinde, you're a fucking faggot. I said we're neighbors, how come you're always coming to my house for dinner and touching my ass? Stay away from me, you faggot. At Hao Shao, I didn't realize it, you two played so much, and used a lot of props? I didn't realize it before, but you two are so open and private, and you don't call me when you're having sex? Am I the only honest person? Seeing the news, Jindi and Hao Shao both felt like they wanted to die. The group is full of neighbors, and they see each other every day. Now that they have done this, how will they see people in the future? They have become a laughingstock. The two men, Jinde and Hao Shao, who thought that the other party had leaked the photos, couldn't help but have a conflict and started to curse each other on the phone. As for the two owners who swapped wives, their families were in an even bigger mess. Seeing their loved ones in a different light almost caused the children and elderly of both families to collapse. The owners who had not participated in the event and had only watched the whole thing from the sidelines. At this point, they also joined in the discussion with glee. Ah, I said that you just scolded each other one by one, and you have a guilty conscience. This is too much. It's an eye-opener. Your circle is really chaotic. The farce quickly subsided. No matter how much they reveled online, when they put down their phones, they were greeted by extremely cold temperatures and food shortages. After all, typing on a cold day is cold. The owners just thought it was a joke, but Su Ling, who caused the whole thing, was very angry. She had wanted to see Luo Tian nailed to the pillory by a group of people, but she didn't want to be happy for long, because the scandal of the owners was all exposed. Where did Luo Tian get these videos from? Thinking about the fact that she had wanted to make a deal with one of the gay men, Su Ling couldn't help but feel sick to her stomach. No, I can't just let it go. Luo Tian, I will never let you have an easy life. Su Ling clenched her teeth and said, I'm going to get you back. 18th floor. Brother 2, this Luo Tian kid is something, he's able to get rid of those who insulted him so quickly. One of his men was posting all the juicy details, and he was absorbed in watching the scene of a certain gathering. It's quite exciting. Deng Tu slapped him on the head angrily and said, so what? Luo Tian is really a character. But since he has offended me, he won't be able to live for a few more days. This guy, Luo Tian, is so manly. The superstar Baya, who was curled up in bed at the moment, looked at the message on her phone and muttered. Luo Tian's beautiful counterattack made her eyes sparkle. She really feels safe. No matter how glorious she was in the past, she is now just a young woman in her 20s. She has been alone in the house for more than a week. Other owners have family members to keep them company, but she doesn't even have a friend she knows. Outside the window, the snow continued to fall. 2 days ago, she was tricked by Auntie Wang into giving away more than half of her food. Unable to help herself, a feeling of fear filled Baya's heart. I really want to find someone to rely on. In the living room, Luo Tian put down his phone and was obviously very satisfied with the shocking news from the housekeeper. You like to criticize, so now criticize your own behavior. My behavior, which is a vestige of the Wei Wu legacy, can essentially save Li Ro, who would otherwise be forced to die, and will add merit.
Luo Tian thought to himself.
His motives were different from those of other owners. To use a legal term, he was acting in the interest of another person's.
Emergency escape. Luo Tian, you are amazing. Li Ro said with admiration. What kind of man can a woman be completely devoted to?
Of course, it's the man who can be good to her. A man who can stand up in a crisis and protect her.
Li Ro couldn't help but sigh. If she could have met Luo Tian 10 years earlier, she would have married him without hesitation. It's all trivial. Luo Tian chuckled. Dealing with these guys. It's not too simple, it's not even difficult. Chapter 39, The Virgin Must Die. What's wrong?
Use your chopsticks. Luo Tian picked up a piece of kidney and put it in his mouth, eating it with relish.
Don't say it, the food made by the chefs of 5-star restaurants is delicious. The meat is crispy and tender.
When you bite into it, the juice bursts out and the fragrance is endless and memorable. This is a batch of dishes that he ordered specifically when he was booking a banquet before the end of the world, after seeing these nourishing dishes on the other party's menu. Now it seems that he was very far-sighted.
Oh.
Li Ro nodded, pulled up the chair next to him and sat down, then picked up the chopsticks and began to taste.
It's delicious. Her eyes lit up as soon as the food entered her mouth. It was fragrant and not greasy, with a long aftertaste. She would eat 5 bowls of rice with it.
Li Ro of course knew the effect of eating what replenishes what, so she kept giving Luo Tian dishes to eat. This is delicious, it tastes good, eat more.
Replenish your body.
After all, the two of them had been exercising together a lot recently, and they couldn't afford to neglect adequate nutrition.
The table was full. It was quickly eaten up by the two of them.
Needless to say, after eating, they felt warm all over.
Luo Tian leaned back in his chair. Maybe the restaurant has some secret ingredients in it.
It is rumored that it uses a lot of 100-year-old ginseng as a material, which is a great tonic for the human body. Before the end of the world, these famous dishes were also extremely popular in restaurants. As for the dishes, of course, they were left to Li Ro to clean up.
This is the advantage of having a woman.
He just needs to eat, and he doesn't need to worry about doing any housework or cleaning.
The dishes are simply put away in the kitchen, where there is a high-end sterilizing dishwasher that Luo Tian brought back from the space.
As for water, it is all from the several 100,000 tons of water resources stored in the space.
It's time to exercise a little.
It's also important to maintain your figure.
Luo Tian touched his belly and felt that it was not as hard as before.
In the comfortable life after the end of the world, he had lived too comfortably. He ate abalone, lobster and steak every day, and these high-protein, high-calorie foods were not accompanied by proper exercise, so it was easy for fat to accumulate.
Luo Tian didn't want his body to go out of shape.
Although he has no shortage of food or drink, it is also important to maintain a healthy and strong body. It is not advisable to do strenuous exercise after a meal.
However, taking a walk is fine.
Luo Tian took out 2 well-known brand treadmills from the space, which cost tens of thousands of yuan, and placed them on the balcony in the living room. After a meal, take a walk and live to be 999 years old.
Hey! Luo Tian, are we going to run?
Li Ro came out of the kitchen and saw him set up 2 treadmills.
She couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, if you don't exercise, you'll become fat like a pig. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and said. His eyes also lingered on the other person's curvy figure. Fat? No way. I've really been eating a lot lately, but am I really fat? Li Ro was a little panicked when she heard him say that.
For women, weight is a very important thing.
These days, Luo Tian has been eating grilled beefsteak, seafood, abalone, and other things, and he can always fill his stomach to the brim.
She quickly looked down at her figure and found that she couldn't see the tips of her toes. She stepped on the electronic scale and measured herself.
Li Ro's face turned pale and she said nervously, "Oh no, I've really gained 2 caddies."
Without waiting for Luo Tian to urge her, she changed into a sports short-sleeved shirt and got on the treadmill to start exercising.
Luo Tian stared at her plump and beautiful legs and said with a smile, "Why are you so nervous? Your figure is not bad, especially these long legs. I guess the muscular men in the gym would feel inferior when they see them.
But compared to some girls' skinny legs,
a little chubby is YYDS. Oh, don't hurt me. Li Ro was about to cry, but she had no tears. Exercise for half an hour. The two of them were also slightly sweating and thoroughly refreshed. Drink some water to replenish your fluids. Li Ro took 2 bottles of Beverly Hills mineral water from the side and thoughtfully unscrewed one of them and handed it to Luo Tian. This is also what Luo Tian took out of space. It is the most expensive mineral water in the world, with a bottle cap decorated with 600 diamonds and 250 black diamonds, and a bottle costs about 680,000 renminbi. It is slightly sweeter than the farmer's 3 fists. Luo Tian gulped down a few mouthfuls and licked his lips to evaluate it. Li Ro then took out a towel. She carefully wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thanks to the safe house's super strong heating system. With the fireplace providing plenty of heat, the two of them didn't feel the slightest bit cold even though they were sweating. If the other tenants knew that Luo Tian was still in the mood to exercise in such circumstances, they would probably be shocked. Ding! Luo Tian picked up his phone and found that there was a new message in the owners group. At 17th floor, 1701 Xiaolan, excuse me, everyone, I'm sorry. I've already finished all the food in my house, and there's only me and my child at home. The child is still young and can't go without food. So if anyone has extra food, I can buy it from them. It's okay if it's a bit more expensive. In this situation, no one knows how long the snowstorm will last, so few owners reply to her. Seeing that no one was responding to her, Xiaolan became desperate. Please, everyone, help me. It doesn't matter if I skip a few meals, but I can't let my child go hungry. My family really needs food. Luo Tian had a vague memory of this woman. Her husband works abroad, and she is always alone at home with her young children. She usually greets him with a smile. She has a decent figure, but her looks are only average. Luo Tian. Li Ro also saw the message in the group, and she was suddenly a little tangled up, looking at him carefully. It seemed that she wanted to say something, but she bit her lip and didn't dare to speak. If you have something to say it. Luo Tian drank some water and screwed the bottle cap back on. It's just that it's not easy for Xiaolan to raise the children alone. In such a bad situation, it must be hard. Li Ro felt a little sorry for her. Seeing the other person helpless in the group, begging for mercy for the child everywhere, made her maternal instinct overflow. Before the end of the world, Xiaolan was one of the few people she could occasionally say a few words to when they met in the neighborhood. You want to help her? I remember teaching you before. Luo Tian said lightly. He placed the mineral water bottle with the black diamond inlay on the table, raised his hand and pinched Li Ro's white chin, coldly saying, "The virgin must die." Chapter 40, 2000 times the price. Luo Tian had personally experienced the tragic outcome of dying out of kindness. How could he repeat the same mistake? If you give her the food, next time she will lead a group of people to break in and chop you up to make soup. Luo Tian said coldly. In his previous life, Li Ro had jumped to her death before she had lived to that dark moment. But he remembered it very clearly. Hearing him say this, Li Ro was also scared, and realized her own stupidity. I'm sorry, Luo Tian, I won't do it again. Don't show off your wealth. She understood this principle, and just now, she heard the other person talk about their child, so she couldn't help but want to help the other person. Tomorrow you won't get any food. You'll remember this for a long time, and all the nutrition you save will go to the same place. Luo Tian said coldly. Since you've made a mistake, you have to be punished. Oh. Li Ro said with a blush, her head almost buried in her chest. But she was very happy inside. It's good that Luo Tian doesn't hate her. Next time she should think twice before she speaks. It's just a day without food. Other tenants don't even have hot meals every day. She was already living a life of paradise. Group. Please, I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price for your food. If that's not enough, 1,000 times is fine. After Xiaolan's repeated pleas. Finally, one of the owners replied to her. Alas, since you are so pitiful, I will help you. But I don't have much food, so I can only sell you 2 bags of bread for 6,000 yuan. A male landlord was attracted by the profit of thousands of times. Agreed to sell food. Before the end of the world, 2 bags of bread were worth a few dollars at most.
After more than a week of heavy snowfall, the roads were closed, and prices had risen an astonishing 1,000 times. Although the two men were trading voluntarily, the outrageous price still caused panic in the group.
Hey, are you kidding me? 2 bags of bread are that expensive? I went and it was the equivalent of a month's salary. Shit, if I had known, I would have stocked up on a few boxes of bread in advance, and now I would have made a fortune selling it. At Joan, you're taking advantage of the situation. How dare you buy 6,000 yuan for a few dollars worth of bread? You're worse than a greedy merchant. In addition to the owners who exclaimed at the high price, there were also owners who, either because they couldn't stand to see it or because they were jealous, came out to criticize Joan for selling bread to Xiaolan. Joan was unhappy and retorted, "How am I a greedy merchant? I didn't force her to buy it. She said she wanted to buy it at 1,000 times the price. Yes, I did it of my own free will. Please don't blame Zhou."
Xiaolan pleaded in a humble tone. She had been shouting in the group for a long time, but only Joan was willing to sell food. Although the price was very expensive, Xiaolan was very satisfied. She hurriedly defended the other person, fearing that the other person would change their mind. Other owners may still have some food in their homes and are not as hard up as she is, but Xiaolan's family really has nothing left. Having suffered from hunger, she knows the importance of food.
Money can be earned again.
The most urgent task is to let her and her children have food to fill their stomachs.
2 bags of bread will last for a week if you eat sparingly.
At Xiaolan, I have a few extra bags of instant noodles at home.
I'll sell them to you too. As for the price, let's say 10,000 yuan.
You're shameless, asking for 10,000 yuan for a few packets of instant noodles.
Xiaolan, I have half a box of chocolate here. I'm always hungry, so why don't you buy it from me for only 30,000 yuan? Nima, those 2 guys upstairs are shameless. Xiaolan, don't pay any attention to them. Buy mine instead. I'll give you a 5% discount.
Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the group. They were all scrambling to sell their goods, probably because they thought that the snowstorm would soon be over. Now is the time to make a fortune, and then they can buy whatever they want. It's just a surefire business to make a profit when you're hungry. Damn, everyone is always complaining about being hungry, and there is no food at home. How come they are selling food now, one package after another? Could it be that only my family is poor and eats breadcrumbs? I don't even have any breadcrumbs.
Some owners who are short of food are shocked to say.
They also wanted to buy some food, but the prices were too high. Some people bought their homes with a down payment, so they don't have much money in the bank, and they have to pay a mortgage every month. They can't afford to buy food at these prices.
Stupid. Luotian looked at the greedy owners who only had money in their eyes and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Auntie Wang only took away some of the food from the owners, and many people still have food hidden at home. This is normal.
If Wang could have tricked all the residents of the building into giving up their food just because she was a member of the neighborhood committee, that would be ridiculous.
There are always selfish smart people. Wait. Don't sell it yet. I'll buy all your food. I'll give you 5,000 yuan on top of what you're already getting.
A rich man named Lu Teng suddenly sent a message in the group. His family is in the export business, and his parents' company is reportedly going to be listed on the beautiful country stock exchange, so they are very rich. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. If you add 5,000 to the original price, that means that a bag of instant noodles that used to cost 2 yuan can now be sold for 7,000 yuan.
5 bags would be nearly 100,000 yuan. That's enough to pay some people's annual salary.
I said who is so rich, it turns out to be Brother Fu.
I guess his monthly allowance is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brother Lu, I'll sell you. Me too, I have some food at home, let's pack it up and sell it too. Sorry, Xiaolan, I want to help you, but he gave me too much. I can't refuse the price.
The owners who had said they would sell food to Xiaolan all changed their minds after hearing Lu Teng's words, and they all competed to sell the food for a higher price.
Xiaolan was suddenly panicked and said in desperation, "How can you do this? You all said you would sell it to me. At Lu Teng, I really don't have any food left at home.
Please don't compete with me, I don't have much money either."
Lu Teng said nonchalantly, "I don't have any food either, so don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being poor.
Hurry up if you want to sell, my word has always been good." He doesn't care about a few 100,000. It has to be said that rich people will never live too badly, even in the end times. Xiaolan was still desperately begging in the group, but no one wanted to listen to her. There is nothing more desperate than seeing hope just as it is crushed. It is a drop from heaven to hell. This is also the last time that money can play a role. Luo Tian looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but sneer. If money was useful, he would have sold all the food he had hoarded in his space. Those who sell food will soon regret it. Because food can save lives, and money is useless except for burning.